Breach, Episode 1, Operation Makaria. My name is Tobias Thane, and I was employed under the Breach Initiative, a multinational organization that investigates and eliminates potential threats to the stability of our world. Threats that the public is forbidden from knowing about. I come from a different opinion. I don't know what will happen to me for running my mouth about this, but people need to know what's really going on out there. Something big is coming, and I don't know if we're going to survive it. It all started with a traveler. That's what they called him anyway. A lot of us are former Marines who were recruited for something called Operation Makaria, a real hush-hush type of business, with the kind of orders you don't know until it's too late to say no. We were being dropped on the Algerian coast, and our objective was to secure the body of a ranking AQIM member before enemy combatants in the area found him first. His convoy had allegedly been hit, and he was carrying documents on him that would tip us off on an upcoming attack. The insertion was rough, thanks to the wind carrying us into some rocky terrain, but all 6 of us made it down over the drop point intact and got our bearings on the GPS. It was the kind of twilight where there's barely a sliver of light in the sky, just a dark blue glow flooding over the black. And it was storming out, the wind and rain lashing against us with a kind of fury I've never seen before, to the point that it felt like wading straight through a hurricane, and carrying 60 pounds of gear on my back didn't help. Mother Nature had our number, and I'm still convinced to this day that something was fucking with the weather. Our optics could see through the dark just fine, but our pace was downright glacial. It was freezing too. It was winter at the time, but the storm let you really feel it. And shivering in the cold is not exactly the first thing that comes to mind when you hear you're being deployed to Africa. That's the downside of growing up in Arizona summers all your life. You don't get used to the other side of the spectrum. The terrain was not our friend, and the cliffs at the higher elevation were dangerous in our conditions, so we had to take a route through the canyon that would put us about 1 click off from our destination. The upside was that it shielded us from the worst of the wind, but it was still the only thing you could hear. The date palms whipping around so hard overhead I almost thought they would snap. Our comms guy Barry was sent to the coordinates of our extraction point, and apparently the body was coming with us, provided we could actually find the thing. Some part of me wondered why they wanted the body so bad. But the military isn't exactly the place for asking questions, so I kept it to myself. I could tell I wasn't alone, though. The others started getting nervous, and it wasn't just the objective. Something in the air wasn't right, and you could taste it. I don't know how to describe it exactly, but all I could think of was being a little kid again, and sticking my tongue on a 9-volt battery. We got out of the canyon and started moving alongside the rock face, layers of sediment jutting out around us as the wind started to pick up again. Lightning flashed through the sky, and I started to notice distortion in my night vision, like the warping effect you get when you hold a magnet too close to a screen. Thermal was the same, until eventually it failed entirely. It was the same with the others, and Barry was having trouble with his equipment, like something was interfering with our gear. We took off our optics and continued on through the dark, while Vasquez, one of the other riflemen, took point with a flashlight to conceal our numbers. We were nervous about him being spotted by patrols, but the twilight was history, and save for the occasional flash of lightning, it was pitch black out there. The terrain started to dip, and Barry let us know we were getting close to one of the main roads, and more importantly, our objective. Cue my relief. I was soaking wet and freezing cold and couldn't wait to be done. though we'd still have to drag a body for half a kilometer.
Huh,
said Barry.
that's weird.
We turned to him.
What's weird?
I asked.
This guy was part of a convoy, but the coordinates of the body are way off the road. He probably crawled out there and died,
said Jeffries, our sergeant.
Keep moving.
We took cover behind the palms as best as we could as we made our way down into an open valley, our goal on the other side of a rock formation up ahead. My legs burning with exhaustion, we turned the corner, keeping low behind the sparse bushes as Vasquez went ahead. That was when we realized that our op had nothing to do with the AQIM. The light illuminated the severed half of a man in what I could only describe as power armor. Black, angular plating covering every inch of his skin, and sliced clean across the midsection with his bleeding intestines hanging out in the rain. It was like he had been cut in two by a surgical laser, but his lower half was nowhere in sight.
"What the fuck?"
muttered one of the riflemen, the rest of us leaving our cover for a better visual.
Looks like a goddamn space marine,
said Barry.
We've got prints,
said Vasquez. I followed his eyes to the massive footprints embedded in the mud nearby, trailing off toward the main road, scorched black and glistening in the light, like it had been dusted with shards of obsidian. Jeffries ordered Barry and another to carry the body, and they lifted it up.
Fuck, this guy weighs a ton,
said Barry. And from the looks of it wasn't just the armor. Even if it was only half of him, the man's body was more than twice the size of a normal human's.
Let's get out of here,
said Jeffries, the wind and rain lashing against his face mask.
There's something up with this place and I don't like it.
The rest of us followed behind Vasquez, the trail of footprints continuing beneath us as we moved through the storm. Ahead, a light flickered in the darkness, quickly revealed to be the remains of an enemy patrol stricken across the muddy road. Final remnants of the fires burning out in the rain. The jeep looked like it had been sheared in two, the viscera of several men and their discarded rifles splattered across the ground, gaping, charred holes faintly growing in their mangled bodies, like something had blown straight through them. I couldn't see any casings on the ground, though, and those guys didn't even get a shot off.
"They get hit by RPG fire?"
asked one of the riflemen. Jeffrey shook his head.
I think we all know this is a little above our pay grade,
he said.
Keep it going. Stay tight and eyes open. This couldn't have happened more than half an hour ago.
We continued past the sinking road and moved down into a dark mountain pass, dirty rainwater spilling over the cliffs above and the rocks at our sides. Thunder rolled through the sky, and we paused to wait for Barry and the riflemen to catch up, the weight of the body clearly weighing on them.
Equipment's starting to work again,
said Barry, panting and out of breath.
It's that place where we found this guy. Something ain't right with it.
That was when I noticed that I could only faintly taste the electrical soreness on my tongue, like it was fading away the further we went, but something was still wrong. I started to feel like I was being watched. I kept a careful eye on my surroundings, but I couldn't see anything through the storm, and I could tell the others were getting paranoid as well. The pass opened into a shallow canyon, and a blur of motion rushed through Vasquez's light. I swore, and we stopped dead in our tracks, my heart hammering in my chest.
Lights on, everyone,
said Jeffries. We took out our lights and quickly mounted them on our rifles, sweeping them across the cliffs that surrounded us. We had eyes on us, and they weren't letting up. A rustle of dirt sounded from behind me, then I spun around, shining my light over the sparse bushes and dripping palms, but nobody was there. Then I saw it. It was almost invisible, like a barely noticeable distortion of space molded into the outline of a hulking person, standing in front of the trees. I backed away, getting the attention of the others as I kept my light on the motionless blur. My finger twitched on the trigger, but something inside me told me not to fire. It was like a sense of absolute danger, like I was on the precipice of a decision that could end my life in that very moment. The blur rushed away, startling me as it passed into the darkness faster than I could track it. Stomping footsteps sounded from all around us, but none of us fired, remaining utterly still and paralyzed with fear in the invisible stampede. The footsteps of another blur splashed into the mud nearby, moving inhumanly fast as the raindrops beat against a faint, momentary outline. But then they were gone, a sound vanishing into the distance of the storm. I don't know how long we stayed there, but eventually Jeffries got us moving again, and we continued through the canyon, wordless and shaking with panic and adrenaline. There were more of the footprints embedded in the mud, easily 3 times larger than anything a human could ever make. And I still felt eyes on me, but whoever or whatever was stalking us, we didn't see them again. They were letting us live. But why? Did they want us to find the body? Eventually, the canyon leveled out in an elevated clearing, the lights of an osprey shining faintly in the distance. We made our way over to it as quick as we could, myself and another taking over and carrying the body. The gunner behind the M240 waved at us, the blades of the helicopter rushing above our heads as I helped push the body inside, and we all climbed up. Jeffries gave the all clear, and the pilots took us up, the soaking terrain rushing beneath us as we disappeared into the storm. The body we found was something else. I don't know too much about it, and from what I've heard, it's way above any of our researchers' heads, but from what they figured out so far, it'll be responsible for a lot of new tech coming out. The plating on the armor was almost indestructible, and was outfitted with advanced anti-gravity and teleportation systems, all running on some sort of antimatter core that scares the shit out of the guys in the lab, on account of it having enough energy inside to vaporize the entire planet. The guy himself was decked out with cybernetic implants, with eyes that could see for miles, track magnetic fields in ultraviolet light, and apparently even process a 4th spatial dimension. His brain was nothing but self-replicating nanomachines, but he was definitely human. Or used to be. I could go on for days about all the shit they found, but we gotta use some of it in our later operations, so I'll leave it out until then. Most important of all, the armor had a cloaking field that they still can't manage to replicate, enough to make its wearer and anything they're holding nearly invisible. The implication being, there's still a group of them out there. We don't know why they're here, or how their friend got killed, but we have a strong, educated guess that they aren't from our universe. We think they're some kind of scouting party, but what they're looking for, I have no idea. Ever since that day, though, we've had a lot of strange things happening. Things that don't play by the laws of our universe, and they're only getting worse. I don't know if it's because of the scouts, or more likely the reason they're here in the first place. But either way, that was the birth of the Breach Initiative. Don't ask me what the acronym stands for. Nobody knows. I'll do another write-up next week. We had an op in the high Arctic a while back that I still have nightmares about. Until then, stay safe. Breach, Episode 2, Operation Snowshoe. This next one took place a short while after the formation of Breach. We had some strange encounters before, but this was the first where I honestly thought I might die. And I don't think I'm alone in that. It took place in the high Arctic, and once again included Barry, our comms guy, Jeffries, the guy in charge, Vasquez, our ornery rifleman, and a new addition by the name of Tanner, a British dude that used to be with the SAS. We were all huddled up in the Osprey, which was decked out as a mobile command and control center, flying through the clear skies over an endless expanse of snow. Along with our 2 pilots, we had 2 more guys who were slated to stay behind and bounce all our comms back to HQ, but I don't remember their names. The researchers had some time to work on the Traveler's tech, and wound up replacing our M16s with handheld railgun prototypes. Now, the usual response to that is, "Oh, railguns, that sounds fucking sweet." Until you realize that you don't fire railguns, they fire you. The recoil was death. I saw so many dislocated shoulders they started modifying our armor to compensate. The early versions also had no power modulation, so the slug could rip through 20 houses in a row if they were ever stupid enough to deploy them in an urban environment. As for the Traveler's buddies who were still doing something in our universe, we hadn't heard much at the time. A village in Libya got erased from existence by some kind of implosive force that cut it straight out of the earth, but we had no idea why, and none of our surveillance on the area was picking up anything. Back to the matter at hand. We were being sent to investigate a research station that had gone dark. Normally it wouldn't be any of our business if it weren't for the last distress call sent out of there. All you could hear was the howling wind, and this guy freaking out as he's somehow freezing to death in the middle of the station. Then there was this deep, wailing sound that tripped every primal instinct in your brain and told you to get the fuck away. We had no idea what made it, but it made you feel like your skin was on fire. The way it messed with your nervous system, like the worst pins and needles you've ever had. We sat down about 2 clicks off from the station, and the 5 of us got out, putting on our goggles when we saw how blinding the sun was against the snow. We were well insulated, but I could still feel the sting of the cold through my mask, even in the absence of wind. Barry pointed us in the right direction, and we started moving, the blades of the Osprey coming to a halt overhead as the one staying behind got set up. We walked across a massive plain of snow in Arctic camouflage, a mountain range looming in the distance. Save for our movements, it was completely silent. A part of me liked it, because we could hear things coming, but at the same time it was unnerving to be so far from everything. I watched an Arctic fox make its way across the snowy dunes, occasionally stopping to look at us before continuing on. We eventually reached the base of the mountains, moving in through a low valley as the wind began to slowly pick up, whistling through the air as the station finally slipped into view.
"Get down,"
said Jeffries. We got low to the ground and took out our binoculars for a better look. There was 1 main building and 2 ancillary structures, one of the latter blown to pieces, a scattering of scorched debris buried in the snow around it. One of the doors to the main building had been torn off its hinges, sweeping claw marks embedded in the metal, but otherwise, there was no movement, and all we could hear was the wind.
"Sierra, this is Sierra 1,
said Jeffries into his radio.
"We've got a visual on Snowshoe. Over." "Sierra 1, you're free to engage. Over." "Roger that."
Vasquez and Tanner took point, and we slowly made our way down into the valley, the wind intensifying as gusts of snow began to blow over the dunes.
"Did you guys see the door?"
asked Vasquez, glancing back at us.
"No, we all missed it,"
I said sarcastically.
"What do you think did that?" "New quarry, I suppose,"
said Tanner.
"Man, they're not fucking paying us enough,"
said Vasquez.
"Better than suicide by 2 shots to the back of the head,"
said Barry.
"Shut the fuck up,"
said Jeffries as we drew near to the station.
"Eyes open."
We made our way to the intact ancillary structure, Vasquez and Tanner counting us down before opening the heavy metal door. I took point as the rest of us rushed inside, sweeping my light across the dark and empty hall. We split off into the 2 adjoining rooms, and I angled into the one on the left, checking the corners and behind the piles of boxes and disused equipment that littered the room, sunlight filtering in through the frozen window.
Clear,
I called, the others doing the same from the second room.
It's just storage,
said Barry as we filed back into the hall. We made our way back outside and headed toward the main building, a storm growing overhead as the day began to dim. Stepping over the pieces of scorched metal and wood that littered the snow, we crept past the unhinged door and into the main hall of the station, the lights flickering overhead.
Generator's intact,
said Barry, Tanner and Vasquez guarding the open entrance as the rest of us moved ahead. The walls were slick with ice and frost, like they had been doused in a flash-frozen liquid. 2 surveillance cameras looming overhead.
There,
said Jeffries, noting a frozen trail of blood near the sealed second entrance at the end of the hall. We cleared the rooms at our sides as we crept closer to it, passing a bathroom, a surveillance room filled with blank monitors and a chair on the floor, and a room full of frozen computers and communications equipment. The latter had 2 .357 casings on the ground and a splatter of blood stricken across the banks of electronics, but nothing else of note. We turned the corner, the trail of blood smearing across the ground into a ruined recreation room. Frozen gore splattered across the walls and the remains of a broken pool table. There were televisions shattered behind a small bar at the back. The air smelled like alcohol and blood. Broken bottles and glass from the bar littering the ground alongside several .308 casings.
The fuck happened here?
Muttered Barry, holding up the severed half of a Taika T3, the remainder in ragged splinters on the ground. I could hear the wind howling outside, groaning against the walls as the sunlight that once shone through the windows faded to a twilight darkness.
Ain't it the middle of the day?
I asked. Jeffries nodded with a bothered expression as he searched behind the bar.
Sierra, this is Sierra 1,
said Jeffries into his radio.
Snowshoe's clear. Looks like they got attacked by something. Over. Sierra 1, recover any surveillance footage and return ASAP. The storm's gonna make things difficult. Over. Roger out,
said Jeffries, shaking his head as he looked over at the 2 of us.
Weather was supposed to be clear today. This shouldn't be happening.
I looked up and saw a surveillance camera frozen in the corner of the room, pointed at the entrance.
Well, let's figure out what did this,
I said. We made our way back out into the hall and turned the corner. Vasquez and Tanner were waiting inside near the broken entrance, a frigid breeze whistling through the opening. It almost looked like it was night out.
Storm's a little harsh,
said Tanner.
We can't stand out there. It's fine,
said Jeffries. We're heading out in a bit.
Just need the surveillance tapes.
The 2 of them joined us as we all filed into the surveillance room. The cameras were still operational, but the lenses were frozen over, blanking out all the screens. Barry switched on the audio for the one in the rec room, and it still functioned, the sounds of the storm crackling through the speakers. He rewound the footage to the last audio spike, a few days prior, and we began to hear the indistinguishable muttering of a man's voice. The monitors still blinked out. His breathing was stuttered, as though he were freezing. A low wail burned through the speakers, setting our nerves on edge. The same wail that we had heard on the distress call. A heavy stomping faded in, followed by the sound of the man screaming. There was a low, rumbling growl, and then the screaming ceased to the wet crunching of bone. We listened as the creature seemingly devoured him, the gruesome snapping and tearing of meat crackling over the speakers. His expression grim, Barry transferred the surveillance logs to a flash drive as Jeffrey's radio began to hiss with static.
Sierra 1, this is Sierra,
said Command.
We've got movement, and we need you back here ASAP, over. Sierra 1, we've got the footage,
said Jeffries.
Inbound in 15. Stay put until then. Out.
Jeffries turned to the rest of us.
Let's get out of here. Double time it.
Vasquez and Tanner took point as we quickly left the station and stepped out into the screaming blizzard, gusts of ice and snow blotting out the sun as they constantly lashed against us. Barry oriented us with his nav system and we started heading up out of the valley, every step requiring twice the effort as the wind fought us at every opportunity.
Sierra 1, we are pulling out. I repeat, we are pulling out,
yelled Command over the radio as we left the valley.
We've got contact. The storm is...
The transmission faded to a crackling hiss and a booming explosion echoed in the distance ahead.
Fuck,
said Vasquez. Keep going, said Jeffries, picking up the pace as we made our way across the plains of snow.
They could still be alive. The bird's still on the nav map,
said Barry, looking down at his equipment.
They're just west of where they were.
Barry reoriented us, and we moved through the darkness as quick as we could, weighed down by the gear on our backs as the wind and snow howled against us. Then, our lights illuminated something ahead. It was one of the pilots, frozen solid while standing up like a petrified statue, his perpetually screaming face staring into the darkness beyond. We continued past him, the storm shrieking around us as we blindly followed Barry's directions.
It's just up ahead,
he yelled over the wind. Hurrying through the howling blackness, the scorched, snow-swept metal of the downed Osprey soon slipped into view. The cockpit was compacted into the frame, one of the pilots laying dead in his seat with his skull crushed against the crumpled interior, blood and brains dripping from the metal. The other two were missing.
There,
said Tanner. We followed his gaze to a trail of blood stricken across the snow, disappearing into the darkness beyond. We moved forward, only to find a frozen, severed arm half buried in the snow, trail dispersing into a ragged spatter.
The comms at the station are linked up with HQ,
said Barry.
We can use them to call for evac.
Jeffries quickly nodded, his eyes scanning the screaming shadows.
Good thinking,
he said.
Let's go.
We retreated back the way we had come, the cold seeping through my layers as frost constantly clouded my sight. Somehow, the temperature kept dropping, too fast to be anything natural. Ahead of us, two severed feet stuck out of the snow, the remains of the frozen man, who had been standing there only moments before. A low, haunting wail cried out through the storm, instilling me with a sense of primordial dread. Something was coming. We picked up the pace, running as fast as we could beneath the weight of our gear and the onslaught of the wind, my muscles burning as we followed Barry across the plains of snow. But then I stopped. I couldn't move.
Wait,
I called, a sense of impending doom flooding over me as I looked down and saw that my legs were frozen to the ground, tendrils of ice creeping over my body while the chill rapidly sapped me of my strength. The others ran back to help.
I'm frozen,
I yelled.
Get me free, hurry!
I looked back as the wind shrieked against me, the cold penetrating my skin while movement stirred through the darkness beyond.
Contact,
yelled Jeffries, his railgun charging with a high-pitched whine as he took aim and fired with a deafening bang. The others joined in, firing upon the shadows as an anguished, unnatural scream cut through the air. The stir of movement retreated into the storm, and the others lowered their weapons to start chipping away at the ice that encased my legs, freeing me.
Let's go,
said Jeffries.
This thing's controlling the weather. We have to get inside.
We continued through the blizzard and made our way down into the valley once more, the ancillary structures of the station soon coming into view. The wail of the creature reverberated through the air from the distance behind us. It was still following us. Our lights swept across the main station ahead, and we found our way to the torn entrance, moving inside as a welcome reprieve from the storm.
Thane, Set up claymores at both entrances,
said Jeffries.
Barry, get to the comms room and secure the evac. The rest of us will set up a blockade in the rec room.
Everyone went to their posts, and I took one of the mines from my pack as I approached the torn door to the station, the wind howling into the hall from beyond. Sticking the claymore on the wall, I armed it and backed away, taking out another while I made my way to the other entrance. Another wail reverberated through the air as I armed the second mine. It was getting closer. Barry came out of the comms room, his expression terrified.
What's wrong?
I asked. He motioned for me to follow as we walked to the rec room, and we joined with the others, who were setting up lines of cover with the broken pool table and splintered furniture.
He can't fly in through the storm,
said Barry.
We've got to kill whatever's doing this. Dios mío,
said Vasquez.
Relax, it'll be fine,
said Jeffries.
We're indoors. It can't freeze us in here.
The wind began to pick up, and one of the claymores exploded, shaking the ground beneath our feet. I moved out into the hall to check.
Payne, get back here,
yelled Jeffries. Ignoring him, I peeked around the corner, the scorched hall entirely empty as the wind howled through it.
It's not here yet,
I said, backing away into the rec room.
It was just a storm.
The wind started to shake the walls, and the door of the other entrance was suddenly blown off its hinges, triggering the second claymore and showering the hall with shrapnel as I dove behind the wall for cover. I swore, shaking my head.
Are the cameras in the hall still intact?
Asked Barry. I glanced out and saw both of them still in place.
Yeah, why? I can lock myself in the surveillance room and use the audio to tip you off on which entrance it uses. Then you can just fire through the walls to take it down. And if it comes for you?
Asked Tanner.
Same thing. Light it the fuck up. I'll barricade the way as much as I can. Door 1 will be the first, door 2 will be the one that just came off. Alright, get to it,
said Jeffries. Barry disappeared into the hall and I moved back behind the bar, resting my gun against the counter while the others took cover.
Radio check,
said Barry over the radio.
I'm in place, over. We read you, over,
said Jeffries.
Roger out.
Another wail howled through the air, forcing every hair on my body to stand on end. It sounded like it was right outside. Massive footsteps began to shake upon the ground. When my fingers slipped into the trigger guard, eyes on the wall into the hall.
Door 2,
said Barry over the radios as the creature's stomping drew closer. We all aimed our railguns at where the entrance would be, charging their capacitors with a high-pitched whine before firing in a cascade of deafening bangs, blowing a series of glowing holes in the wall. My ears were ringing, but I could still hear the pain shriek that followed, reverberating against my mind like a droning feedback. Vasquez peeked through one of the holes in the wall and immediately backed away. His expression, one of abject horror as he backed into the corner in a panic, sweating and hyperventilating.
Get it together,
said Jeffries.
Barry, is it still alive? I don't...
The thundering stomps of the creature answered for us as it came lumbering into the room, and my blood ran cold. It was an obese, worm-like nightmare bound into a monstrous humanoid form, its warped skull gaping open into a rasping, razor-toothed maw that split down into its drooping stomach, its translucent skin writhing upon its bones like a bed of insects. Its alien gaze met my own while it drew all the warmth from the air in a single breath. The cold, needling through every aspect of my being as I felt like my mind was being sundered in two. Overwhelmed with terror and adrenaline, I fired. We all did, wanting only to stamp out whatever it was that we were seeing, whatever nightmarish aberration had invaded our reality. It didn't belong. Shrugging off the metal slugs that ripped through its writhing flesh, it lumbered straight toward me, dragging its long, sweeping talons upon the floor before raising them up and swiping at me, knocking the gun from my hand. I backed against the wall, and it brought its talons down on me again, a white, hot pain cutting through my body as it ripped through my chest. I collapsed to the ground in agony, crawling out from behind the bar while the creature turns its attention to the others. It let loose a low, warbling growl that shook through my mind with a horrible unease. The wind howling through the open door, the horror lurched toward Vasquez, swiping its massive talons at him. He ducked at the last moment, only to get snatched up in the creature's other hand. Ignoring the shots that blasted through its drooping flesh, it swallowed half of Vasquez's screaming body into its gaping maw. And it bit down, messily tearing him in half. Blood and intestines spilling down from its jowls, it discarded Vasquez's severed legs as it swallowed the rest of him whole, turning to the others with a rumbling growl. Its footsteps shaking the floor beneath me. I pulled myself toward my gun and I picked it up, bracing it against my shoulder and taking aim while the nightmare lazily swiped at Tanner, who deftly rolled out of the way before unloading another shot into the creature. I fired my own gun, the recoil dislocating my shoulder as the shot struck the creature in the head. It was starting to slow. It shambled toward Jeffries as we continued to pummel it, but it was unable to go any further. It collapsed with a low groan, hitting the floor with its tremendous weight. It was finally dead, but I couldn't look away from it, even as everything in my mind screamed for me to do so. It was the first thing I had ever seen that was physically painful to look at. Like its skin was twisting through an angle that my brain couldn't consciously interpret. Jeffries hurried over to me, looking down at the bleeding wound stricken across my chest.
You'll be all right,
he said, helping me up and popping my shoulder back into place. He looked absolutely terrified.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
The three of us retreated back into the hall, the walls pockmarked with glowing holes as the wind slowly died down. We stopped outside the surveillance room, the door completely frozen over.
Barry, you in there?
Yelled Jeffries.
I'm here!
Yelled Barry from the other side.
Back up!
I yelled, taking the cutting torch from my pack and getting to work on the door. The torch melted through the ice with ease and we tore the remainder away, opening the door and freeing Barry.
Thanks,
he said, glancing over at the corner that led back to the rec room.
Is it in there? You don't want to see it,
said Jeffries.
Get HQ on the line. We need evac now.
Barry nodded, disappearing into the comms room while I kept my eyes locked on the fading blizzard outside, the sunlight slowly breaking through the darkness. My hands were still shaking, my heart hammering in my ears as the image of that thing was still burned into my brain. It never left me, even to this day. It took another 20 minutes for our evac to get there, another Osprey setting down outside. We left the building and piled into the helo, the blades chopping overhead as we slowly rose above the ground. The snow speeding by beneath us, I looked back to see the station vanishing in the distance, and all I could think was that I never wanted to see anything like that again. But I knew that I would, over and over until it broke me. They later went back to collect the body, and did whatever research they could on it. But they didn't learn much. All I know is that it wasn't from our universe and was apparently made of something that didn't align with our conception of matter. We still had no idea how it got here, how any of these things were getting here. And all we could do in the meantime was fight them off, like the immune system of the human race. I think I know what I'll talk about next. 3 weeks after Snowshoe, I got deployed to a compromised research facility in the swamps of Louisiana. Call it an experiment with psychedelics gone horribly wrong. Until then, thanks for listening, and stay safe. Breach, Episode 3, Operation Lucent Blue. Thane here. Sorry it's been a while. Something's been going down with the guys still in the initiative, and I'm getting tailed every time I leave my apartment. They switch out their surveillance officers every few blocks, but I've got a good memory for faces, and they only have so many people to assign to me. The boys still in breach apparently found a town covered entirely in meat moss, for lack of a better term, up in North Dakota. They firebombed the whole area, but it's still spreading underground, like roots. Anyhow, back to the matter at hand. This next one is the first time we had concrete, undeniable proof that something truly bizarre was happening. Not just on the scale of otherworldliness or even breaches from another universe, but something from another dimension entirely. We were deployed to the swamps of Louisiana to infiltrate a covert research facility being operated by the Prometheus Mandate, a shady multinational organization that we hadn't even heard of until someone on the inside leaked some info to us and swallowed a cyanide cocktail a day later. It wasn't much, but it was enough to spook the brass, and knowing what we did afterward, they were right to be scared. In terms of the Traveler and his scouts, well, we didn't have any real news at the time, but we were getting some strange seismic readings around where the village in Libya went poof. The boys in the lab fixed the recoil on our railguns, though, and thank Christ for that. We also got some prototype power armor, complete with cloaking modules and an oxygen supply, but they still couldn't replicate the alloy from the Traveler's armor, and the fact that they were giving us air meant that they were sending us into a toxic environment. Naturally, though, they didn't tell us much about what we were actually walking into. The objective was to secure the facility and gather anything we could on what exactly they were doing there. Not exactly brimming with detail, considering the ever-present risk of death or dismemberment. We slept low over the rural swamps in the Osprey, 2 pilots up front, and myself, Jeffries, Barry, and Tanner in the back. They ditched the mobile command center idea, and the pilots were ordered to get the fuck out as soon as they dropped us off. I kept getting the impression that anybody who knew what we were actually walking into was scared shitless of it, but they wouldn't breathe a word of it to any of us, like we'd desert on the spot if we'd figured it out. The Osprey slowed, hovering over the bog, and Jeffries threw the rope out the door, the end disappearing into the trees below. Grabbing hold, he climbed out, and the rest of us quickly followed, an aura of wet decay radiating into the air the closer I got to the ground. Slipping through the cover of leaves and branches, I sat down with the others in the muck, my ankles sinking into the ground beneath me. The rope was wound back up, and the Osprey turned and went back the way it came, the chopping of the blades disappearing in the distance until only silence remained. That should have been our first red flag. Normally you'd hear something out here, whether it's insects, animals, or even the wind, but this place was dead silent. None of us brought it up, but I could tell the others were bothered by it. Barry got us oriented, and we started making our way through the swamp, the hot sun shining through the trees. Our armor made it easier to move through the muck, but one thing they didn't add was air conditioning or ventilation of any kind. So 10 minutes later, the only word I can use to describe the inside of my suit is moist. The really fun part, spoiler alert, is that they never fixed it. Every single operation from then on out, I had to bathe in my own sweat. You also couldn't take them off without help, so relieving yourself on any sort of extended op was a little slice of hell. In basic, that used to be the standard if you ever felt the urge in the middle of a run, but you never expected to keep doing it after you got your MOS, unless you eventually got suckered into Scout Sniper or some other recon. Apparently, you'd be wrong. As soon as Barry let us know we were close, we all activated our cloaking modules and pushed forward. We were leaving leg-sized holes in the swamp wherever we stood, and the blur was a lot harsher than the Travelers, but it was better than regular camo. And we could selectively communicate through our face masks without making any outside noise.
2 o'clock,
said Barry, stopping to look through the scope of his railgun. A short ways ahead, 2 men in ghillie suits were moving across a finger of dry land, camouflaged M16s in hand.
Tanner, you're up,
said Jeffries. Tanner moved ahead, leveling his scope on the men as they walked.
I got the one in the back,
said Barry, charging his railgun with a faint whine.
Ready,
said Tanner.
On 1, 3, 2, 1.
With a soft hiss, they fired 2 subsonic slugs at the men, and their upper bodies exploded, painting the trees with a splatter of blood and bone fragments.
Clear,
said Barry, lowering his gun and continuing forward. That was when things started getting strange. A couple of minutes later, I started to notice the sunlight getting paler, almost like twilight, but in the middle of the day.
You guys seeing this?
I asked.
Oh yeah,
said Jeffries, stopping to point up at the sun shining through the trees. It was like a blue eclipse, just a pale ring of ghostly light shimmering around a black disk in the sky.
What the fuck?
Said Barry, looking up at the bizarre sight.
Let's keep moving,
ordered Jeffries.
You know the drill.
We picked up the pace, and the further we went, the more the light seemed to bleed from the eclipse, dropping down from the base like a glowing seam in the sky that deepened by the minute, bathing everything in an indigo light. I was still getting chest pain from where that thing in the Arctic hit me, piercing through my ribs with every step I took, even with the armor assisting me.
We got movement,
said Barry. Creeping forward as he raised his gun, the trees parting to reveal a fenced concrete platform that ramped up into the walls of a large structure, a layer of grime staining the exterior. Beyond, a guard in green camo patrolled along the paths, but his eyes weren't on us.
Thane, get us in,
said Jeffries.
Tanner, take point.
I moved up and lit my torch against the metal of the barbed wire fence, slicing a large hole through it. Carefully pulling it away and setting it down in the muck, Tanner ducked through the opening, and the rest of us followed close behind, moving onto the path where the guard was slowly walking away from us. The trees had been cleared around the facility, and another guard was perched in a watchtower at the far corner ahead of us, looking out over the swamp with an AR-10.
Wait here until he comes,
said Jeffries, watching the guard on the walkway as we all took cover behind the structure.
Tanner, you take him out as soon as he's near. Keep it quiet. Consider it done,
said Tanner, the blur of him removing the knife from his belt, shimmering upon the air. After a couple of minutes of waiting, the footsteps of the guard drew closer to us, Tanner peeking out around the corner while the rest of us remained hidden. When the guard stepped out in front of us, Tanner grabbed him and covered his mouth, sawing open his throat as he dragged him back behind the wall. Holding him still until he bled out, Tanner propped him up against the concrete, hidden from sight.
Move up,
said Jeffries. Tanner took point and we made our way across the open concrete path, moving past the watchtower and around the corner, the front of the building glowing in the indigo light. The entrance was in sight. 2 guards posted out front, but they were both smoking and looking out into the swamp.
Move past them,
said Jeffries.
Let's get inside.
We slipped past the oblivious guards and entered the facility, the halls lined with blackened metal painted with strips of blue that traced across the walls, each marked with white lettering that indicated where they led, that being administration, testing, communications, and maintenance.
Testing it is,
said Jeffries, eyes peeled ahead as we followed Tanner through the labyrinthian complex, the halls lit by strips of fluorescent light upon the ceiling. The facility seemed like it had almost been abandoned, and though we heard voices from one of the other corridors, nobody crossed our path. Eventually, we were led to a large, open chamber filled with electronics, a sealed elevator booth in the center of it with its doors welded shut. 2 guards kept their eyes on the elevator. Their expressions were deeply uncomfortable, while a woman in a lab coat monitored a terminal nearby.
"Tanner and Barry, take out the guards,"
said Jeffries.
"Thane, keep the lady breathing, but keep her quiet. I've got some questions for her."
I crept up behind the woman as the others took their positions, Jeffries setting up near the door to shut it. We each sounded off, and Jeffries started the count.
3, 2, 1.
I grabbed the woman from behind and covered her mouth, dragging her back from her chair as the others slashed open the guards' throats and waited for them to bleed out. Jeffries quietly shut the door and disabled his cloaking module, walking toward me as the woman tried to scream through my fingers and struggle in my grip, but to no avail.
"Okay, a friend here is going to take his hand off your mouth, but if you scream or signal for help, you're going to die. You stay quiet and answer our questions. You get to walk out of this. Nod if you understand."
She nodded apprehensively, ceasing her struggling. I slowly removed my hand but still held her in place.
"First question, what are you testing?"
The woman shook her head. I don't know, she said. They don't tell me anything, I swear to God.
"Hey, Tanner, start peeling off her fingernails if she doesn't answer in 5 seconds.
Tanner walked over in a blur of motion and grabbed the woman's hand, holding his knife to it as Jeffries counted down.
5, 4, 3...
Wait, said the woman. Okay.
"Well, shit. I thought you didn't know anything,"
said Jeffries. I don't know a lot, she said, shaking in my grip. But they put me here to monitor the underground, to make sure nothing comes up while the station's being decommissioned. Beneath us is a tesseract, meant to keep something from passing through the walls.
"The fuck is a tesseract?" "A 4D cube,"
I said.
"And how exactly did this something get down there?"
I don't know. Honestly, said the woman. It's something to do with modifying kyanite to make contact with another place. Anything more than that is over my head. It's not my department. I'm just a tech.
"And this thing,"
said Jeffries.
"is it hostile?"
Not unless you're schizophrenic. But you can't go down there. It's...
"Watch me,"
said Jeffries, leveling his gun at the woman's chest.
"Thane, open up the elevator."
I released the woman and took out my torch, walking over to the elevator. I slowly cut through the welding of the door, sparks flashing against my cloaking field in a haze of distortion.
"Give me a hand,"
I said, Barry coming up from behind to help me pull the heavy door free, and then carefully set it down on the ground. As Jeffries and Tanner led the woman into the elevator, Barry briefly disabled his cloaking module and took a sentry from his pack, setting it up on the wall and pointing it at the closed door. He waved his hand in front of it to make sure it was tracking his movement, and then joined us in the elevator.
"We're good,"
he said, Jeffries reactivating his own cloaking module. You don't understand, said the woman, her expression terrified. You can't do this. We have no idea what that thing even is. If it gets free...
"Yeah, I'm sure you're real concerned about the well-being of humanity,"
said Jeffries, hitting the button to go down. The elevator groaned around us as the cables above slowly lowered us into the shaft. Can I at least stay in here with one of you? I don't want to go in there. I heard the others talking and...
"Actually, you're going up front,"
said Jeffries.
"You're gonna give us a guided tour."
The elevator screeched to a halt, and the grated, blood-stained barrier that now stood before us slid open, revealing a hall lit by a glowing blue light a faint mist wisping through a door half open at the end. Jeffrey shoved the woman ahead of us, and we followed her as she slowly crept forward, the texture of the walls around us writhing like a bed of worms. "Something's wrong," she said, beginning to stumble as she clutched her stomach. "I don't feel right."
"Then maybe you should have explored another career trajectory,"
said Tanner.
"Keep walking."
Opening the door, the woman stepped into the next room and stifled a scream, immediately looking away. We moved in behind her, and I saw what used to be a recreation room. Televisions, pool tables, and bookshelves dripping with streaks of blood as trash and bodily fluids littered around the room, a faint mist wafting over everything. Thankfully, I couldn't smell a thing, but nothing could take away what I saw next. Snaking across the floor was a tangle of flesh that wound up into a basin of twitching arms that had taken residence on the couch, and above it, a conglomerate of fleshy skulls were fused together around an exposed heart, slowly beating as the multitude of sunken eyes jittered within their sockets. From the exposed valves of the heart, streams of a watery, red-tinged liquid trickled down into the basin. It wasn't blood, being almost clear, but blood was surely a part of it. The woman began muttering to herself, slowly running her hands across the squirming walls.
"Mind explaining what the fuck we're looking at?"
asked Jeffries. The woman ignored him, twitching as she started repetitively banging her fist against the concrete, humming to herself as though she were slowly losing her mind. Jeffries walked over to her, snapping his fingers in front of her face.
"Hey, what the fuck is wrong with you?"
The woman slowly turned, rocking in place as her eyes shifted to the amalgamation of flesh in the center of the room. Her pupils were completely dilated. Slowly, the liquid in the basin of arms began to rise into the air before splashing down again, as though it were being lapped up by an enormous, invisible tongue. The woman began to hum in distress, unable to peel her gaze away as the lapping of the liquid abruptly stopped. We all backed away from the basin, keeping our guns trained on the seemingly empty space. The woman was suddenly ripped from the ground and dragged screaming across the ceiling, disappearing into the adjoining hall as her shrieking sank into the distance.
"Tanner, take point,"
said Jeffries.
"We're doing a quick sweep and then we're getting the fuck out of here. Keep your skin covered up,"
said Barry. "There's something in the air." We slowly followed Tanner down the hall, passing by an empty bathroom with a door ripped off its hinges, the floor covered with the blood-soaked glass of the shattered mirror. We then passed 2 bedrooms, equally torn to shreds, yet the second had an intact bed shoved into the corner of the room as something slowly pulsed beneath the covers, as though breathing. A long, fleshy tentacle hung down from the blankets and coiled beneath the bed, squirming in the indigo darkness. Tanner advanced forward and we turned into the kitchen, where the woman was pinned to the far wall by some invisible force, staring off into space as her mouth hung agape.
"Hold your fire unless it attacks us,"
Jeffrey said, keeping his gun trained on the cluttered space ahead. Slowly, the woman's flesh began to ripple and expand, and we backed away into the hall, watching as her features melted into the shape of a viscous sphere, her disjointed arms dangling from the undulating mass, while her legs folded back into the fluidic chaos, the snapping of bone cracking upon the air as her limbs crumpled like discarded wrappers. Slowly, the floating sphere of flesh split open into a yawning maw, concentric rings of human teeth spinning into nothingness while it exhaled a faint mist into the air. The invisible creature let loose a chittering hum and breathed in the vapor, several bloody handprints appearing on the wall and smearing across it in long, sweeping motions.
"We're leaving,"
said Jeffries, moving back as the rest of us followed. We quickly made our way back down the hall, Yet, when I looked into the closest bedroom, I saw a sunken, human face peering at me from the pulsating mass beneath the covers, extending from the hidden darkness upon a long, rubbery neck. It opened its mouth, unhinging its entire skull to reveal a throat layered with masses of staring, dilated eyes. Yet, they did nothing but watch as I slowly moved out of sight, following the others back into the recreation room, where the basin of twitching arms and faces gazed in every direction at once. We hurried back to the elevator, and Jeffries hit the button, the grating sliding shut before us as the cables groaned above, beginning to pull us up through the shaft. Just as the floor could slide out of view, I saw the long, turtle-like head of the thing that once lurked beneath the bedroom covers peek into the hall from the open rec room door, its sunken, dilated eyes watching me intently before it slipped from sight, the concrete wall of the shaft passing in front of us. We didn't say a word, the elevator bringing us to the surface once more as we filed out of it, and Barry dismantled the sentry, the dead body of a man in a lab coat riddled with bullet holes next to the open door of the chamber. We moved back down the hall and found our way out of the facility, Barry and Tanner wasting the 2 guards out front and dragging them inside before the watchtowers could spot us. We left through the hole in the fence out back, the body of the patrol still laying undisturbed against the concrete. As we made our way back, and Barry called for evac, the blue eclipse slowly faded into a pale, ghostly light once more, before splitting back into the familiar, blinding glow of the midday sun. It didn't take long for the Osprey to arrive, and we got out of there as quick as we could. Breach sent in a strike team a couple hours later, killing everyone on site and assuming control of the facility. I don't know much beyond what my contacts in R&D told me, but we think these guys may be responsible for all the weird shit that's been happening, at least in part, like they drew some forgotten offshoot of existence too close to our own. The strike team secured an encrypted comms record that the facility had with other Prometheus bases before the staff could wipe it, but nobody could figure out where, geographically, the messages were coming from, and anybody that wasn't killed by the team committed suicide on the spot. From what I've heard, the entire zone was created by the quantum entanglement of a kyanite sample with a cluster in another reality, prompting any wildlife to stay the fuck away from it. Why they chose kyanite, nobody really knows. The working theory is that it's the only thing our universe has in common with whatever we're bound to. They don't know what to do about the thing in the underground. They have no idea how the tesseract around the living quarters has been constructed, so they're apparently choosing to just let it be until they understand it better. Hopefully, they can wipe the whole thing off the map. Prometheus was recruiting people and locking them down there on the pretense of high-paying clinical trials, spiking their water supply with acid while that thing waited in the background. Now, everything that goes down there unprotected is transfigured into something that breathes and bleeds LSD, sustaining whatever it is that now calls it home, and any hostile action doesn't even affect it. Opening fire on it is like shooting at the air, and it won't even try to hit you back, unless you've been dosed. Even then, nobody can describe what they're seeing, because the human mind is only human, no matter how much you try to alter it. I'll get back to you soon. A while before I left, we got deployed to investigate something called the Cult of the Veil, up in the Northwest Territories. They somehow obtained an artifact that could summon lightning storms. Until then, stay safe, and avoid looking at the moon. I was watching it last night, and I swear it was looking back. Operation Thunderbird. Thane here. This one was a little strange, relatively speaking. It was myself, Jeffries, Barry, and Tanner again. The brass seemed to like keeping us together, even if we were smaller than a regular breach squad. So they started using us for the operations that didn't warrant a lot of loud noise and dead bodies. Results, as you'll see, tended to vary. We were being deployed at night to a remote location in the Northwest Territories. The black nothing speeding beneath the Osprey as the faintest tips of snow-covered trees glinted in whatever moonlight could slip through the clouds. By then, something had happened with the travelers. Those seismic readings we were getting from Libya were there for a reason. Probably controlled detonations. We thought they were building some kind of underground outpost, and as far as I know, they still are. We sent UAVs and even some guys on the ground, and they couldn't find a way in. But that didn't necessarily surprise us. They were so far beyond us that anything we did was likely to just antagonize them. And there's only one thing you do to a mosquito on your arm. I heard people are getting paranoid, though, and are starting to consider more hostile options. I hope for our future that they don't. Before this recent operation, they made some minor improvements to our railguns, and some not-so-minor improvements to their scopes. Since we could selectively power our shots between subsonic stealth and blow through 16 city blocks and kill somebody's cat, we now had the ability to track movement through walls, provided they weren't too thick. Unfortunately, our shitty cloaking fields still made us look like discount predators, and our armor was truly uncomfortable. R&D was busy trying to counterfeit the self-replicating nanomachine tech from the Traveler, but stopped when they realized that their prototype nanomachines were about to turn the planet into nanomachines. For this operation, we were also given what we were pretty sure was a bomb, packed in a featureless, hexagonal cylinder with a little crease along the middle. It'd pop open with a hiss, revealing a keypad and the black metal that shrouded the internals. Barry pointed out that there used to be lettering on the inside, but it was intentionally scratched off. I don't know where they got it from, but it wasn't our tech, and a part of me doubts it even came from our planet. I only heard so much from the other squads, and there are some things they just wouldn't talk about. Eventually, the sky began to flash with lightning. A massive storm brewing overhead that foretold our destination. Our objective was to infiltrate the compound of an organization called the Cult of the Veil, who had apparently made contact with an unknown deity and traded something in exchange for an artifact that could summon storms. We knew this because a First Nations community had lived in the area for hundreds of years, and in the span of a day was reduced to a flaming ruin. You could see the storm from space, like a cyclone had formed in the middle of a continent. As for why they gave us a bomb, well, they apparently came upon the information that the cult was establishing contact through a stable portal to another universe. So our job was to figure out how they were doing this, and deliver the package, so to speak. We deployed about 2 clicks off from our destination, because any closer and the bird would get zapped from the sky. We were at least authorized to communicate with our handler at HQ this time, because unlike the Prometheus Mandate, a cult that was previously only known for huffing paint fumes wasn't going to intercept our calls. Looking through our night vision, we moved through the woods as quick as we could, our armor insulating us from the cold as the sky flashed with lightning overhead. Barry led the way with his comms equipment, our cloaking field shimmering upon the air while we passed through the trees. Slowly, the terrain began to rise as we moved up a mountainous incline, large rocks jutting out of the snow.
"Hold on,"
said Barry, his blur pointing at a section of stone that was chiseled flat and painted with a rune in dried blood.
"That's Elder Futhark, a reversed Thurisaz rune."
Meaning?
Asked Jeffries.
"A lot of things. None of them good. Point being that it's an ancient Germanic alphabet that has no business being here, so it's probably a marker put down by the cult." "A marker for what?"
I asked.
"That."
He disabled his cloaking module, and we looked at where he was pointing.
The shadow, right there.
I looked ahead and saw a thin, black line tracing across the ground between the rocks, and then past them, disappearing into the distance. We didn't catch the light at all, even when the sky flashed with the storm.
Sierra, this is Sierra 1,
said Jeffries.
I think we found some kind of ward. It's like a shadow, but it's just black. Barry says it's marked with a reversed Therisaz rune. Please advise, over. Sierra 1, this is Sierra,
said HQ.
The ward is passable, but lethal if touched. Proceed over it, ensuring nothing, including debris, makes contact. Over. Roger out,
said Jeffries, moving forward as Barry reactivated his cloaking module. Carefully, Jeffries stepped over the shadow and surveyed the other side. The rest of us followed, and as my feet passed over the ward, I felt the air humming around me, like pins and needles on my skin.
Keep an eye out for any more. I don't want to know what those things really do.
Barry took the lead again, and we crept forward at a noticeably slower pace, searching the ground for wards with every step as sleet began to patter against the trees overhead.
Lights,
said Barry, stopping to look through the scope. We moved up behind him, and I began to see the flicker of torchlight in the distance as the terrain leveled out, a powerful wind howling against us. I raised my gun, peering through the scope and increasing the magnification to see the glowing outline of a man in robes moving through the darkness beyond the trees. Jeffries motioned us onward, and we crept closer until we could see the cultist in the torchlight that danced before the mouth of a cave. He was wearing the skull of a caribou, bleeding runes carved into his skin.
Tanner, you're up. Make it quiet. On it,
said Tanner, moving ahead while we slowly followed behind, the wind and freezing sleet howling through the trees as the storm cracked overhead. Jeffries signaled for us to stop, and we watched as the blur of Tanner crept up behind the man. He was stumbling and mumbling as though heavily intoxicated. Tanner jammed his knife into the base of the man's skull, cutting through his brainstem before catching his body and slowly easing it to the ground. Grabbing hold, Tanner dragged it off into the trees before rejoining us. The faint sound of a rasping song echoed from the cave beyond, warbling through a distorted pitch that could not have been produced by human vocal cords. Jeffries took point, and we followed him into the cave, the eldritch song reverberating through the torchlit stone, runes slathered upon the flickering walls.
Soilo,
said Barry.
Sunlight or safety. Reassuring,
said Tanner. As we continued onward, the tunnel slowly opened up into a wide cavern, filled with rows of tents crafted from the hides of animals, torches burning before them. In the center of it all, hundreds of men and women sang the distorted song, naked and carved with twisting sigils. Yet, beyond their gaping mouths was only a starry blackness. They danced and swayed in a circle around a massive pile of books, and at the top, a man sat in a high chair, voraciously reading a massive tome as he twitched and shuddered in place. Behind him, a woman slowly massaged his skull, yet her fingers seemed to sink into the bone, working through his brain while the man violently flipped to the next page, his frothing, black saliva dripping from his chin.
I'm not even gonna ask,
said Barry.
There,
I said, pointing as I noticed a massive obsidian archway at the end of the cavern. There were 2 guards standing before it with wooden staves, deliriously rapping their heads against the rock.
We're going around,
said Jeffries as he carefully crept down the rock face.
Keep it slow and stay behind cover. We don't want to catch their eye.
We followed behind him, making our way down to the cavern floor and taking cover behind a tent. A writhing tentacled shadow stirred from within and began to cry like a human child. Wasting no time, we moved away, from tent to tent, slowly working our way to the end and then keeping low near the open archway.
Look,
said Barry, pointing at a massive ornate hammer that sat within the flames of a bonfire, its gleaming surface sparkling with electricity.
I think that's it. Not our objective,
said Jeffries.
The cleanup crew will pick it up after the smoke's cleared.
The man in the high chair started to yell something in another language, his barking intonation grating upon my ears.
That's Danish,
said Barry.
Who the fuck are these people?
What are they saying?
asked Jeffries.
Fill my skull,
said Barry, sounding confused. The man was repeating the same thing over and over again. A high-pitched whine began to screech through the cavern, and I clenched my teeth in pain. Then it faded. The man stood up from his chair and made his way down from the pile of books, the crowd parting before him as his eyes split apart within their sockets, making way for several thin, spider-like legs that wrapped around the back of his head. The guards next to the archway rose from their stupor as the man strode with confidence towards them and disappeared into the chamber beyond. The guards shambling in his wake and muttering incoherently in an excited tone.
Move up,
said Jeffries. We followed him into the chamber, which was crafted entirely from the bones of massive, inhuman arms winding together into a cradle of hands and long, tapered fingers. In the center, the skeletal design dipped into a black and fleshy pit that hummed with a sickening radiance. Slowly, the man crawled to his hands and knees and crept into the pit, disappearing into the darkness. The guards shambled back outside, where one collapsed to the ground and immediately fell asleep.
My equipment's saying this is it. Down there. We're really gonna go in there?
I asked.
I think you know the answer to that,
said Jeffries, getting onto his knees and crawling into the pit. For all we knew, it could have been a sacrificial altar that would kill us all before we even processed it, but we followed nonetheless. I went last, slipping into the darkness as I slowly worked my way down across the fleshy walls. A strange, tingling sensation ran over my skin, and I suddenly felt gravity reverse itself, like I was being pulled up into the sky. But I fought against it as my eyes met the light of day, and I climbed up onto the surface, nauseous and disoriented. Tanner grabbed my hand, helping me up, and I surveyed the world that now surrounded us. Switching my night vision off, I saw that it was daytime, and we now stood within a massive, circular library that seemed to tower forever into the sky. Beyond the marble pillars that surrounded us, the ruins of a city spanned to the horizon, and the sun looked as though it were slowly disintegrating, its glow overtaken by a creeping, black malaise. A spiral staircase wound upon the walls that were lined with books all the way to the top, and upon it, the man with legs jutting out from his eyes slowly made his way up the steps. Others rocked in delirium nearby, clutching their staves of winding wood. Far above, the library was open to a roiling, localized storm that flashed with lightning. Yet, through the blackened clouds, I almost thought I saw the shape of a massive crimson eye, my heart seizing in my chest as its gaze briefly fell upon me. The sky flashed again, revealing a spanning chasm of teeth that disappeared into the gale a second later. Something was up there. One of the men nearby started to scream and shout in Danish, brandishing his staff as he seemed to be looking straight at us.
Can he see us?
asked Barry.
I don't.
The staff flashed with light, and Jeffries was blown back against the wall with a thundering boom, his cloaking field crackling away as books rained down on him from above. I ducked just as the man turned to me, a bolt of lightning tearing overhead and lighting the shelves aflame as I charged the capacitors of my gun and unloaded a uranium slug into his chest. The man was bisected by the round, blood and organs splattering against the tomes as the cultist from the caverns began to run up the steps, nearing the top. A low growl reverberated through the air as Jeffries crawled to his feet, reactivating his cloaking module while it fizzled with distortion. Another cultist rose from behind the rubble that surrounded one of the pillars, slowly shambling towards us as he retched and twitched with insanity. Barry asked him something in Danish, leveling his gun at the man's chest. The cultist only continued forward, Barry repeating his question, until several long, spider-like limbs erupted from the man's mouth. Barry backed away while Jeffrey shot the cultist with his railgun, blowing him back in a splatter of blood.
We're not getting anything out of these guys. Let's finish this. Thane, set up the bomb,
said Jeffries. As I took the bomb from my pack, a flash of lightning cracked from overhead as someone fired at us from the stairs, the blast igniting the ground and barely missing me. Tanner opened fire on the enemy, who was clad in the blood-soaked skull of a caribou, which promptly exploded when the slug tore through it and blew the remains of the man against the wall, books clattering down from above. I opened the bomb and began to arm it, giving us 16 minutes to get clear of the blast. An inhuman scream cried out from above, and I looked up to see the man from the cavern being telekinetically lifted into the sky as a massive, suckered tentacle descended from the clouds. It latched onto the man's skull and bored inside, the fleshy appendage pulsating with hunger while it drank the knowledge from his mind. The bomb lit up as it armed, and I locked it up, Jeffries and Tanner firing at someone overhead.
We're good,
I said.
All right, get back,
shouted Jeffries, firing again with a loud bang while an arc of lightning lashed against the nearby wall, flaming pages blowing through the air. An enormous, misshapen hand descended from the heavens above, coated with a black gangrene as its claws slowly reached for us. The others fired at it, forcing it to flinch back as its flesh was blown away, the sky rolling with thunder. I got onto my hands and knees and quickly crawled back into the pit as the others helped Jeffries fight back the claws of the eldritch deity, their gunfire booming from above while I sank into the darkness and switched on my night vision. Gravity reversed around me, and I eventually found myself crawling back up through the other side, rising to my feet in the cavern as Barry came through behind me. Tanner followed, and then Jeffries, his cloaking field malfunctioning from massive burns stricken across his torso, where the metal of his armor melted into his skin.
Looks like we're getting out the old-fashioned way,
he said, charging the capacitors in his railgun as I took a grenade from my pack, the song of the cultists still rasping from the cavern beyond while another man twitched upon the chair.
Sierra, this is Sierra 1. We need evac ASAP. Over. Sierra 1, this is Sierra. Evac is inbound in 3 minutes. The coordinates have been forwarded to your navigator. Over. Roger out,
said Jeffries.
Got him,
said Barry, looking down at his map.
Then let's get the fuck out of here. Thane, you do the honors. My pleasure,
I said. Ripping the pin from the grenade, I ran forward and tossed it into the ring of singing cultists as Tanner and Barry slit the guards' throats behind me. The grenade detonated, blowing several cultists to pieces as the rest were showered with burning shrapnel. The others opened fire with their railguns while we quickly advanced straight through the cavern, blasting glowing holes in anyone we saw. A blinding pain cut through my nerves when a bolt of lightning struck me in the shoulder, my cloaking field crackling away while the man in robes began to charge another blast upon his staff, only to be decapitated as Tanner unloaded a round into his skull. A woman ran towards us with a knife in hand, screaming in a deranged madness. I charged my railgun and fired at her, blowing her back across the cavern as her organs splattered against the tents that writhed with shadowy tentacles. Taking out another grenade while the others gunned down the cultist guards that fired upon them, I pulled out the pin and tossed it into one of the tents before whatever was inside could tear through the hide. It exploded, a piercing, childlike shriek echoing upon the stone as a flaming cacophony of tendrils and screaming mouths spilled across the ground, needling my mind with an aura of raw depravity as I struggled to keep my bleeding eyes on the nightmare.
contact right,
I yelled, my vision blurring in delirium. The others turned, unloading their railguns into the shrieking aberration before it could close the distance, and blowing it back as it quickly burnt to death upon the rocks. Reaching the end of the cavern, we ran up into the narrow cave, a bolt of lightning bursting against the ceiling above and raining sparks on us. Slipping away, we hurried out of the cave as Barry took the lead, the sky flashing overhead while the storm of sleet lashed against us. We ran as quickly as we could, and I glanced back to see the flickering lights of the cultists in the distance, slowly beginning their pursuit. Barry stumbled to a halt and pointed out the ward that was stricken across the ground. Carefully, he stepped over it and we did the same, just as a cultist wielding a massive knife came screaming out of the forest behind us, his face carved with bleeding runes. We didn't even get to fire before he stepped on his own ward. All I heard was a sickening crunch and a splatter of blood smacking against me as he was sucked into the shadow within a split second.
Barry, when we get back, remind me to buy you a beer.
Barry nodded towards Jeffries, continuing forward while the torches of the cultists drew closer in the distance. As we made our way down the incline, a light gleamed from overhead while the sound of the Osprey cut through the storm, hovering above us in the howling wind. The M240 gunner tossed down a rope before opening fire on the advancing cultists, and we began to climb it, the strength of my armor carrying me up as I gripped the cord tight and pulled myself up into the helicopter, joining with the others while the gunner fired another burst. As we sped away, I could see the lights of the cultists below, yet before they could try to shoot us down, a blinding flash canceled the night. The hill that contained the Eldritch Cavern erupted in a massive explosion, throwing off a tremendous shockwave that blew back the trees and lit them aflame. The Osprey shook as we rose into the clouds, speeding away as quick as we could, and I looked back to see the remnants of a fiery mushroom cloud, scorching the sky with a deep orange glow. I swore, my body still shaking while a numbing pain coursed through my skull. When the others took off their masks, I saw that they were feeling the same, slumped back against the interior of the helicopter as they struggled to catch their breath. When I became more lucid and the adrenaline wore off, I began to wonder how the Canadian government was going to explain away the detonation of a nuclear bomb. Then again, until I came along, Breach was always good at keeping things quiet, and blaming seismic events on fracking was a favorite of theirs, much to the displeasure of the petroleum industry. Some other teams went back to clean up the mess, but thanks to everything being vaporized, they didn't find anything of note beyond the hammer. And yes, they're calling it Mjolnir. It's currently powering another outpost that's being used for the development of an artificial intelligence, on account of them being too terrified to even touch the Traveler's antimatter core. Speaking of covering things up, I got a visit today. Just not at my apartment. There's a special kind of oh shit that you feel when you get cornered in an alley by 4 guys with submachine guns. Turns out they don't particularly care about me running my mouth, because anyone that's heard of these is under the impression that they're works of fiction. They do want to keep an eye on me, though, in a very close and personal way. I'll be joining my old squad, for whatever it's worth, and they made it clear that it wasn't a request. I can't say I'm looking forward to it. The camaraderie was great, but at the end of the day, I got out because my mind was starting to break. Nobody's meant to see the things we've seen, and if something major's about to happen, I'd rather be freezing in Alaska than fighting on the front lines. I heard another small town got overrun by the Roots in North Dakota. They firebombed the whole place and removed any trace of it from the internet, like it never existed. Here's hoping they figure out how to stop it. Next up, if I'm still breathing, I'll tell you about the one in Egypt. An archaeologist found a hidden passage in KV-62, or the Tomb of Tutankhamun, and it led to an upside-down version of Earth. Until then, thanks for listening, and don't drink the tap water. Thaynir, When I look back, I think this is the one that did it. The one that made me want to leave forever. It's hard to think about, but I've come to learn that writing these down is an excellent source of therapy when nobody else will believe you or even understand. We were deployed to the Valley of the Kings in Egypt, where a stable breach to another world had been discovered in KV-62, or the Tomb of Tutankhamun. Flying in from our impromptu outpost in Luxor, it was myself, Jeffries, Barry, and Tanner, along with a new addition to the team, an artificial intelligence we called Sprite. I have no idea where HQ got it from, but it reminded me a lot of the bomb from Thunderbird, which apparently salted the Earth with Cobalt-60, because the prevailing rumor was that most of these things were somehow vulnerable to gamma radiation. Anyway, Sprite was essentially a metal ball that floated. But it could split open and project wings from its sides to fly higher than its gravity propulsion would allow. And it was armed with dual laser cannons that could slice through solid steel in less than a second. So, we didn't complain. We figured that Breach was stealing tech from the other universe, but nobody ever told us anything more, and it didn't have anything to do with the Travelers. I watched the green farmland of the Nile speed beneath us as I sat in the back of the Osprey with the others, just trying to shake off a hangover from the night before. Around that time, whiskey was the only thing that put me to sleep, and I can't say I'm any different today. When you're alone in the dark and you close your eyes, everything that haunts you creeps out of the woodwork, and sometimes a good drink is the only thing that does the trick. In my case, replace sometimes with every time. For this op, they managed to reproduce some of the Travelers' anti-gravity tech and outfitted us with gravity boots, which essentially let us walk around on the ceiling. We didn't know why we would need these things, but we quickly found out. Our objective was pure recon, explore the breach, and get the footage from our masks back to HQ in one piece. We were to avoid combat at all costs until we better understood the connecting world. But by then we knew that was the least likely rule to actually apply to us. They also modified the optics on our masks to give us a limited perception of the fourth dimension. What we would use that for, we didn't know, but we were told to switch to the new mode when we reached the burial chamber, and switch it off when we were through. Whatever the hell that meant. We flew over the valley, the Egyptian government cooperating with our efforts by sealing it off from tourists for the day. It was almost eerie, seeing so many tombs and ancient ruins completely abandoned in the desert. We sat down right before the tomb, the sandy stone walls of the walkways surrounding us as we hopped out of the Osprey, Sprite drifting in alongside Jeffries while the helicopter took off and left us to our work. Jeffries seemed to like Sprite and treated it like a pet dog or something, even when it was probably 1,000 times smarter than any of us. It's funny how an inability to converse changes your perception of something, even among the familiar. Parrots and crows are smarter than human toddlers, but we don't see people locking their kids in cages. Much.
Tanner, take point,
said Jeffries, petting Sprite, who openly beeped in either satisfaction or disapproval. I never really figured it out. Tanner moved up, activating his cloaking module as we all followed suit, making our way down into the stony tomb and into the antechamber. We took a right and emerged in the burial chamber, the open sarcophagus laying in the center of the room with a pane of glass set over the top.
Right there,
said Barry, pointing at the western wall. It was painted with a grid of 12 baboons alongside several hieroglyphics. He stepped toward it and raised a hand to his mask, switching to the new mode. he swore, stumbling back as he looked up at something that only he could see. We followed suit, and as soon as I hit the switch, my vision went dark, a wailing noise howling through my ears like the feedback of an amplifier. In the pitch blackness, I could see the white outline of a door where the wall had been, shuddering and twitching in and out of reality like a skipping film. The shapes of the others briefly flashed into focus before fading out again, like blotches of white paint had been smeared over my sight, briefly conforming to their bodies before falling away into darkness. The shimmering mirage of Tanner disappeared into the doorway, sinking into the trembling shadow. The others followed, and I went last, stepping forward into the void as it passed over my armor like a viscous ink. I could hear one of the others speaking, but their voice was muffled and filled with distortion, blaring against my ears until it was painful to listen to. And then, everything was normal. I looked up to see Jeffries withdrawing his hand from my mask, having switched my vision back to default. We were standing inside a narrow and jarringly tall hallway, extending into the distance for farther than I could see, while only a solid wall stood behind us. The stone was completely lit, though no light source could be seen, and was painted with rows of golden, stylized ankhs, each inscribed with a dark, drooping sigil.
Aminta, the underworld, and the setting of the sun,
said Barry, looking up and down at the paintings. Tanner moved ahead, and we followed him in single file down the narrow hall as Sprite drifted above us, activating its own cloaking field that blended almost seamlessly into the background. I had never felt claustrophobic before, but if anything was to ever bring it out in me, that place was it. It seemed like the walls were slowly closing in on us, and I almost found it difficult to breathe, until the light of day began to shine from beyond. We picked up the pace until we reached the end, and Tanner stopped before what looked like a ledge, dropping down into an endless expanse of dark, thundering clouds.
This job never ceases to surprise me,
said Tanner. Above the sky hung a vast desert of ash, as though we were looking at an upside-down world. Rays of sunlight shone faintly through the storm, but what little could be seen of the sun itself looked like it was corroding to nothing, as though the world was slowly dying. Sprite drifted ahead, floating out into the void before looking back at us, a bolt of lightning flashing across the sky below.
Turn your boots on, and whatever you do, don't jump.
I reached down and turned on my gravity boots, which hummed to life as the ground beneath my feet suddenly felt heavier. We all began to walk up the wall until we were standing on the ceiling and looking at the world as it should be. Tanner cautiously took the first step, carefully easing a foot onto the ash before finally committing and walking forward.
Bloody hell. You're not gonna like this.
The others followed suit, and I went last, stepping out onto the lifeless desert. My blood immediately rushed to my head, and I felt like I was being yanked up into the sky by my pack. As I gathered my bearings, I began to hear a distant sound upon the silence that dominated the world, like the high-pitched whine of a power saw cutting through metal, only for it to stop, and then resume once more, constantly alternating with a disjointed rhythm that made my skin prickle and burn.
What is that?
I asked, looking around.
Sounds like it's coming from over there,
said Barry, pointing at an ashen dune in the distance that obscured the way beyond.
Move up. Tanner.
Tanner nodded and began slowly making his way across the desert. We followed in his wake, and I thought I could see the shapes of things stirring in the sky, moving faintly through the farthest reaches of the clouds, but it was almost imperceptible, like I was looking up at an invisible mass swimming through the darkness. It reminded me of the creature above the library, back in Operation Thunderbird. Eventually, we made our way over the dune, and immediately stopped dead in our tracks when we saw a vast expanse of fallen corpses, all of them clad in black metal armor. Between the rows, creatures strode upon long, pale and slender legs that bent back upon the air with a monstrous elasticity. Like spiders granted a humanoid shape, their ragged, dark cloaks hung from their flesh, faces obscured beneath their hoods as they glided across the wasteland with a malign grace. Withered, vestigial wings drooped from their backs, and within their claws, they each gripped a violin of bone, strung with sinew and rotting meat as they drew their bows across their vile instruments in unison. They produced the ear-splitting sound that reverberated against my mind like a painful feedback. Beyond them all, in the center of the deathly plain, stood a narrow, black pyramid of obsidian surrounded at each corner by tall, rune-marked obelisks. Far above the pyramid, an identical one hung from the thundering sky, and at its peak, an immense, blindfolded creature was perched like a praying mantis, hanging upside down in the void. Its slender, elongated limbs were wrapped in white, blood-stained bandages, barely revealing the writhing tendrils that swam underneath like a bed of worms, while its 6 arms remained perfectly still in the air, each ending in long, gnarled talons. Its maw of rippling, needle-like teeth stretched back across its face as though its crawling skin had been stripped away.
Jeffries?
Tanner asked, waiting for instruction.
I'm thinking,
said the sergeant as his eyes searched the bizarre landscape.
Okay, we're gonna crawl past these things and get a recording of the inside. When we get to the bottom, keep it low and spread out so the trail isn't obvious. Boots in contact with the ground at all times. If somebody gets spotted, we abort. Understood?
He said, noting the dark entrance at the front of the pyramid. We all agreed and fanned out across the dune, carefully making our way down the incline before it leveled out onto the field of bodies. I dropped to my hands and knees with the others and slowly inched my way forward, trying to leave as little a trail as possible. That was when I noticed that the bodies I passed between didn't seem to be bodies at all, or at least not anymore. They were just empty suits of black armor, like a demonic legion had shed their carapace and left it abandoned in the ash. Its occupants had either withered to absolutely nothing in the passage of time, or were utterly disintegrated by some malevolent force. I looked up at one of the looming figures that played its violin of bone, waiting for it to pass before continuing on. The sound was almost unbearable being so close, and I thought I felt my ears beginning to bleed as a high-pitched ringing began to set in above the din. Our face masks had noise modulators that filtered the report of our guns and of any explosive charges, but the grating scrape of the macabre instruments didn't seem to register.
I'm almost there. Where are you guys?
Barry and Jeffries responded that they were close.
I'm falling behind. More of those things out here. Just keep it slow. Don't rush.
I crept through the field of discarded armor, eyes on the entrance to the pyramid as I carefully sifted through the ash. Then I heard the stomping of footsteps nearby, looking to my right to see one of the tall, cloaked horrors surveying the area, drawing the bow across its violin while it sniffed the air. I held perfectly still, my vision locked on the impenetrable shadow beneath its hood as it seemed to be staring right at me. Then, it turned away, continuing on its aimless path across the barren wasteland. I waited for a moment, and then continued onward, moving slowly through the ash until I joined the others at the entrance, their blurs shifting against the nearby terrain.
I'm here,
I said, briefly glancing up at the immense, blindfolded creature that hung from the sky above us.
Move up. Tanner, take point.
We rose to our feet and quietly entered the black complex, moving down the rune-marked hall, which was plated with dark, hexagonal tiles. The corridor ended at an intersection of 2 stairways, both looping down to somewhere beyond and set astride a sigil of weeping willow engraved in the obsidian. We moved down the left-hand path, the steps beneath our feet following a chaotic rhythm of spacing as though designed for something that spontaneously generated new limbs for every step it took. We then emerged within a vast, pyramidal chamber, 4 runic obelisks surrounding a circular panel of blood that seemed to tug at my mind, lulling me into a hypnotic trance.
Barry, Sprite, get a recording of each pillar. They'll want to try and decipher these ruins.
Barry and Sprite moved ahead, looking the obelisks up and down as we cautiously approached the pool of blood.
Almost looks like more hieroglyphics, just wrong somehow.
I could hear a whisper then, rasping upon the air as I felt myself slip into the trance once more. I could feel myself walking, but I wasn't there, lost in the darkness of my own mind as a sense of overwhelming danger suddenly overtook me.
Thane!
Yelled Jeffries. I opened my eyes and found myself about to crawl into the pool, the blood whirling infinitely below as it seemed to draw my consciousness into its depths. Overwhelmed with adrenaline, I tried to fight the malign impulse that had been forced upon me, but my muscles could only twitch and tremble. The cloaked blur of Sprite nudging against me, but to no avail. It reminded me of an anglerfish, drifting through the abyssal trenches as it drew its prey in with its light, only to reveal the gaping maw that truly awaited them. I couldn't resist, and the painful, feverish warmth of the blood needled through my skin as my fingers sank into the pool. Tanner's arms wrapped around me from behind and yanked me back onto the ground, the sensation violently tearing me away from my mind and sending a numbing shock through my entire body.
Stay back. There's something down there. Barry, are you done?
Asked Jeffries, retreating to the stairs as he shook himself back to reality, trying to shrug off the mesmeric power of the blood, but his resolve was quickly failing.
Got it. We'll get the fuck over here. We're moving out.
We regrouped and quickly made our way back up the stairs, reaching the top, and then running down the long corridor as a sound of scraping violins returned, their cloaked bearers striding across the desert beyond. When we could no longer feel the influence of the pool, we got down to our hands and knees and spread out once more.
Stay low. We're almost home.
Slowly and carefully, we began to shift through the barren field of ash, avoiding the discarded suits of armor that littered the wastes. Thunder rolled through the clouds above as I kept my eyes on the stalking miscreations, their chaotic music grating against the air. Then it stopped.
Fuck. Guys, we may have a problem,
said Tanner, fear in his voice. I looked over and saw one of the creatures staring directly at a blurry spot on the ground, where I assumed Tanner was laying. Every one of the cloaked figures raised their bows to their violins and played a screeching, paralyzing note that cut through my mind, the taste of blood filling my mouth. As it ended, so did our cloaking fields, flickering away in a haze of distortion and leaving us exposed on the ground as a surge of terror and adrenaline flooded through my senses.
Get up and fire as we move. Now!
I rose to my feet alongside the others, charging my railgun and taking aim at one of the creatures. I pulled the trigger, and the gun kicked back against my shoulder, the shot blowing a glowing hole through the target as it collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. The others fired their own weapons and we began running forward, the other figures rising above the earth and flying into the sky, their dark cloaks wisping upon the air. All they did, however, was observe, looking down at us from above. A low drone shuddered through the atmosphere, and the blinded nightmare dropped down from the pyramid in the sky, its limbs bending back and breaking its fall as it landed upon the ashen wastes. Rising slowly, it unfurled to its full, towering height as its body twisted back into alignment with a series of sickening pops and cracks. Then it raised its talons to its head while we ran across the field as fast as we could. We charged our railguns and turned to unleash a volley on the looming horror, our shots cracking through the air, but failing to even affect our target. The slugs warped through its writhing bandages in a distortion of space. Slowly it raised its blindfold, revealing 2 empty, black sockets and a third eye embedded upon its forehead that glowed with a burning light. The eye flared with a seething radiance, and the sky darkened to the shade of pitch, crimson shadows coursing through the ash as all the colors of the world grew vivid and sharp. Then, I was gone. I was a child again, my life flickering through my mind as I witnessed every terrible moment buried within my memories. The death of my dog, the friends who betrayed me, the parents who kicked me out onto the streets, forcing me to join the Marine Corps when I had nothing else in my future but a bullet to the head. I saw the people I met in basic and beyond, and saw the moments when I learned that they were dead, killed by IEDs, or martyrs strapped with explosive belts and tins of shrapnel. I felt absolute despair in that moment, and wanted nothing more than to die. But then, I heard a voice calling me back, Barry screaming my name over the comm system. I began to feel my own skin again, my consciousness flooding back to me as tears of blood dripped down my cheeks. A terrible, numbing pain radiated against my brain while I stared into the glowing third eye of the abomination. And I felt my eyes beginning to swell and bleed. Then I heard a scream, and a cry of desperation. I looked up just as Jeffries lost his footing in his delirium and immediately fell up into the sky. Tanner and Barry lunged to try and save him, but they were too late. Their fingers passing through only air as Jeffries screamed and plummeted into the storm above. Then a sickening crunch sounded upon the air as Sprite rammed into his falling body at full force, breaking his ribs, but just barely knocking him back up to us. I reached for him and grabbed hold of his hand, his terrified breath trembling over the comm system as Tanner and Barry quickly secured me from behind, preventing me from being torn off the ground by the weight of Jeffries. With all my strength, I pulled him back down to the ash, the others assisting until his boots finally met the ground once more. Jeffries coughed and wheezed for air through his splintered ribs, Tanner and I throwing his arms over our shoulders and walking him up the incline as quick as we could. As the looming nightmare observed our escape, the cloaked figures rushed across the sky, lashing tendrils of black shadow through the air that struck my back with a burning hiss, searing through my armor and nearly toppling me to the ground. But I fought through the pain and continued on. Barry charged his railgun and opened fire on the drifting horrors while Sprite soared up into the sky, its wings expanding out from its shell and firing their twin lasers at the creatures. The beams and slugs cracked against the flickering barriers that now protected the flying nightmares, flashing with bursts of spark and flame, but failing to penetrate their shields. We reached the top of the hill, the hall to the tomb now coming into view as we hurried across the wastes. Another tendril of shadow whipped overhead, burning the ash like a sliver of acid while the sky flashed with lightning. We quickly took shelter in the hall and Barry kept firing behind us, buckling over in pain as the cloaked aberrations slashed through his armor with their eldritch magic. We quickly made our way down the corridor, overwhelmed with adrenaline, but I pushed through the pain and carried Jeffries to safety as Sprite soared overhead, Tanner staggering in much the same way as his burns melted into his armor.
"We got company,"
said Barry from behind, his voice pained and weak. I glanced back to see one of the cloaked nightmares drifting down into the mouth of the hull, watching us intently from the darkness beneath its hood. Its cloak swept aside and its body unfurled like a flower of meat and writhing worms as I felt its presence assault our minds, a numbing pain thrumming against my skull. We reached the end of the hall, and Barry fired at the rippling horror, but to no avail, his shot exploding against its shields with a thundering boom. We activated the fourth-dimensional mode on our masks and did the same for Jeffries, the world falling dark as the white outline of the door shivered before us in the void. Gripping Jeffries tight, we moved through the screaming shadows, emerging upon the ceiling of the burial chamber as Barry and Sprite followed behind us. Switching our vision back to normal, Barry immediately called in.
Sierra, this is Sierra 1. We need immediate evac and medical outside KV-62. Over.
He said, coughing up blood beneath his mask.
Sierra 1, this is Sierra. Is the site hot? Over. Site secure. Over. Roger. Evac is inbound. ETA 2 minutes. Over.
Barry nearly collapsed as he made his way down the wall and back onto the floor, switching off his boots while we all followed suit. We quickly hurried back into the antechamber and up the passage leading outside, looking back at every moment to ensure we weren't followed. The light of day met my eyes as we stumbled out into the walkway before the entrance, the silhouette of the Osprey shimmering upon the horizon like a mirage, while my head thrummed with pain. Still managing to stay on our feet, we backed up as the Osprey dove down and slowly landed upon the weathered stone, its dual blades chopping overhead. We piled inside, the gunner keeping his eyes on the tomb, and we took off once more, the desert sands rushing beneath us. That's the last thing that I remembered. I woke up in medical, back at HQ, doped up on morphine as I tried to figure out what had happened. It almost felt like a dream. We were apparently all suffering from a collective stroke and had to be rushed in for surgery to stop the bleeding in our brains. Jeffries had his ribs reset where they could be and was practically in love with Sprite after that. We were all covered in chemical burns, and they treated them as best as they could, but I've still got the scars to this day. I didn't realize how many times I'd been hit, but then again, that's usually how it goes when the adrenaline's flowing. They deciphered some of the runes from our video footage, which were an analog of ancient Egyptian, and all they roughly said was this: "Born in blood, we give of the blood, and resurrect our Lord Borgeth, the flesh that walks." As for what's happening now, they're considering hitting the travelers with a nuclear strike, and I don't think I need to tell you what a colossally bad idea that is. I can only hope that they don't go through with it. Barry told me that another breach squad found a guy that they think is from the other universe, but he's not connected to the travelers, or anything else we've run into. They were allegedly interrogating him with hydrofluoric acid to the point that his skin looked like it was rotting off its bones. He was already pretty messed up, though, and all Barry could tell me was that he kept saying something about a Project Atlas, and some sort of void between universes. But there was never anything about a Project Atlas on record, and all of his knowledge regarding current or past events was completely scrambled, like he came from another timeline. Our handlers telling us that we're being deployed with several other breach squads to that town in North Dakota that they first firebombed, in a full-scale assault on whatever it is that's still alive there. People in neighboring communities were apparently cutting and mutilating themselves, walking blindly toward the town like they were caught in a trance, and any that were captured were completely incoherent no matter what we did to them. The footage from our UAVs show them crawling into the old manholes that led into the sewer, but they never came back out. So we think that whatever's causing the roots of meat moss is taking shelter down there. In a way, I'm hoping I don't come back, but if I do, I'll give you all another update. In either case, thanks for listening. And if you think they're watching you, they probably are. Thane here. I'm writing this from medical, back at HQ. I'm hurt, but I'll live. And something happened to my brain more than anything, and I'm still seeing things. It's like the world is too saturated, and the corners of my vision won't stop shaking. I hear whispers at night, and every dream is a nightmare, no matter how much they drug and sedate me. They can't tell me when I'll be better, but I hope it's soon. I feel like I'm losing my damn mind. And I was lucky, really, but I couldn't say the same for a lot of the others. We were supposed to deploy outside the target area in North Dakota, But then something happened. We started getting reports that every breach on record had violently collapsed for no discernible reason, in many cases, explosively. Casualties were high, and suspicion immediately shifted to the travelers. Like I said before, some people wanted to outright bomb them, but since any seismic readings from the area had stopped, it was decided that we'd finally pay them a visit. My squad wasn't a part of this, but the people that were used the tech from our new scopes to form a rough image of the topography out in Libya, and as expected, found a structure buried deep underground. It didn't have a way in, so they had to bore straight through the earth until they hit metal and breached the structure. The team scouted it with a drone before sending anyone down. I'm told it was dark and completely offline, like everything had been dismantled. The travelers were nowhere to be seen, and the teams found the remnants of the machine that they think was used to create an artificial wormhole, almost entirely disassembled and missing every one of its key components. Every other machine that was still recognizable had been seemingly devoted to a single purpose: the construction of a bomb the size of a building. This is the part that I'm not supposed to know about, but rumors spread in here like wildfire, and it isn't right to keep this under wraps, even if something happens to me for writing this. The bomb, thankfully, had been disarmed, and it was locked to prevent tampering. Nobody, save the travelers, could even detonate it if they tried. The part that has everyone worried, however, is what this bomb would do if the travelers were to return. The current consensus is the complete annihilation of our universe. We think the travelers were from somewhere else entirely, somewhere other than the universe that the Prometheus Mandate had fused to our own. It seems they were planning on getting rid of our universe before the other could fully invade it, like they were cutting off an infected limb. But wherever we were connected to, something happened there, something that severed its link to us. So, the travelers had no other reason to be here, and left all their world-destroying garbage behind like the good Samaritans they were. What an invasion from the other universe would have entailed, we're not entirely sure. But this next operation gave us more than a few ideas. Whatever happened over there, we were very, very lucky. But that wasn't the only thing that was bothering people. We have an insignia for breach that we wear on our armor. It looks a lot like two interlocking scythes. Tanner likes to joke that it looks like a biker tattoo. Barry, though, he showed me a brief clip of an empty supply crate they found down there, which his buddy in another squad sent him. And the first thing I saw was a white emblem emblazoned upon the metal. It was essentially our own insignia, only with a cybernetic skull printed over it that matched the dimensions of the dead traveler we found in Algeria. There are a lot of theories, but nobody really knows what it means, and when Barry's friend tried to ask anybody in charge about it, they pretended like it was nothing. We think the brass knows something, but what that is anyone's guess. In any case, for Blood Siren, 6 breach squads were unified into the Pathfinder section, and we were split into fire teams. It was myself, Jeffries, Barry, Tanner, and Sprite, and our objective was simple: infiltrate the sewers beneath the ruins of the town and eliminate all resistance. We knew by then, however, that it's the simple ones that are usually anything but, and the fact that they were sending over 20 of us down there meant that they expected one hell of a resistance. We were being flown in on 3 Ospreys, 2 fire teams in each, with plenty of backup alongside us to secure the surface and act as a mobile CNC network. That network would assume control of the Grey Eagles we had on loan from the US Army, on account of them being on a need-to-know basis with Breach, and that would clear out any of the people that had been hypnotized into wandering toward the town. We were all given a low dose of LSD which was allegedly supposed to protect us from some mind-altering hazard. Having my first psychedelic experience in the middle of a high-stakes operation was not exactly my idea of fun, but it didn't affect me much. I remember sitting near the M240 gunner, looking out the back of the Osprey as we flew over the woods, seeing all the colors of the world growing vivid and weighted. It reminded me, in the most uncomfortable way, of when I stared into the third eye of Borgeth, that blindfolded thing in Operation Osiris. We were first in formation, the other two Ospreys flying through the sky behind us as their twin blades chopped through the air. We started to descend and the others got ready. The first thing I noticed were the streaks of violet that started to span across the midday sky, gradually subsuming the clouds as we drew closer to our destination. I hadn't seen the other fire team much, sitting across from us in the purple glow, but I knew they were the strike team that cleared out the facility in Lucent Blue after we had left, and they had 2 more men than we did. For this op, Jeffries and Barry had their railguns, and Tanner had a flamethrower, but every combat engineer was given something special. I had what they were calling a Crest W2 electrical cannon, a small stock of which had been secured from the other universe before its connection was severed, and it was seemingly made by the same people who built Sprite in the Cobalt Bomb. It had a large, hexagonal barrel lined with electronics, and almost looked like a futuristic grenade launcher, made with a dark metal alloy that was painted with streaks of red. It probably weighed over 40 pounds, but thankfully my armor helped with that, and I somehow doubted that it was even meant to be carried by an unassisted human. I never got a chance to actually fire it before the op, though, so all they told me was to stand back when I finally did. I had a pet theory that whoever it was that was making these things were the same folks who put the breaches out of commission, like they were caught in some sort of cosmic war, but none of the squads ever talked about actually seeing one of these people. The most I ever heard of was an old bunker they found in a world covered entirely in ice, half destroyed by some massive explosion that had apparently vaporized an entire ocean. Anyway, I'm rambling, so back to the op. We set down on a decommissioned highway, a short ways out of town, and poured out of the Osprey as the others landed nearby. The sky was a rolling miasma of violet clouds, churning and writhing like a living organism as the sun burned with a crimson glow. The road was badly damaged, and was stricken with fissures and gusts of ash, while in the distance, the ruins of a small town were visible through the burnt-out tree line. It seemed odd, though. Most of the scorched trees still stood upright, except for one part, where the forest had been somehow flattened in a wide, sweeping path that led straight into town. 2 fire teams moved ahead of us down the open trail, and we followed, the other 3 filtering through the woods alongside us, and it wasn't long before we reached the town. The houses and shops had been seared to nothing, like standing skeletons of charred wood and crumbling masonry, though I couldn't see any bodies. It was like the entire town had been abandoned, long before the bombs ever hit. The fire teams ahead of us split off onto the neighboring streets, and Barry led us forward. A nervous tension welled up from within me as I began to see what the old UAV footage didn't. A creeping moss of bleeding meat had consumed the pavement beyond, spilling out from the center of town and crawling over the ruined structures. It was alive, tendrils snaking across the broken concrete as razor-toothed maws shuddered and gasped upon the air. It smelled like fuel, even through our masks. We slowly walked over the layer of meat, the flesh sinking beneath our boots as multitudes of jittering, dilated eyes emerged from the folds to watch us intently. I never felt more unwelcome than I did in that place. Like the environment itself wanted us dead. Barry led us to an open manhole, overflowing with a mottled skin that snaked around the ladder. Sprite hovering close to Jeffries as Tanner looked up at a ruined police station at the far end of the road.
"This is ours,"
said Barry. The boom of an explosion echoed in the distance. We turned to see a plume of smoke rising from far off in the woods.
"Pathfinder to all fire teams,"
said Command.
"Disregard drone fire and check in when you're at the entry point. Over." "This is Pathfinder 3. We're in position. Over,"
said Jeffries. I looked down into the darkness of the fleshy pit as the other fire team slowly sounded off, another explosion booming in the distance.
"Pathfinder to all fire teams. You are free to engage. Out." "Tanner, take point,"
said Jeffries. Hesitating for a moment, Tanner enabled his cloaking module and lowered himself into the hole, gripping the blood-slicked ladder as he carefully descended into the depths. We followed suit, my cloaking field humming to life around me while I blurred into the background and crawled down into the open hole. I could hear a sucking, squirming sound as the darkness swallowed me, and I turned on my night vision before setting down in the tunnel with the others. A bed of hands and spanning fingers had subsumed the ground, crawling and twitching as they caressed our boots, while the passage beyond wound into a bleeding chasm of clenched teeth and horrifically elongated limbs, spun together upon the walls as they pulsed and writhed with movement. Tanner slowly advanced, and we followed, a horrible unease lingering in the back of my mind as the bones of the hands crunched beneath my boots. I felt like I was walking through the intestines of a living being, throbbing and breathing through the walls of flesh. Tanner motioned for us to stop, aiming his flamethrower at something in the distance.
"Someone's alive."
We eased forward, and the shape of a man slipped into view, naked and shivering in seizure upon the ground.
"Cut his throat and move up. Nobody lives."
Tanner crept forward, drawing his knife, only to stop and peer ahead. I followed his gaze as I walked, and saw the countless others that were sprawled out upon the widening corridor of meat. A writhing layer of men and women littered the bed of twitching hands, once locked in a vile orgy of blood and depravity, yet now only seizing in a deranged madness as their flesh slowly fused to the walls. It was like the entire place was short-circuiting.
"Pathfinder to all fire teams. Be advised that hostiles have been encountered. Stay alert. Out." "Would it really kill them to offer a little more description?"
said Barry. A loud crack echoed through the air, and we turned our focus to a seizing woman in the near distance, whose flesh began to quiver and roil as her bones expanded and broke beneath her skin. We backed away as the others around us started to violently shake in the same manner, and I watched in horror while their bodies began to separate. Arms, heads, and torsos sprouted hundreds of long, finger-like limbs and pulled themselves free from the hull, splitting into shuddering pits of deformed teeth that screeched upon the air.
"Vane, clear them out,"
yelled Jeffries. I knelt upon the floor of grasping hands as the screaming abominations began to skitter towards us on the ceiling and walls. There were more flooding in from the darkness of the passage ahead as Tanner swept a streak of fire across the corridor, barely holding them back. Aiming at nothing in particular, I pulled the trigger. My weapon only started to charge with a high-pitched whine, the broad barrel glowing with a flickering light while it shook within my grip.
"Vane, hurry the fuck up,"
said Jeffries, firing his railgun at one of the creatures with a loud bang as Sprite began to rake its lasers through the horde. Just as the shrieking horrors closed in on me, the charge reached a crescendo, and I pulled the trigger again in desperation. A flash of blinding light canceled the darkness with a thundering boom as the weapon in my hands discharged a tremendous electrical shockwave, disintegrating every creature in a rippling avalanche of gore that tore down the corridor and seared the meat clean from the walls. Fire and smoke was all that remained. Blood and splattered remains dripped from the ceiling and running down the walls. Even the floor of hands had been blown back into the scorched brick of the sewer. Jeffries let out a sigh of relief, and Sprite beeped with alleged approval as Tanner moved up. Crawling to my feet, I followed Tanner alongside the others, slowly moving through the burnt-out passage. Gunfire echoed in the far distance, and I could only assume that another team was fighting something of their own. The moss of creeping meat gradually resumed as we reached a fork in the passage, stepping back onto the bed of hands that rubbed against my boots like they were trying to get inside.
Thane, clear the left. Tanner on the right,
said Jeffries, more men and women seizing upon the ground in the other corridors. Tanner swept his flamethrower across the passage on the right. The writhing clusters of people screaming in pain as they slowly burned to death and tried to split into individual creatures. I knelt upon the bed of squirming limbs, bracing the electrical cannon as I prepared to fire down the corridor on the left. Tanner swore, and I looked back to see him prying away a disembodied hand that had leapt onto him, whipping it against the wall and unloading a swath of flame onto it. Looking back down the left, I pulled the trigger, and the weapon began to slowly charge. I thought I could hear footsteps coming from just ahead, though I wondered if it was only my imagination.
Do you guys...
A stabbing pain shot through my body as I was knocked onto my back, my weapon tumbling across the ground. A long icicle had impaled me through the chest, blood gushing out of my armor as my cloaking field flickered away.
Contact left,
yelled Jeffries, firing his railgun at something in the darkness while Barry quickly joined him. A hulking man emerged from the shadow, standing well over 7 feet tall and wrapped in an armor of blackened plating and blood-stained razors, like he was wearing the carapace of a demonic knight. I immediately recognized it as the same armor that littered the desert in Operation Osiris. His teeth had been filed into razor-sharp points, and his skin was marked with bleeding runes. He was shrugging off the blasts of railgun fire like they were nothing as a cloak of human flesh billowed in his wake. Sprite's lasers sliced across his armor in a flash of sparks, and the man growled in pain, conjuring a flickering light in his razor-tipped gauntlets before lashing a wave of chilling power at Jeffries and Barry. They froze in place with a sudden growth of ice, but Sprite managed to dodge out of the way, raking its lasers against the titanic figure once more. Noticing the charged electrical cannon nearby, I started to pull myself toward it as Tanner unloaded a stream of flame on the approaching man, who ignored it entirely as the fire burned upon his wicked armor, conjuring a spear of ice before launching it at Tanner. Tanner dove out of the way, and the spear shattered against the wall while my hands wrapped around the charged electrical cannon. I angled it up at the armored figure before it could conjure another spear of ice, and pulled the trigger. The man's upper body exploded in a burst of gore and ricocheting shrapnel as the electrical shockwave ripped him apart, the glowing remnants of his lower body collapsing to the ground while I shook off the adrenaline and slowly crawled to my feet, keeping the freezing spear embedded in my chest to slow the blood loss. Luckily, it barely missed my heart and lungs. Tanner and I immediately began prying at Jeffrey and Barry's prison of ice, slowly releasing them as movement stirred from the right-hand passage. We all turned to it with our weapons raised, only to see another fire team emerge from the shadows, covered in blood, with their cloaking fields long since dissipated. We lowered our weapons, relieved to have backup.
Fire Team 6,
said their sergeant.
What happened here? 3 here. We're apparently fighting wizards now,
said Jeffries, prying a shard of ice from his shoulder and pointing at the remains of the armored man.
Yeah, we had one of those. Had a flail and threw fireballs like a fucking knight or something. Ripped our navigator in two with its bare hands before Wilkes here took it out.
He nodded back at their engineer, who held an electrical cannon of his own.
We're gonna make those fuckers pay. I won't argue with that. Let's go. Tanner, you're up.
Tanner slowly moved ahead through the left-hand corridor, sweeping a streak of fire over anything that still moved. Even with the extra support, I still felt a sense of dread building upon the air, like we were heading towards something terrible. It felt like the walls were breathing around us, a rattling wind coursing through the flesh as the sound of a heartbeat thumped with a chaotic rhythm. Tanner stopped and pointed ahead. At the end of the passage, a wooden door painted entirely in black stood embedded within the brick, a white handprint pressed upon its surface. I could feel something beyond it that I had never experienced anything close to. Like an aura of pure evil was radiating from the other side.
You guys feel that?
Asked Barry. I nodded.
Pathfinder, this is Pathfinder 3. We're with Fire Team 6 outside a sealed door, and we think the primary target's on the other side. Please advise. Over. This is Pathfinder to Fire Teams 2 and 5. Converge upon Fire Team 3's location and proceed after rendezvous. We forwarded a marker to your navigators. Out. We lost 2 teams already? What the hell are we fighting? Nothing good.
Gunfire began to echo in the distance from the corridor behind us.
We'll check it out,
said the other sergeant.
Decker, move up.
The other team quickly disappeared in the darkness, and we waited for their return as gunshots and explosions continued to rattle through the air. I kept my eyes on the door the whole time, like something was drawing me to it. I could barely even feel the pain of my injury. Footsteps sounded from behind us, and I turned to see Fire Team 6 emerge from the darkness, 2 other fire teams tailing close behind. Their numbers looked a lot lighter than when we first went in.
Okay. Tanner, you're up. Keep it slow.
Tanner moved forward with caution and opened the black door, stepping out into the darkness beyond. We followed him, emerging upon an endless expanse of writhing meat. Above, stars and streaks of celestial gas shone through a cosmic abyss, like we were somehow standing beneath the night sky.
We'll take point,
said another fire team, moving into the shadow with the others. Jeffries didn't protest, looking around and staying as close as he could to Sprite, as though profoundly bothered by his surroundings. Then, we heard nothing but heavy footsteps beating across the distance as something rapidly approached.
Contact right,
yelled one of the others. I hit the trigger on my weapon before I even looked into the blackness beyond, charging it as 4 hulking, armored figures sprinted towards us from the shadows. Everyone opened fire, railgun blasts sparking against their armor as they quickly closed the distance, one of them ramming his gauntlet through a man's head before smacking another away. I braced myself and fired my electrical cannon at one of them, lighting the field around us with a blinding flash as the shockwave disintegrated him. Another charged toward me while the other fire teams engaged the rest. Wielding a massive, rune-marked sword in a single hand, he swung it at me, and I immediately ducked, the blade whistling over my head, only to catch his gauntlet as he smacked me several feet into the distance. I tumbled to a halt upon the ground, feeling like I had been hit by a truck while he knocked the flamethrower from Tanner's grip and rammed his gauntlet into his ribs, breaking them on impact with a sickening crack. As Tanner wheezed for air, the armored man raised his sword, about to bring it down for a killing blow, only for Sprite to lash him across the face with its lasers. The man grunted in pain, the shots of both Jeffries and Barry sparking against his armor and barely even denting his skin.
Pathetic,
bellowed the man, shrugging off Sprite's attacks as he marched towards us undaunted.
We will flay the meat from your world, and you will writhe forever with the flesh.
He swung his blade at Jeffries, who ducked under the attack and leapt back as he swung again.
Too many of us are through. You can do nothing but cower and die. Embrace your end.
He swung his sword, slashing Barry across the chest in a splatter of blood and knocking him back. The other teams were slowly winning, another shockwave disintegrating one of the demonic knights nearby as gunshots and crackling flames sounded from all around us.
Get the gun!
I yelled, the taste of blood in my mouth. I pointed at the electrical cannon that had been knocked from my grip. Jeffries ran for it as the armored figure conjured a ball of flame in his free hand and whipped it at Jeffries, narrowly missing him as it burst upon the fleshy ground in a fiery explosion. Jeffries rolled and picked up the weapon, triggering the charging process while the man turned his attention back to Barry, knocking the railgun from his hands with a strike of his sword. Barry stumbled back, clutching his bleeding wounds as another slash barely missed him, the man bellowing with laughter as he reveled in the terror of his enemies. Then, Jeffries fired the charged electrical cannon. The man's torso instantly vaporized with a deafening boom, blood spattering against me as his remains collapsed to the ground. One of them still remained near another fire team, ramming his sword through a team member's chest before casting him off like a rag doll. Sprite soared through the air and temporarily blinded him with a flash of its lasers before another engineer took aim with his electrical cannon and blasted the creature to pieces with a thundering shockwave. We were finally dead, but the other teams had been reduced to only 7 members, and we were almost too injured to fight. I slowly crawled to my feet, a dull pain radiating through my bones as Jeffries helped Tanner nearby.
You need evac?
Tanner shook his head.
Let's finish this. Worry about me later.
I helped Barry up, the bleeding from his wound in his chest beginning to slow as Sprite drifted back to us. The remainder of the other teams began to advance, charging their electrical cannons as they crept into the darkness. The expanse of meat began to rise, gradually ascending into a mountain of bodies, woven and fused through a macabre tapestry that towered into a vertical ring of blood-stained flesh. The remnants of a portal between worlds that had ceased its function with the severing of universes. Knelt upon it, however, was a lone, slender figure draped in red, a black emblem of a willow emblazoned upon its garment as it clutched its mask of feathers in a manic insanity, twitching in place as it slowly glanced up at us. Its skin had been completely flayed away, revealing the bleeding meat beneath. Jeffries motioned us to stop, holding us back as the others aimed their weapons and another sergeant gave the order to fire. The blasts of 3 electrical cannons discharged in a cascade of thundering booms, shockwaves slamming against the cloaked figure and vaporizing everything around it, except for the creature itself. Kneeling within a sea of crackling flames, while the remnants of the disused portal collapsed behind it, it looked up at the fire teams, as though annoyed by their presence. Jeffries eased us back as it raised a single hand to them, and what I saw next will be burned into my mind for as long as I live. The others exploded into a fine red mist, obliterated on a cellular level as though swatted off the face of existence. Their blood smacked us as we stood paralyzed in horror, suddenly alone with the creature that disintegrated 7 soldiers with only a thought. It looked up at us and removed its mask, revealing only an inky void beneath. Images of chaos and death flashed through my sight as I was suddenly overtaken by a hunger for meat. I wanted to tear my own flesh off, stuttering and trembling within my armor as the overwhelming tide of evil and depravity flooded into my mind. Then, I blinked, and the hunger was gone, I saw Vasquez sitting in the creature's place, wearing our old armor and looking just like he did on the day of Snowshoe.
"I never told the Legionnaires,"
said the creature that wore his form, its voice grating against my mind with an aura of raw power. It seemed unstable, shivering beneath its breath as though in a tremendous amount of pain.
"Their hunger blinds them, even when the truth courses through their veins. They'll never know how it feels to be severed from the whole. There was no I, no individual. Yet now, I kneel before the flesh I should rightly devour, more alone than I have ever been."
"You're from the other universe?"
asked Jeffries, lowering his weapon more out of a recognition of futility than an act of surrender.
"What were you trying to do here? What do you want from us?"
I blinked again, and the creature adopted the form of Jeffries, looking back at us with an expression of forlorn defeat. I could feel my mind slowly unhinging, like a nervous tension was building within me the longer I remained in the creature's presence. Its thoughts radiated against me like a psychic feedback, but I didn't feel the slightest bit of hostility, only sorrow.
"I want something that you can never give me,"
it said, smiling weakly before vanishing into thin air. We looked around in a sudden panic, searching the black expanse, but only an empty nothingness surrounded us. We were alone, the stars gleaming above us in the artificial night.
"This is Pathfinder 3 to Pathfinder. Please respond. Over."
He waited for a moment before repeating himself, but received no response, listening to the cold static on the other end.
I'm not getting anything on my equipment. I think it's this place.
Jeffries nodded, glancing back at the mound of flesh with a nervous paranoia.
"Okay. Let's clear out."
He began walking back the way we came, and we slowly followed him, stumbling under the pain and stress of our injuries as Sprite drifted in silence overhead. We found the black door and made our way back through the scorched tunnels, a sense of utter emptiness stuffing the darkness as we finally arrived at the ladder and climbed it to the surface. The purple skies had begun to disperse, breaking away into the blue light of day as a welcome sunlight shone against us. Jeffries called in, and one of the ospreys flew in overhead to take us out of there. We didn't realize how injured we really were, and were apparently on the verge of death when they got us to medical. Adrenaline worked its magic once again. We don't know what we faced down there, but whatever it was, it seemed to have left of its own volition. People stopped being drawn into the sewers, and the flesh died off in short order. Breach sent in another sweep of the area a day later in the hopes of capturing one of those legionnaires in black armor, but they couldn't find anything left down there but a few starving people. The alloy they recovered from the fragments of their armor confused them even more than the travelers, and all they really discovered was that it was partly organic. Any scraps of their skin were just as tough, shrugging off bullets like it was solid steel. Whatever they were a part of, we think they were planning on assimilating our world until something on their end cut them off and left them stranded on Earth. Now we can only hope that it stays that way. Breach isn't going anywhere, but all of us need some time to recover. Our numbers are hurting, but even without a direct link to the other universe, plenty got through in the meantime. We still have a job to do, and provided I survive long enough to record these things, I'll be back with more. The others started reading these while they heal, by the way, and are amazed that I haven't been executed. But in any case, thanks for making it this far. And Pluto isn't a planet. It's something much, much worse. Hey guys, Thane here. It took us a while to get healed up, even with the medical tech at HQ, but we're back in action until further notice. I get muscle spasms from where the Legionnaire stabbed me with a magic icicle, but otherwise I'm trauma-free on the physical front. We all went under the knife in a bid to replicate some of the Traveler's cybernetics, and our bones are now reinforced with a titanium foam, so every breach squad will be a lot more difficult to kill. No nanotech brains just yet, but our cerebrospinal fluid was replaced with a sort of gel that better cushions the brain from impacts, kinda like how a woodpecker's tongue is wrapped around its own, as the surgeon put it. This meant that, even in plain clothes, we were a force to be reckoned with. There's been no word from the Travelers, or whatever was controlling the Legionnaires, but seeing as the invading universe punched more than a couple holes in our own, we've had our work cut out for us, even after the connection was severed. Our numbers were decimated after Blood Siren. So, Command has been pushing recruitment from the main branches of every NATO member, with an emphasis on special operators who can keep their mouths shut. Why I'm still alive, on the other hand, I have no idea. Like I said before, I guess it's not a problem if only one guy's doing it, and the shit we do is so unbelievable that it practically does its own OPSEC, hiding in plain sight and all that. Well, for this next stop, we were deployed to Italy. Castel Madama, to be specific, a municipality about 20 miles inland of Rome. It was being used to house an underground fighting ring that pitted random dopes that wouldn't be missed against the kind of monsters we were vaporizing on a daily basis. It was attracting some heavy hitters on the world stage, and got a little too popular for its own good. It wasn't long before the brass got wind. Only thing is, this would normally be a low priority case for us, given the comparative threat level, but an informant gave us a hint that got everyone real interested. The arena staff were used to small game, stuff that could tear a man to shreds for the pleasure of the audience, but would buckle under gunfire or electrified restraints. Apparently they got brave and picked something else up, something that was a lot more deadly than they were equipped to deal with, but it didn't go on a rampage and waste everybody like you'd expect. Instead, it willingly decided to stay there. It liked it, so long as the bodies kept flowing. Going off the description, Command thought it was a bona fide Legionnaire, so we were being dropped in to interrogate it as best we could and kill anything that got in our way. The shutdown of the arena was not a priority, and we were to enlist the staff if they were in any way amicable, given that these things actively wanted to assimilate our universe and turn it into meat moss. Command was not thrilled about the prospect of any remaining on Earth. So they were hoping to figure out where the thing's controller went. Nuclear arsenal on standby. We flew in from an outpost on the coast of Croatia, packed into a UH-60M with all our gear from Blood Siren. It was myself, Jeffries, Barry, Tanner, and Sprite. The others had their railguns, but I got to keep my electrical cannon. The boys in R&D even made some improvements, installing a desperately needed safety and making it accumulate a passive charge, so all I had to do was pull the trigger every 5 seconds and a small army would cease to exist. We hovered near some farmland east of the town and rappelled down into the cover of the trees, Sprite drifting overhead. Barry got us oriented with his gear and the bird flew off, leaving us to it.
It's underground, just past the highway. We can get in outside the cemetery.
Peachy. Lead the way,
said Jeffries. We activated our cloaking fields and made our way through the trees. The cover broke into a small empty road, cracked pavement splitting beneath our boots as the land began to dip into the highway beyond. There were green hills rising across the cloudy blue horizon. Jumping over a fence and moving down the hill through what looked like a small orchard, we made our way over the grassy highway underpass, keeping out of sight as the sound of cars rushed upon the air. Cutting through the trees and past another road, we moved between the buildings of crumbling masonry and pale pastel shades of concrete, the sun shining brightly through the clouds. It was almost pleasant compared to our usual destinations, and seeing people moving through the distant streets was a welcome reprieve, even if I knew it wouldn't last. Walking past a small empty parking lot and between a gathering of cramped homes, Barry's shimmering blur pointed to a rundown building of weathered brick, the cemetery rise towering in the background. It almost looked abandoned, and a rusted metal fence ran the perimeter of the property, overgrown weeds shifting around me as I followed the others up to the building. There was a door out back that almost looked like a boarded-up entrance, but it wasn't. It was only made to look that way. There was a white handprint smeared in paint upon its center, like the door in the sewers of Blood Siren. Barry counted us down and gently pushed it open with a whining creak, railgun aimed into the darkness it revealed. Beyond the door, a staircase led beneath the structure, extending down farther than we could see.
"Tanner, you're up,"
said Jeffries. Gun at the ready, Tanner descended into the shadow, and we followed closely behind. A dim light soon flickered in the distance at the bottom of the stairs, and as we reached it, we stepped into a long, disused hallway, a steel blood-stained door standing at the far end. Broken fluorescent bulbs blinked and hummed overhead, lighting the dirty, molding concrete that surrounded us, and offering the only semblance of noise in the otherwise silent catacomb. I would have thought that an underground fighting ring would be louder. Sprite beeped, flying ahead of us to stop Tanner from going any further. It decloaked and shook back and forth as though warning us off.
"You see something we don't?"
Sprite bobbed up and down in the air as though nodding.
"Will it hurt us?"
Sprite remained still for a moment. And then shook to say no. Jeffries examined the walls ahead as he thought to himself. Kneeling, he picked up a small stone and tossed it down the length of the hall. Nothing happened.
"Barry, is this the only way down here?" "As far as I know."
Jeffries nodded.
"Okay, this is gonna suck. Sprite, hang back and keep an eye on us. When they take us, follow in and figure out how to spring us loose. Don't get caught, and call for backup if you have to. God knows we should already have another team down here."
Sprite cloaked once again and flew off back the way we came.
"What do you mean, when they take us?"
I asked.
"They'll knock us unconscious, and then take us in. Couldn't have said it better myself." "Ain't that jumping to conclusions, sir?" Jeffries laughed. "I'll bet you 100 I'm right."
Barry shrugged, and we all followed closely behind. As Jeffries stepped forward. As if on cue, iron gates slammed down from the ceiling in front and behind, boxing us in as the walls around us slid up with a mechanical hiss, revealing smooth, reflective planes of intricately traced runes, each slathered in glowing blood. As the runes flared with light, a ringing blared through my ears, and I began to feel faint. Losing control of my body, I collapsed to the ground, and the world around me faded to darkness. I woke up in a cold sweat, to a horrible screeching sound. It was coming from somewhere in the near distance. I was in a concrete cell with the others, save for Sprite, and we had been completely stripped of our weapons and armor. My head was pounding, and there were strange sounds echoing from the dark and decrepit hall beyond the bars, spatters of dried blood coating every inch of the concrete. "The others are getting rowdy, eh, Thane?" said Jeffries, leaning back against the wall. They can smell us, like fresh meat. You sure inspire a lot of confidence, I said, shrugging off a splitting headache. Any word from our spherical friend? Jeffrey shook his head. Not yet. Just a matter of time. I'll never know what hit him, said Tanner. What about people? I asked. Have you guys seen any yet? 2 guards passed by a little while ago, said Barry. Surplus AK-47s and chainmail. I guess they were expecting to get bit. A buzzer sounded from down the hall, and the screeching from the other cells intensified. Footsteps clattered through the distance, and in short order 6 men revealed themselves, stepping out in front of our cell. The jailer among them had a keycard in his hand, and the others had their rifles, just as Barry had said. It's showtime, boys, said the jailer through a heavy Italian accent, swiping his keycard against a reader and unlocking our cell door. Don't do anything stupid. The men with the guns backed up like a firing squad, keeping their weapons trained on us as the jailer beckoned us to follow. Single file, he said. We followed behind him, passing by the cells of chained and tentacled abominations that thrashed and snapped at our side. Near the end of the hall, a spatter of saliva smacked against me from a hissing, skinless cat, its tail replaced by 3 scorpion-like stingers as its massive claws raked against the concrete and struggled in its restraints. Oh, don't worry, boys. The Manticore is not for you. You've got something special coming your way. You had some real interesting hardware coming in here. Best to mark the occasion, eh? He glanced back with a wink and a smile, and led us up a set of stairs, the armed contingent keeping a healthy distance at our rear as the sound of distant cheering grew upon the air. At the top of the steps, we emerged within a large metallic chamber, a plague of rust creeping across the walls and into the 2 elevators that stood at opposing ends of the room. Directly across from us, a door stood closed, vicious claw marks embedded in the solid steel. We were lined up in the center of the room as the men kept a watchful eye. It sounded like the cheering was coming from directly above us. You there, big guy, said the jailer. He was looking directly at Jeffries. You head into that elevator over there, eh? He pointed at the one at the far end of the room. Jeffries nodded at us with a smirk and made his way over to the elevator. When he stepped inside, a barred gate slammed down in his wake, locking him within. The rest of you, since you're all acquainted, get front row seats, the jailer continued. We're gonna throw you in there one by one, all against the same opponent. Sounds easy, eh? Maybe we don't even get to the last. You guys look tough. Bunch of fighters here. He walked over to the closed door and opened it with his keycard. From there, we were led down some sort of research block, the rooms at either side filled to the brim with expensive electronics and supercomputers, where men and women pored over tabled maps and whiteboards scrawled with intricate designs. One of the rooms, to my lack of surprise, had my electrical cannon, which looked like it was being scanned by a large X-ray machine. This didn't look like any backwater operation. They were being funded. I'm guessing you boys already know where you are, eh? Coming prepared like that? Said the jailer, beckoning us to follow him up a long ramp, where the roar of the unseen crowd grew louder with every step. I'll save you the song and dance, then. At the end of the ramp, a large metal gate stood closed, decaying scraps of flesh splattered at its base, with a security camera watching us from above. The gate slid open, revealing a large, sandy arena and the roaring crowd that surrounded it, cheering in adulation upon the bleachers as we were led between them and ordered to stand before a row of 6 pillars. The 3 of us were each shackled to our own, facing the arena, which was protected by a humming force field that shimmered upon the air with a low hum, a rim of glowing arcane runes surrounding the blood-stained pit. You boys have a good time, eh? Said the jailer, patting me on the shoulder before walking away with his guards. At either end of the arena was a sealed gate, each linked to what I assumed were the elevators below. Without Sprite's intervention, I had no idea how we were going to get out of this. My eyes searched the men and women that observed from the stands, each dressed in elegant fineries and drinking the supply of absinthe that was endlessly served to them, in stark contrast to their dirty and blood-stained surroundings.
"Ladies and gentlemen,"
boomed an unseen announcer from the speakers overhead.
"This evening we have a great treat for you. It turns out that a certain insidious group of men planned on shutting down our fine operation. Where are these men now, you ask? Well, chained to the pillars and awaiting their chance at glory in our arena."
The crowd booed at us, the nearby patrons splashing us with their drinks. I swore, the alcohol stinging my eyes. The gate on one side of the arena slid open and Jeffrey stumbled out, shielding his gaze from the blinding lights. When he regained his sight, he looked up at us, giving the thumbs up as though completely unconcerned. The speakers whined overhead as the announcer resumed his introduction.
"One by one, we're gonna educate them on the finer points of what exactly we do here, as they face off against a crowd favorite, Astrogoth, the Destroyer of Souls."
The gate on the other end slid open, and a towering legionnaire stomped out of it. He had been deprived of his weapons and armor, though he was still a 7-foot wall of muscle, marked by bleeding runes that were carved through every inch of his body, and a sigil of a weeping willow that was sliced across his chest. So much for the interrogation. The legionnaire grinned sadistically, his sharpened teeth glinting in the light as he looked down at Jeffries with an unrelenting cruelty.
"Captured in Portugal, off the Atlantic coast by a team of no less than 20 men. Astrogoth was a force to be reckoned with, but he has cast aside the call of the sea to slaughter and kill for your entertainment. Let the battle begin."
The legionnaire summoned a ball of fire in his hands and whipped it at Jeffries, who rolled out of the way as it burst against the sand in a flash of searing heat. Jeffries deftly rose to his feet, and the legionnaire charged toward him, his thundering footfalls thumping upon the sand as he recoiled and readied a mighty blow. Just as he swung, Jeffries ducked and rolled between the legionnaire's legs, coming up behind him and kicking him hard in the back of the knee. The legionnaire buckled off balance, enough for Jeffries to roundhouse him in the back of the head, his shin cracking against the Titan's skull. Growling in annoyance, the legionnaire turned just as Jeffries was about to throw a spinning back kick to his stomach. The legionnaire caught his foot and ripped Jeffries off the ground, swinging him overhead before hurling him across the arena like a rag doll. Jeffries slammed against the metal walls, collapsing to the ground as the crowd roared around him. "What in the bloody hell is he doing?" muttered Tanner. "He should wait it out." Jeffries crawled to his feet, grinning through the blood in his teeth while the legionnaire slowly advanced toward him and threw a hard blow at his head. Jeffries ducked under the legionnaire's fist and angled out of the way when the Titan swung again, barely missing as Jeffries circled out behind him with a smile. "What's wrong?" asked Jeffries, raising his arms in his best come-at-me gesture. "You can't hit me?" The legionnaire laughed as he advanced forward.
You think death is the worst that can happen to you? You will be my plaything meat, and I will instruct you well in the true definition of suffering.
The legionnaire charged forward and swung with all his might. Jeffries rolled under the blow, the Titan's bloodied fist sailing overhead as Jeffries came back up and jabbed at the legionnaire's face before throwing a hard cross to his jaw. Yet the attack seemed to have little effect. The legionnaire smacked him, knocking him to the ground before stepping forward in a bid to crush him. The legionnaire brought his foot down with a thundering stomp just as Jeffries rolled out of the way and rose to his feet, spitting a mouthful of blood to the sand. "Oh, I know perfectly well how bad things can get. I just don't give a shit." With a snarl of rage, the legionnaire whipped a ball of fire at him, and Jeffries ducked as it sailed overhead, detonating against the walls of the arena in a booming explosion. So, what are you doing at the ocean, huh? You don't look like the sailing type. The Legionnaire smirked.
You expect me to stand before you and spout some villain's exposition? I have been tempered by a pain so exquisite that it is indistinguishable from the most lurid of pleasures. You will get nothing from me but death.
A blur overhead caught my eye, speeding across the domed ceiling of the chamber. It was Sprite, cloaked from sight, though what was it doing? I had no idea. I watched as the Legionnaire swung at Jeffries again and again, who only dodged every blow and kept his distance. A flash of light flared from where Sprite was now running its lasers across the ceiling, as though trying to cut a hole straight through it, though nobody else seemed to notice, captivated by the display as Jeffries failed to slip one of the Legionnaire's punches and caught a hard cross to the jaw with a resounding crack. Blood and teeth flew through the air as Jeffries stumbled back, clutching his face in pain, though kept alive by his cybernetic enhancements. That's when I noticed the warmth upon my arm. It was a drop of blood, trickling down my skin, but that would mean that the force field that protected the arena was no longer in effect. Sprite had found a way to disable it. "Guys," I said, getting the attention of the others as I motioned to the drop. They quickly caught on, looking up at Sprite as it finished slicing a hole in the ceiling. The cutout section then fell down and landed in the center of the arena with a tremendous thud of shattering concrete. Jeffries and the Legionnaire both turned to see what was wrong, just as something fell through the hole from above. It landed in the sand and immediately slithered toward Jeffries like a snake, though I had no idea what I was looking at. Its surface was like a clattering machine of scintillating light and writhing metal. Jeffries backed up, unsure of what to do, just as the machine snapped onto him and scaled his body in the blink of an eye, binding itself to his limbs. Jeffries, however, was not harmed. He stumbled back in confusion, looking down at the bizarre powered exoskeleton that now traced across his body. It was the technology of the Travelers, far beyond anything Breach had ever been capable of producing. That's when Sprite opened fire on the audience, raking its lasers through the crowds in streaks of fire and explosive death, blood and ashes splattering across the bleachers as the guards opened fire upon the cloaked drone, though to no avail, as their shots collided with its crackling force field. Sprite turned to them and vaporized them all in a blast of laser fire. Down below, the Legionnaire charged toward Jeffries, who effortlessly slipped his punch and rammed his fist in the Titan's gut. The Legionnaire buckled over in pain just as Jeffries hooked him across the jaw, dislocating it in a splatter of blood and teeth. Looking down at his new armor in amazement, Jeffries backed away with a smile. "Welcome to Earth, motherfucker," he said, throwing a hard kick to the Legionnaire's head and instantly caving in his skull with a deafening crack. The Titan's body fell to the sand, and Jeffries stumbled forward like he was suddenly being controlled by the armor that enveloped him. He placed his hand on the Legionnaire's fractured skull, his armor emitting a low drone as it presumably scanned the contents of the man's brain. Then it ceased, and Jeffries was allowed to control once again. Shrugging it off, Jeffries effortlessly leapt up onto the platform that held us and started to pry our shackles apart. "I guess that takes care of the interrogation," he said. He was missing half his teeth from where he'd been hit. "Where in the fuck did that thing come from?" asked Barry. Jeffries shrugged, too overjoyed to care. The gate behind us that led to the research block slid open, revealing two men that immediately opened fire on us. A bullet grazed my shoulder, and I took cover behind my pillar, gritting my teeth in pain as the shot sparked against the metal. But Jeffries only advanced towards them, raising his hand and projecting a bolt of lightning from his armor that instantly incinerated one of the men. The remaining guard fired his rifle at Jeffries, but the bullets only sparked against a crackling force field. Stopping before the man, Jeffries snatched the rifle from his grip and punched clean through his skull with a sickening crunch, blood and brains smacking against the walls as the now headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Well, shit. Now I'm jealous, I said, Sprite drifting in overhead as it disabled its cloaking field. Jeffries patted it, and it beeped in alleged satisfaction. I glanced back at the arena, where hundreds of mutilated bodies burned in the crackling flames. Well, let's go get our guns back, said Jeffries. Then, we can all have some fun. We followed Jeffries through the open gate as he cleared a path of destruction and carnage through every guard contingent that advanced against him, effortlessly vaporizing them one by one with powerful arcs of lightning that chained from one man to the next, the windows of the research block shattering to pieces as the cascade of fiery explosions rippled down the hall. Reaching the room that held our guns, Jeffries ripped the metal door off its hinges and tossed it aside. We filed into the room, the electrified bodies of several researchers slumped against the blood-stained electronics. The others retrieved their railguns from the tables, and I removed my electrical cannon from the X-ray machine. It was a struggle to hold without my exoskeleton, but through the haze of adrenaline I barely even noticed. I'm not firing this thing without my armor, said Tanner, looking down at his railgun. I respect the continued existence of my shoulder. Never mind my eardrums. Just take it with you, said Jeffries. Anyone see my comms gear? Asked Barry. I looked around, though, saw nothing, shaking my head with the others. Hold on, then, he said, taking his seat at one of the computers and bringing up a bash prompt. I need to contact HQ, he said, typing on the keys. Huh. This belonged to the Prometheus Mandate. What were they doing here? Asked Jeffries. Well, I don't know. Their records are all gone. Somebody cleared everything out. The logs say it was a remote connection, though. If it wasn't another Prometheus outpost, somebody must have had a back door in the network. And how's that evac coming? I just sent the message, Barry said, tapping his foot impatiently. Just outside, Sprite sliced a fleeing researcher in two with its lasers, blood splattering against the shattered glass and molding concrete. There, Barry continued. ETA 5 minutes. We need to get topside. Barry closed the connection and we followed Jeffries out into the hall. Striding through the destruction, we left the research block and arrived back in the chamber beneath the arena, where the Manticore from earlier was tearing apart a contingent of guards. Casting the body of one aside, the last man fired upon it with his rifle, the feline abomination snarling as it slowly cornered him, and then jabbed at him with one of its tails, impaling him through the stomach. The Manticore lifted the guard into the air, and with a horrible sucking sound, the tail pulsated and drank the internal organs from the man until he was completely hollow. Casting the withered corpse aside, the Manticore turned towards us with a hissing growl. It jabbed a tail at Jeffries, who snatched it out of the air so fast that even he was surprised, ripping it from the creature's body with its tremendous strength before stepping forward. Wrestling its thrashing form to the ground, he stomped on its head with a loud crunch, killing it instantly. I really hope I get to keep this, said Jeffries, grinning wildly as he led the way into the prison block. Downstairs, the hall was filled with thrashing, tentacled abominations, all feasting upon the corpses of the guards. Someone had opened all the cells, giving the nightmares free reign of the complex. Barry, did you do this? No, said Barry, shaking his head. Thane, you do the honors, said Jeffries. I nodded, kneeling down as I braced the electrical cannon against my shoulder. Just as the creatures began to take notice of us, I pulled the trigger, and the weapon kicked back with a thundering boom, loosing a shockwave that ripped down the entire length of the hall in an explosive surge of vaporizing gore. Rising to my feet, I looked down the corridor with a demented grin, the ceiling and walls dripping with blood and smoking flesh. My ears were ringing and my shoulder felt like it was on fire, but I didn't even care. Jeffries continued forward, and we followed close behind, making our way past a security checkpoint where an undulating mass of black, oily tendrils slathered its tongues through the intestines of the dead jailer, drinking his blood with a ravenous hunger. Jeffries fired a bolt of lightning at it, and it loosed a piercing scream that cut through my mind and bled my ears, shifting and thrashing as it smeared its necrotic blood across the monitor banks and finally collapsed in a smoking heap. Continuing up an old staircase marked by the same flickering, half-shattered bulbs that we saw on our way in, we arrived at a heavy steel door, opening it to reveal the hall that we first came through. "Sprite, is it safe going out through here?" asked Jeffries. Sprite drifted ahead and then beeped, bobbing up and down in the air as if to say yes. Jeffries patted the drone and advanced forward, leading the way back outside without incident. I breathed in the fresh air as the night sky met my eyes, happy to be back on the surface. Jeffries swore when he saw his new exoskeleton ripped away from him and shot up into the sky faster than my eyes could follow, disappearing into the clouds above. "Good while it lasted," said Tanner, Jeffries frowning in disappointment. A short moment later, and we began to hear the sound of helicopter blades chopping upon the air. We looked up and saw the UH-60M fly down from the sky and hover just above us. The gunner tossed a rope down, and we quickly climbed up, piling into the helicopter, and getting out of there as quick as we could before too many locals started to wonder. The injuries from that op were comparatively minimal, and I'm thankful for that. Jeffries needed a neck brace and some dental work, but apparently all his teeth were already implants from being knocked out sometime in the past, so it was basically another day at the office for him. We don't know where his exoskeleton came from, apart from strongly suspecting that the travelers were still monitoring our universe. Sprite, though, was sent an encrypted transmission that nobody at HQ had been able to crack, and we assume that it was directed to cut the hole in the arena ceiling. But what information is really out there, and what's being deliberately kept from us, is still a mystery. A few days later, while Barry and I were having a beer, he told me that he and some others were doing network maintenance back at HQ, and they found out that the entire comm system had been bugged, meaning that whoever did so would have full knowledge of any active operations, as well as any still in the pipe, and Barry insisted that it wasn't there when he had checked it in the past. The weird part is that as soon as he brought it up to anyone in charge, he was immediately dismissed with some bullshit excuse that kept changing every time he asked. We're thinking that Breach is in contact with the travelers, whether they want to be or not. But for anything more than that, we just don't know. The cleanup crew did a full sweep of the arena after we left, but any guards that might have survived our escape had been eaten by the creatures that were released down there, and there was nothing on file that clarified the involvement of the Prometheus Mandate. Barry's current theory as to what went down was that the travelers heard people talking about a Legionnaire on comms, so they sent their exoskeleton to gather information from its brain, probably the exact information that we were looking for. But we did get something out of it. The announcer mentioned the Atlantic Ocean, and while that doesn't exactly narrow it down, it at least gives us a place to look. And ever since we found that out, Breach has been pouring all its resources into doing exactly that. Anyway, thanks for sticking with this. Word is that we're being sent to China next, where the bodies of more than a couple farmers have been turning up half melted or half eaten. I'll update you guys after we've deployed. Until then, stay safe, and avoid the city of Edmonton on March 42nd. Thane here. We got back from this one quite a while ago, but it's still giving me nightmares, so I figured I'd try and write about it. I'm told that's supposed to help, I guess. Though at this point my problems run a little deeper than just needing to express myself. No news from the travelers or legionnaires, but Breach has been searching the Atlantic Ocean with the aid of FVEY intelligence agencies and their satellites. We were deployed to China, a ways north of Sangazi near the Yangtze River, after several reports of farmers turning up eaten or melted like they had been doused in acid, Normally, this alone probably wouldn't have reached our ears if it weren't for the rumors surrounding the incidents. Locals believed that the area had been cursed by malevolent spirits, and heard screaming or cries for help in the night. The sun would rise, and usually nobody would even be missing, because everyone was too frightened to investigate the sounds, calling into question what exactly was making them. A witness's grandson later recorded it, and released it on the internet. That got our attention. It's been taken down on most places, but we all got to listen before our deployment. At first, all I could hear was the wind, but then a man started to scream in the distance, yelling help or help me in Mandarin over and over again. It sounded normal, but it kept going on, and after a minute I started to get this horrible chill down my spine. Like something was wrong with what I was hearing. Every call had the exact same intonation as the last, right down to the smallest detail, to the point that it didn't even sound like a language. It reminded me of the parrot that Barry's cousin had, an African gray who liked to repeat the sound of somebody knocking on the door, so if you weren't used to it happening over and over again, you'd actually think there was someone there. Then another man joined in. It was a different voice, but it was yelling roughly the same thing and would occasionally break up the cries for help with a scream of pain. Only, the scream would sound exactly the same every time. It was probably one of the most disturbing things I had ever listened to, just because of how unnatural it sounded. And I wasn't alone. Every one of us agreed that something wasn't right, and I wasn't looking forward to finding out what that something was. So, we flew in from Taipei in a UH-60M and had civilians cleared out in advance, tracing along the river until we hit our mark. It was night and the stars shone brightly through the dark clouds overhead. It was me, Jeffries, Barry, and Tanner, since Sprite was busy being analyzed in R&D and we were armed with 3 railguns, power armor, and my favorite electrical cannon, which I took to calling Vera. We weren't equipped with our usual cloaking modules, because according to command, we were there to draw out the enemy, whatever that enemy turned out to be. When we arrived, everything was shrouded in a dense fog, billowing over the land below in the pale glow of the moon. We rappelled down into the mist and landed in the middle of a rice paddy with a splash, the muddy water coming up to my shins. The bird flew off, and we were left alone in the humid darkness, switching on our night vision. The terrain was dead flat, and you couldn't see much beyond a couple of lights way off in the fog. Barry took out his nav equipment and got us oriented.
That way,
he said, motioning ahead.
About 600 yards. Tanner, take point,
commanded Jeffries. Tanner moved forward, and we followed, creeping through the mist that swallowed us. Save for the stirring of water in our wake, it was completely silent, and even with our heavy equipment, I felt a sense of vulnerability in the back of my mind, like I could be attacked at any moment, and we would be dead before the others could even react. We crossed over a watery gap between the fields and continued on to the next. Tanner raised his hand, motioning for us to stop, and pointed his firearm at something in the water. I crept forward with the others and saw that it was half of a bisected corpse, his innards strewn between the stalks. His face had been melted into his skull, as though sprayed with a powerful acid. A sense of dread washed over me then, and I could feel the presence of eyes watching me. Something that I couldn't see, but could surely see me. The others shifted with unease, and I knew that they felt the same thing. Tanner advanced through the night and we followed closely behind, my fingers slipping into the trigger guard as the wind began to howl upon the air, rustling through the rice that swayed between us. The feeling of being watched slowly intensified, and I glanced back at every opportunity, expecting to see the horror that stalked me, but it was never there. It only watched and waited, lurking in the shadow of the billowing fog. I heard something, far off in the distance, screaming. An old man yelling for help, repeating himself again and again, but the cries were getting closer every time, until they almost sounded like they were directly in front of us. Tanner stopped, finger on the trigger while he peered into the howling mist. Other voices began to shout, coming from all around us. It was like we were surrounded by a crowd of invisible onlookers, but they all repeated themselves with the same terrifying, unnatural cadence. I heard a piercing scream from directly behind me and spun around in a panic, yet nothing was there. Every voice ceased at once, and the air fell to a deathly silence. Paralyzed with fear, I lowered my gaze to the water and saw a man's face looking back at me. His dead, sunken eyes peering up from a skull of pale, drooping skin, like the flesh of a drowned corpse. Slowly, it rose above the water, standing upside down on its unnaturally long, slender arms as the other half of its enormous body revealed itself. Looming above me was only a dripping, vertical maw of sword-like teeth that split down into the creature's yawning torso. All I could hear were the drops of water that fell from its horrifying frame, and the quickening heartbeat that drummed in my ears. Before I even knew what was happening, it snapped down on my arms with a vicious crunch and ripped them clean from my body. A blinding pain tore through my senses and I collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony as the blood gushed from the ragged stumps where my arms used to be. A cascade of deafening bangs cracked through the air, the others opening fire on the creature with their railguns and blasting it back in a spatter of blackened blood. Yet as soon as that blood struck my armor, it only hissed and bubbled, eating straight through it and sinking into my skin in deep, penetrating welts. I writhed in horror and pain upon the ground, trying to pry the smoking armor from my body, but to no avail. The joints melted together, trapping me inside and leaving me to the mercy of the nightmare's acidic blood. A chorus of hissing and snapping growls sounded from all around us as more of the creatures emerged from the mist, dashing towards my squad mates on their long, spindly arms, while their gaping maws flailed above them. Most were blown back by the barrage that followed, but two flopped into the water with a splash, shuddering and recoiling as their terrifying mouths opened wide. They lunged forward, vomiting projectiles of corrosive bile that struck Barry and Jeffries, who could only scream in pain as the acid rapidly ate through their armor. Jeffries ripped his chestplate and mask off in time, but Barry wasn't so lucky, and his armor fused to his skin with a bubbling hiss, forcing him to his knees while he shrieked in absolute suffering. Tanner ducked as another glob of bile just barely missed him, and unloaded a shot into the oncoming horror that spat it, splattering the area with its acidic blood. Jeffries picked up his railgun and rejoined the fight, bisecting one of the nightmares with a deafening boom. I was beginning to lose consciousness from the blood that gushed from my severed arms, but all I knew in that moment was adrenaline when another of the creatures rose from the water just ahead of me, slowly advancing towards me as its gaping maw dropped before it. I yelled for help, scrambling back, but the others were too busy fending off the rest of them. Looming above me with a shuddering rasp, the otherworldly terror snapped toward me as I fell back into the water, its massive teeth scissoring shut inches from my face. I kicked the horror off of me, knocking it back into the muck, spitting the blood and water from my mouth as it leaked through the melted remnants of my mask. I crawled away on the ragged stumps of my arms, desperately pushing myself forward with my legs, but I could hear the nightmare advancing from behind, its hissing growl stuttering through the air. The boom of a railgun cracked overhead, and a white-hot pain burned through my skin as my back was spattered with the creature's blood. The dizziness began to overtake me, and darkness crept into the corners of my vision, my blood gushing into the water around me. Too weak to hold myself up, I collapsed and felt my mind slip into the void. That was the last thing that I remembered. I woke up for a moment in the helicopter. Jeffrey's looking down at me overhead, but so much morphine was running through my veins that everything was just a haze of color. The pain was so unbearable, even through the drugs, and when I realized that my arms were still gone, I tried to scream, but Jeffries and Tanner only held me still. The pale light of the full moon shining from beyond as I slowly slipped back into oblivion. I can recall flashes and images after that, but nothing coherent enough to describe. I woke up again 2 days later, in the medical wing at HQ. My entire body was wrapped in bandages, and I was restrained so I couldn't move. I was in an unimaginable amount of pain, and no matter how many times I hit that morphine button, it really didn't make much of a difference. Barry laid in the bed next to me, his torso wrapped in bandages from where he had been burned. I don't remember how long I was there for. Even with all the tech available to us, it must have been over a month. Barry got out before me, but he still came to see me every day, and he kept me up to date with what was going on. 2 other squads cleared out the rest of the creatures after Jeffries was forced to call an emergency evac. At least, we hope that they were cleared out. We're still not sure how they got there in the first place. The brass took to dubbing them man-eaters, which seems very appropriate. Their calls, we're guessing, were actually the calls of their last victims, repeated to lure in any good Samaritans wondering what happened to their missing friends. Barry, who's buddies with a comms guy on one of the cleanup squads, told me they heard one calling for help, this time in English. It was screaming in my voice. In the meantime, I've got some prosthetics coming my way, so I'll be back in the fire soon enough. No rest for the wicked, as they say. We're keeping stateside for the next one, something called Operation Dagon, set in the cornfields of Kansas. Anything more than that, I can't tell you just yet. I'll see you all soon, and remember to leave a snack on your doorstep tonight. It's hungry, and it's watching you. Thane here. This one's been sticking with me, so I'll tell it to you as straight as I can. I don't have a lot of fears doing what I do, but every now and then I see something that makes my skin crawl, even if, at first glance, there's nothing particularly wrong. I guess it's because we're hardwired to be bothered by certain things, like predators, toxic substances, you name it. And even if your eyes catch something, that doesn't mean that your brain always registers it. You feel terrified, a sense of danger that paralyzes you in your step, but you don't know why. Your subconscious has seen something. It knows something, but it has no ability to tell you what. So all you're left with is the feeling. The fear before the storm. Understandably, it took me a while to recover after the man-eater in Wukong ripped off my arms and burned half my body. Sometimes I feel like I'm getting injured for a living, but I try not to think about it. I know my life expectancy, and it isn't much. Might as well do what I can in the meantime to try and keep people safe. And to that end, they hooked me up with some very nice prosthetics, built off the traveler tech that was used for our exoskeletons. I can never enter the civilian world again, given the 5-fingered science experiments I now use to drink myself into alcohol poisoning. But I suppose I wasn't planning on it. And HQ isn't so bad, so long as Barry and the rest of the guys are still here. Honestly, the muscle spasms from getting stabbed and blood siren are a lot worse than this. And unlike with my arms, there's nothing they can do about it. It's funny how much the little things matter. For this one, they were sending us out to the cornfields of rural Kansas. Our objective was to secure and evacuate a confidential informant, a farmer who's been feeding us information. It was all regarding a strange phenomenon that had been occurring on his land. He had posted a video to the internet showing a bunch of dead animals, just bones, picked clean and laying in the grass. And he was saying that this had been happening for a while. He didn't know why, and he was asking for advice, but we quickly shut it down and set up a regular contact line with him. He had a family out there, wife and daughter, along with 2 local boys that he paid to help out in the fields, and he started to get worried for their safety. During our contact with him, he kept finding more and more animal bones in the woods out back of his property. All picked clean, just the same. Like anything organic had been stripped from their bodies. It was usually small stuff, like squirrels, but then they started to get bigger, and it wasn't long before he started reporting something altogether different. He was on a low priority line at the time, but he sure got our attention fast. He kept livestock as well, just not as much as the surrounding farms. He said it was mostly for his family, but then one day, the animals started acting strange. The cows and hens would just stare at him, never moving. They didn't even register fear or concern of any kind, only a blank consciousness, like they'd been hollowed out. So he led a cow inside to be slaughtered, but as soon as he put the bolt gun to its head, he felt a fear that he couldn't explain, like it had locked him in place. He said his fingers wouldn't even move. He'd just twitch like a deer in the headlights while this animal stared at him with its empty black eyes. He said it cried then. It cried blood. Couple of red tears dripping down its cheek. He backed away and understandably got the fuck out of there. A day passed, and he decided to let one of his farmhands take a crack at it. A 16-year-old boy named Jack, who had a good heart but was a little slow on the uptake. He never came back. The informant grabbed his shotgun and went out to the barn, but there was nothing there. Just the cow, staring right at him. A couple of days later, and his daughter said she saw the boy out in the fields just looking at her. She said there was something wrong with his face, but refused to elaborate. The informant went to find the other worker and let him go, but they were nowhere to be seen. And when he called their parents, they said the boy never came home. Ever since then, he barricaded his house and kept his wife and daughter locked inside while we mobilized a team, our team, to get them out of there. He said he's been hearing sounds of the night that he can't describe, but he has the windows boarded up so he can't even look outside and see, even if he wanted to. I would hear that sound too soon enough, and ever since I can still hear it in my head, in my dreams, and I just wish it would stop. Anyways, it was myself, Jeffries, Barry, Tanner, and Sprite who finally got back from R&D, much to the delight of Jeffries. They still couldn't crack the transmission that had been sent to it, presumably from the travelers, but they figured it was safe enough to keep deploying Sprite on operations, especially given how effective it was keeping us from dying. And in the meantime, they had the universe-destroying bomb on full lockdown. We were strapped into an Osprey with an ancillary team, which would function as our mobile CNC for the op. I remember looking out the back, watching the fields and forests rush by beneath us while we flew low over the terrain, thinking that, in another life, I would have liked to live in a field. Any field, really. You could see everything around you, and it just seemed so secure, in a cozy sort of way. I'm probably wrong, but it's nice to fantasize every now and again. We slowed and began to hover over a wooded area, tossing the ropes out the back and quickly rappelling down into the forest. My boots hit the dirt, joining the others while Sprite drifted on overhead, and the Osprey flew away to set up command a couple of clicks off our position. Barry took out his gear to get us oriented, and we switched on our cloaking fields, my eyes scanning the broad sycamore trees that surrounded us as rays of golden sunlight shone down through the canopy.
This way,
said Barry, leading us forward through the trees.
We're about 15 minutes out. Then we'll hit the farmhouse.
We followed close behind, moving carefully across the grassy dirt. Apart from the wind rustling through the leaves and the sound of twigs snapping beneath our boots, it was completely silent. In a place like that, there should have been songbirds moving through the foliage and chirping upon the air, squirrels scampering across the bark, but it was like the world around us had been abandoned by everything. We slowly approached an open glade where something on the ground glinted in the light. It happened to be the skeleton of a cow, utterly dry and gleaming in the sun, like it had been cleaned and preserved for an exhibit. Jeffries radioed in.
Sierra, this is Sierra 1. Were you online? Over.
This is Sierra. Go ahead, Sierra 1. Over.
We've got bones inside the exclusion zone. Recommend setting up a perimeter with HQ. We may have a containment breach. Over.
Acknowledged. We'll bounce your request. Over.
Roger out,
said Jeffries, kneeling to examine the bones more closely. He prodded them with the muzzle of his railgun, though found nothing of interest. Rising to his feet, he motioned Barry onward, and we continued into the depths of the woods, the silence beginning to slowly unnerve me. A minute later, and Tanner pointed at something half buried in the soil.
Squell,
he said, looking down at the frail skeleton. We moved past it, and it wasn't long before the trees began to break, and we saw the old white farmhouse across the yard. Its windows boarded shut, and its paint peeling away from the wood. It stood next to a massive cornfield, the golden stalks swaying in the gentle breeze as the silhouettes of 3 crucified scarecrows loomed in the distance. A brown, wooden barn and several fenced enclosures flanked it, one of them containing a chicken coop. All the gates were hanging open, and I couldn't hear any animals.
Oh shit,
said Jeffries, motioning for us to crouch down in cover. I turned to see him looking at the yard in front of the farmhouse, and immediately realized what was wrong. Next to 2 red pickups and a bike laying on its side was a local police cruiser. Jeffries turned on his radio.
Sierra, this is Sierra 1. We've got a visual in the house, but the guy called the cops. There's a car out front. Over.
Sierra 1, this is Sierra. You're free to engage. Evac any law enforcement on site. We'll get in contact with the local PD. Over.
Roger out. Tanner, take point. Sprite, circle around back and make sure we're clear.
Tanner crawled to his feet, and we followed closely behind him, moving toward the farmhouse as Sprite drifted ahead and flew up into the sky, where I could no longer see it through its cloaking field. Coming up to the house, we took our positions behind the wall while Tanner knocked on the door. No answer. He knocked again, waiting a while longer before trying the knob. It was unlocked and unbarricaded. Tanner quickly pushed the door open and angled inside, the rest of us rushing in behind him. There was nobody there, as far as I could see. To our left, the house opened up into a living room and a kitchen, while directly in front of us, a staircase led up to the second floor. Framed pictures of the farmer with his smiling wife and daughter hung from the wall and sat on the old handmade cabinets. Several coats dangled from the nearby rack, with a row of shoes and boots lined beneath them. It didn't seem like the family went anywhere.
Tanner, Barry, secure this floor. Thane on me.
Tanner and Barry left for the kitchen, while Jeffries and I kept eyes on the stairs. Everything was completely silent. My vision wavered to a large paper diorama seated on the cabinet next to the staircase, colored with crowns and depicting a smiling man in overalls driving a red harvester over a cornfield, while several poorly drawn cows grinned in the background. His daughter must have put it together for school.
Clear,
said Tanner, him and Barry rejoining us at the stairs.
There was some old breakfast sitting out in the kitchen. Looked like they were interrupted by something.
A robotic beep sounded from behind, and the cloaked outline of Sprite drifted in next to us. Jeffries patted it, looking back up the stairs.
Hello? This is Sergeant Jeffries, Opcode Dagon. We're here to evacuate you and your family.
No response.
Sir, are you home?
Something shifted from upstairs, like somebody was just waking up. Hey there, yelled a man's voice. Thank you so much for coming. I don't know what I was gonna... Make yourself comfortable. I'll put on some tea. He sounded strangely upbeat, though something was off, like he was trying to hide the fact he was worried.
Sir, that isn't necessary. Can you please come downstairs? We need to speak with you.
Sir, I would make to speak with yourself. Put on some tea, said the man, his words beginning to slur. No, it's just, I'm fine. Headache? We looked at each other in confusion. A distant skittering sounded from all around us, like something was crawling through the walls. We immediately raised our weapons, a cold chill running down my spine. Jeffries motioned us onward and Tanner moved up the stairs, leading us onto the second floor and across the balcony. We entered the adjoining hallway, passing by 2 open bedrooms and a bathroom, all of them empty. A single closed door remained at the end of the corridor. There were 2 bodies. Daughter, said the voice from behind the door. He was starting to sound increasingly deranged, altering the pitch and cadence of his speech like he had forgotten how to talk. Oh, don't mind me. I swear. They were right, officer, sir. We need to speak with you. Jeffries counted us down, and on one, Tanner kicked open the door, aiming his railgun into the room, though he didn't fire, only paused as several flies buzzed out into the hall. We drew closer, and for the first time I saw what had become of the family. The floorboards were smeared with blood and filth, clouds of flies humming through the air. A woman's bones laid sprawled upon the ground, like she was trying to get away from something. Bits of rotting flesh still clung to her skeleton, while in the corner of the room, the decaying corpse of a little girl lay curled up in a ball, pools of vomit smeared beneath her. Most of her skin and organs were missing, and it looked like something had been eating her. Upon the bed, a bloated shape squirmed beneath the blood-soaked blankets, the arm of a man hanging down over the side as he began to gurgle and moan with pain. What little flesh we could see was horribly bruised, like it was bleeding underneath. What's that sound? He murmured through his spit, muffled by the blankets that obscured his form. As soon as we stepped forward, a wet, tearing sound echoed throughout the room, and the man's dangling arm dropped free from the hole, hitting the ground with an awful smack. Blood and pus gushed from the severed limb while several black otherworldly centipedes began to crawl out of it, their forms twisting and collapsing into themselves like they existed within an angle that my mind could not perceive. They had so many legs that they breached the realms of physical impossibility and were covered in a scourge of black, soulless eyes that shifted across their bodies like liquid, paralyzing every muscle in my body with their maddening alien gaze. The adrenaline quickly overwhelmed the fear, and I raised my electrical cannon, aiming at the writhing mass of insects that was slowly unfurling beneath the covers of the bed. I pulled the trigger, and the weapon kicked back against my shoulder, throwing off an electrical shockwave that vaporized everything in front of me in a cloud of blood and acrid smoke. The ruins of the bed had been knocked back against the wall, and within the flames that now swallowed the entire room, I could see the surviving insects writhe, burning to death as they loosed a screeching, soul-destroying whine that needled through every sense I had.
We're leaving. Tanner, take point. Double time it.
We followed Tanner back down the hall as the sound of skittering shifted from all around us, coursing through the walls that groaned and strained with the insectile horrors that now pulsed within them.
Contact right,
yelled Tanner, aiming down from the balcony at a middle-aged man in a police uniform who stared up at us with a vacant expression. His skin was heavily bruised and he seemed to be stumbling.
Sierra insert, Opco Dagon. Identify yourself.
The officer gurgled, like something was caught in his throat.
Identify coffee. Well, officer. What the fuck is love? Yourself? No, thank you. Right away, Sherry, get your mother and go.
Jeffries fired his railgun at the man with a deafening bang, blowing off his shoulder and half his face. The officer only stumbled back, centipedes writhing free from the shattered gore of his injuries. His arm fell from the tattered scraps of his shoulder and he loosed a haunting, chittering wail that burned through my mind with a numbing pain, overwhelming me with a sense of raw, existential fear.
Don't look back,
he slurred, continuing to stumble toward us. Sprite lashed his lasers across the few insects that tried to get closer, slicing them in two in a flash of sparks.
Hold your fire. Thane, clear it.
Snapping back to reality, I shouldered my electrical cannon and fired at the officer, the shockwave disintegrating his body in an explosion of flaming gore.
Move up. Thane, check our 6.
Tanner rushed down the stairs and we followed close behind. The screaming aberrations flailing in the blood-drenched fire all around us. A snapping sounded from behind and I briefly turned to see the wall at the top of the stairs crack open, a wave of centipedes pouring out onto the floor. I fired another shockwave to cover our escape, burning them back if only for a moment, and we quickly fled from the house, running out into the sunlit yard. That's when I looked out at the cornfields and realized that 2 of the scarecrows were missing.
We've got more of them,
I said, pointing out at the field.
The scarecrows. 2 are gone.
Jeffries swore, turning on his radio just as the body of a teenage boy slithered free from the corn, his mutilated corpse twisting across the ground like a bloated snake. Sprite immediately fired at him, slicing his body in half with its lasers, but the boy only wailed upon the ground as several new, insectile legs cracked free from his severed torso.
Saw it in the fields,
he slurred, choking on something in his throat. Crawled inside. Recoiling, his jaw unhinged from his skull and he vomited a stream of shrieking centipedes at us. We all dove out of the way, scrambling across the grass while we tried to get clear. Sprite fired again, decapitating the creature, whose body began to rapidly swell and expand with gas, before exploding with a thundering bang, throwing hundreds of centipedes through the air. 2 of them landed on me, and I immediately tore one of them off while I pried the second away from my face mask, its writhing tendrils trying to get inside. Ripping it free, I crushed it in my fist, only to watch in horror as thousands of smaller centipedes gushed from its body. Panicking, I tossed it to the ground and fired my weapon at the swarming mound, burning it clear before regrouping with the others who were struggling to remove the parasites that crawled and scampered across their armor. I ran over to Tanner, prying 2 of the insects off his back while he tore one away from his face.
On me, let's go.
We quickly followed behind him while Sprite covered us, raking its lasers across the earth in streaks of billowing fire.
Sierra, this is Sierra 1. We've got a serious containment breach. The informant is dead. A hostile is swarming parasite that infiltrates the host body. Requesting airstrike on the exclusion zone. Authorization Mercury. Over. Sierra 1, this is Sierra. Airstrike is inbound. Clear the area. Over. Quarantine every farm in a 5-mile radius, and sweep the woods with thermal. Nothing gets in or out. Over. Acknowledged. Evac coordinates have been forwarded to your navigator. Over. Roger out. Barry, get us out of here,
said Jeffries, disabling his cloaking field while the rest of us followed suit. Barry took out his nav equipment while Sprite and Tanner held back another wave of parasites, which were beginning to spill out from the front door of the house. Barry began running ahead, and we quickly followed him to the tree line, entering the woods just as a sonic boom cracked overhead with the roar of a jet engine. A B-1 Lancer tore through the clouds above us, a cluster of bombs falling in its wake that detonated above the cornfield in a cascade of brilliant explosions and showered it with 1,000 trails of white phosphorus, ghostly ribbons of smoke shooting into the sky behind us. I could hear the screams of those things, so many that they fused together in a horrific, wailing shriek that carried upon the air and threatened to annihilate any shred of sanity I still had left. Barry led us further into the woods, and another sonic boom cracked through the sky, followed by a series of shuddering explosions as the farmhouse and yard were reduced to rubble. Streaks of white smoke erupting over the forest canopy.
Contact!
Yelled Tanner, firing at something I couldn't see. The rotten corpse of a cow unfurled from above, its hooves wrapped around one of the branches like a prehensile limb as its entire body split open down the middle, unfurling to reveal a gaping sphincter of flesh that vomited a giant thrashing centipede. As it lashed toward us, the others opened fire with their railguns, blasting it back in a spatter of gore. It fell from the tree, only to immediately upright itself with a monstrous elasticity and stand up in its back hooves, like the flailing parasite was using the bovine corpse as a pair of legs. The others backed up, and I fired at it, vaporizing the upper half of its body and splattering the trees with dripping viscera. Its shredded lower half collapsed to the ground, and swarms of smaller insects immediately slithered free from it, creeping towards us through the grass. Jeffries urged us to keep going. Barry continued forward while Sprite lashed its lasers across the ground in our wake, creating a fiery barrier to cover our escape. Soon we heard the sound of the Osprey overhead, and we quickly ran over to where it was hovering. The M240 gunner tossed the ropes out the back, and we grabbed hold, pulling ourselves up into the aircraft as fast as we could and piling inside. While we strapped ourselves in, I looked back to see the wall of pale smoke that had consumed the farm. Another bomber tore through the sky behind us, loosing another payload that burst upon the air and bathed the woods in streaks of white phosphorus.
I hate bugs,
I said. When we arrived back at HQ, we were immediately met by a hazmat team, and everyone on the Osprey was quarantined until they figured out that we were all clean. Breach locked down the area as best as they could, though they were honestly not sure if any of the parasites got out in advance, and the fact that they could hijack the central nervous system and ride around like a regular person for a while was rather disconcerting. Every nearby town is being closely monitored, and thankfully, no new cases have popped up. Where they came from originally, on the other hand, we have no earthly clue. We have to assume it's the other universe that was severed from us, but there had to be a breach somewhere for that to happen, and we don't know where that would be. We haven't heard anything from the travelers, and our search of the Atlantic still hasn't found any Legionnaires. Turns out the ocean is rather large. We know we're looking in the right place, though, because we've been getting a ton of reports about missing sea life and tangles of bloody meat washing up on shorelines. Hopefully whatever they're doing isn't taking place underwater, because if it is, then we're shit out of luck in terms of detection. Next in the pipeline is Operation Bushido. They're sending us to Japan, believe it or not. Barry says we're taking out a necromancer, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean in real life. He refused to elaborate. Until then, stay safe, and remember, they're not hallucinations. They're trying to communicate. Thane here. It's been a long couple of months. I'm sorry I disappeared on you, but everyone's been in such a panic lately. I just can't shake the feeling that something terrible is about to happen, and I'm not sure I want to be here when it does. Breach has the Traveler's bomb on total lockdown, and we have several more countries funding us now, trying to figure out a way of disarming it, but we only have the vaguest idea of how it works. Maybe a little more after Bushido, but it's still far beyond anything we've ever seen that it might as well be magic. I wonder if it would be quick. I have to assume that it would be, if it's made to destroy our entire universe. We're so small and insignificant compared to everything around us that we probably wouldn't even see it coming. One moment we would be there, and the next we would be gone, like we had never even existed. The Travelers are here. We don't know what they want, but we've seen their ships in the skies. A fisherman off the coast of Morocco recorded a video on his phone and posted it to the internet. Breach had him killed, along with everyone he knew, and wiped everything they could before it managed to take hold and spread. They were always quite good at that. The video showed something decloaking in the sky, all the clouds rushing away from its design like they were somehow frightened to be near it. It almost looked as though it were half alive, spines trailing down from this bizarre angular ship and riding the wind like liquid metal, throwing off a low-frequency sound that made your ears bleed, even through the recording. Barry said it reminded him of a broadhead arrow, but I never saw the resemblance. We could barely even stand to look at it without a dose of acid. There are at least 3 as far as we know, and they're only ever seen over the ocean. Maybe they're looking for the Legionnaires. I couldn't say. Maybe I should be grateful, because if they thought we were doomed, they'd just detonate the bomb. It's not like we could stop them. All the real bullshit started with Operation Bushido, and I have to say that I didn't see it coming. It was just some dumb routine op in Japan. A necromancer from the parasitic universe was supposedly summoning and devouring the souls of the dead, according to HQ. I don't know how they figured this out, but the operative word to keep in mind is a soul. None of us know what that really means, or if it implies there's any sort of afterlife, but the way it was explained, our bodies are like vessels, an interface for the soul, the seat of consciousness, to interact with the physical world. We later got the impression that was exactly why Breach was so interested in the necromancer, because it turned out that souls were what powered the bomb, and Command knew it, long before we were ever deployed. According to the books that we recovered after the op, the level of energy they could output was beyond anything we had ever thought possible, and with enough control you could somehow use them to manipulate reality, change things, create something out of nothing, or unmake an entire universe. It just depended on the will of the wielder, should they actually have the power to use them. Humans do not, but Legionnaires, their controllers, and presumably the Travelers absolutely do. Our destination was in the Akaishi Mountains. I'm not allowed to say anything more than that. Our objective was simple: kill the necromancer. Afterward, I remember finding it odd that they didn't want him captured alive at all costs, given what he could potentially know about the bomb, but no. For some reason they wanted him dead. Either way, things don't always work out the way you plan them. It was me, Jeffries, Barry, Tanner, and Sprite, packed into the back of a UH-60 modified for stealth operations. Our packs holding all the equipment in the world that we never actually used, because every single operation was so quick and violent that camping out was never an option, save for 1 or 2 times. Maybe I'll tell you about them someday. The others had their railguns, and I had my electrical cannon, courtesy of whoever the fuck the Crest were. We still didn't know, having been cut off from their frozen bunkers in the other universe, but we sure did appreciate their gear, and Sprite was always a welcome addition to the crew. We hovered off the side of a mountain just before sunrise, an expanse of trees blanketing the range as far as I could see. Everything we could make out in the faint pale light of the morning was green, except for the summit, which was barely exposed and covered in snow. And that was exactly where we were headed. We said our goodbyes to the gunner and rappelled down from the helicopter, Sprite following just behind us as our boots hit the ground. The ropes were pulled back up and the bird got out of dodge while Barry took out his nav gear to orient us.
Well, I hope you guys are ready to climb,
he said, taking the lead. We all activated our cloaking fields and followed him up the ever-ascending incline, grass and twigs crunching beneath my boots in the near darkness that lurked under the forest canopy. I switched on my night vision, revealing the steep rock face that waited for us at the top of the hill.
Sprite, move up and scout for us. Don't engage, only report.
Sprite did as he was told and floated ahead.
Is it just the one guy?
Asked Tanner.
This isn't a job that keeps its promises. Best to be on guard.
We dropped to our hands and knees when the incline became too great to stand, crawling up the mossy earth until we hit the towering rock face.
Thane, you're up.
I took the grappling gun from my pack and loaded it with a charge. Holding the gun against my cheek, I took aim up at the mountain, searching for a spot that looked stable enough to hold our weight. When I found it, I pulled the trigger, and the hook shot up at the target, the rope trailing behind it before it hit its mark and projected an anchor into the rock with a soft thunk. I detached the gun and put my full weight on the rope, testing its strength.
We're good. Ladies first,
said Jeffries, nodding at me. I nodded, grinning inside my mask. I pulled myself up onto the rope and attached it to my pack as a precaution, letting the strength of my exoskeleton carry me as I quickly climbed 30 feet up the rock face and sat down on the broken ridge that flanked the mountain. There were a few sparse trees jutting out from the mossy cavities that lined the entire way up. I waved. Sprite beeped an inch away from my face, nearly giving me a heart attack. I could never see him like our own cloaking fields. I gave him a pat as the others slowly followed, making their way up to us. When they were all with me, Barry led the way around a narrow ledge that snaked over 100-foot drop, staying as close to the rock face as possible. When we passed it, we continued up a ragged incline where it looked like a landslide had taken a chunk out of the mountain, massive, jagged boulders impeding our path at every opportunity. The snow was starting to make itself known, streaks of white carrying down the nearby pass until our own boots started to crunch upon it, our armor insulating us from the biting cold. The wind was picking up, but Barry said we were almost there.
Right up ahead,
he said, pointing at a cliff about 20 feet up. I loaded the grappling gun with another charge and shot it just above our target, the hook slamming into the wall of rock beyond it. I detached the gun, put it away, and tested the strength of the rope. I climbed up as quick as I could, Sprite flying just ahead of me, and pulled myself up onto the snowy cliff. Scanning my surroundings, the others made their way up the rope. We were getting closer to the summit, the ledge winding up into a narrow rocky path obscured by 2 columns of stone that almost appeared to be man-made. It was getting brighter out, and the sun would soon follow. The others climbed up next to me, and Barry pointed at the pillars.
Should be right through there. No more heights as far as I know.
Jeffries nodded.
Tanner, you're up.
Tanner moved ahead. We followed him between the pillars and up the winding path before we emerged upon a small, snowy clearing surrounded by looming cliffs, the summit towering just overhead, and beneath it, the entrance to a dark cave yawned open before us. Something about it gave me a sense of foreboding. The way it lurked in the pale, blue light of the morning, gray rocky spines jutting around it like a pair of teeth ready to snap shut upon its prey. Jeffries called in.
Sierra, this is Sierra 1. We've got eyes on the cave. No contact yet. Over. Sierra 1, this is Sierra. You're free to engage. Over. Roger out.
Tanner advanced towards the entrance, and we followed close behind, slipping into the darkness of the cavern. We emerged upon a small ledge that led down into a placid river of blood, stalactites hanging from the ceiling like 100 spears ready to fall. Following the rocky trail through the shadow, we sank into the stagnant pool, our cloaking fields flickering as it wavered around our passage. Just ahead, it ran through an archway of stone like a fetid blood gutter, and with our guns at the ready, we followed it into a larger chamber. The sounds of motion stirred ahead, echoing faintly upon the broken walls until we arrived at a path that led up to the bizarre, hexagonal ceiling of a ritual chamber, inscribed with a massive sigil of a stylized sun. I recognized the 4 runes that surrounded it from what Barry had told me after Operation Thunderbird. They were a part of the Elder Futhark, but I wasn't sure what they meant. Twin braziers flanked the ascent as they burned with a violet, otherworldly flame, and all the way to the top the feathered bodies of dead crows laid splayed out upon the blood-soaked stone, layered atop a bed of nameless avian bones. Slowly, we crept up the path, the feathered corpses crunching beneath our boots no matter how much we tried to avoid them. It wasn't long before the entirety of the ritual chamber slipped into view, a sigil of a crescent moon marked upon the blood-stricken stone, while in the center of it all, a conglomerate of twitching birds had been fused together in a horrific mockery of an altar. Flesh and feathers merged into each other in a mound of shifting meat and chittering beaks. Somehow they were all still alive, but they didn't sound like birds anymore. I couldn't describe the grating, insectile chaos that I heard in the cave, but I remember the feeling more than anything. It was the feeling that something was broken, that it wasn't working the way it should, and for the sake of my sanity, I could only pray that it continued to malfunction. It's like it was trying to connect to something far beyond our reality, but it lacked the ability to actually do so. Atop the altar, a massive crow had been splayed out over the others, its drooping wings shuddering and shaking while a runic dagger that had been wrapped in human flesh impaled its chest. At least, that's what I thought I saw. I thought I saw a crow, but it wasn't. It was something else. The way its body contracted and warped, breaking through the fabric of existence like a skipping film. The guise of the crow was what my mind applied to it, to shield me from the horrifying reality of its true nature. The air warped around it with a gravitational lensing, like it was struggling to implode into a black hole, but was prevented from doing so by the dagger that bound it. And standing directly behind it was our target, the alleged necromancer. He was clad in the armor of a samurai, surrounded by the bookshelves of a small study, tables of alchemical ingredients scattered around him, and his assembly of hanging, rune-marked scrolls. He didn't seem to notice us standing there, even with all the noise that we had inadvertently made. That, or he just didn't care. I raised my weapon, aiming at him alongside the others, yet something about him bothered me. He seemed old and frail, weakened by age, but he moved with a strange sort of jittering swiftness that almost frightened me, scanning his open books with a look of despair and frustration.
Tanner, take him out.
Yes, sir,
said Tanner, bracing himself next to me. A deafening bang echoed through the chamber as he pulled the trigger, and the necromancer snapped to the side faster than I could perceive, dodging the projectile entirely before it harmlessly exploded against the wall behind him. He looked in our direction, trying to see us through our cloaking fields.
"Who goes there?"
he called.
Weapons free,
said Jeffries. The others opened fire on the man, who miraculously dodged every shot, flickering and weaving from side to side in a sudden blur like he was moving faster than the speed of sound. Bracing my gun against my shoulder, I pulled the trigger and launched an electrical shockwave that caught him off guard, slamming into him with a shuddering boom and knocking him back against the wall. His skin was blistered, and he grunted with pain, but he was otherwise unharmed by a shot that would have utterly disintegrated a legionnaire.
"Cease this futility at once,"
he snarled, his eyes locked upon our position. A slug from Barry slammed into his chest, denting his armor and temporarily winding him, but he quickly dodged the barrage of the others, carefully advancing toward us as he bobbed and wove through the onslaught.
"I said cease,"
he repeated. I was about to fire another shockwave when Jeffries decloaked and raised his hand, signaling for us to stop. The necromancer paused in his advance, eyeing us with curiosity.
"Who are you? What is this world?"
he asked, his voice deep and weathered. Nobody answered.
"Why does this conduit stutter in its place? I've slain a watcher by the teachings of Borgeth, but I fail to even hear his whispers."
We were sent to kill you. Any idea why that would be?
I looked at Jeffries, unsure of his motivations. It wasn't like him to potentially endanger us for the sake of his own curiosity. The necromancer studied us carefully, examining the shifting outline of our cloaking fields as though attempting to determine our numbers.
"The Astral Lords. They sent you, didn't they? Are they so vindictive that they would follow me to another world? All I want is to live my life by my own rules. Is that so much to ask?"
I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Who are you?
The man looked at us with confusion as though perplexed by our response.
I was a paladin of the Astral Lords,
he said, like he was explaining a well-known fact that we somehow should have been aware of.
You don't know whom I speak? Where am I?
I think he got cut off,
said Barry, deactivating his cloaking field.
He's from the other universe, right?
He turned to the necromancer.
You probably found your way here and got stranded like the Legionnaires.
What? I don't understand. Legionnaires? What business do the Darklings have with this world?
But why would Breach want him dead? He's an obvious asset.
Unless this place is beyond the Lunar Fortress,
said the man, seeming to understand something that was known to only him. That understanding quickly faded to a creeping existential horror, his eyes widening with absolute fear. Stuttering beneath his breath, he pulled the knife from the bizarre crow that laid atop the altar. We all raised our weapons in alarm, aiming at him, but he only laughed in utter bewilderment before beginning to remove his armor.
You're afraid of me.
He began to hastily carve an intricate runic symbol in his own chest with the blade. Jeffrey started to speak.
What are you?
I'm destroying my soul,
said the man, finishing the symbol and beginning to work on several others.
The truest gift that Morgath ever granted me. If you're smart, you'll copy these marks and follow in my step. Because if the Ascendants and the Darklings capture you, you will wish that death was the greatest of your concerns. I know that you don't understand the dangers of my world, but trust me when I say that the cessation of your existence is the only merciful path you can take.
The man plunged the dagger into his chest, and the runic markings flared with a ghostly light. Twitching and convulsing, he collapsed to the ground before falling completely still. He was dead, and I was utterly lost, still unsure of what to make of the situation.
Objective complete?
I said, deactivating my cloaking field alongside Barry. Jeffrey shrugged, still confused and alarmed.
Where's Sprite?
asked Barry. The rattle of gunfire suddenly echoed through the cavern, coming from back near the entrance. Then it stopped.
Tanner, take point,
said Jeffries. We all reactivated our cloaking fields and followed Tanner back into the river of blood, moving through the sloshing liquid as quickly as we could. When we emerged on the other side, the light of day was shining through the entrance to the cave, illuminating the decimated bodies of 6 soldiers clad in black. Spent brass and M16s scattered on the ground next to them. They had been sliced apart by laser fire, their wounds still glowing and wisping with smoke. Sprite decloaked nearby and beeped. Jeffries chuckled and gave him a pat.
What do we got here?
He asked. I knelt down and unmasked one of the soldiers, revealing the lifeless face of a bearded middle-aged man. His skin was carved with bleeding runes, not too dissimilar from those of the Legionnaires, and even in death he radiated an aura of utter insanity. His arm, however, had a patch that I recognized.
Prometheus Mandate,
I said, pointing at it before crawling to my feet.
This is bad,
muttered Barry, wandering out into the daylight at the snowy entrance of the cave. A bullet exploded against the nearby rock, and Barry hit the ground for cover, the report of the gun echoing through the distance a second later. He swore, scrambling back over to us as the sound of a helicopter passed overhead. Jeffrey switched on his radio.
Sierra, this is Sierra 1. We've got hostile contact at our position. Prometheus Mandate. At least one sharpshooter to the east and a bird overhead. But we don't have visual. Requesting immediate evac. Over. Sierra 1, this is Sierra. Has the target been neutralized? Over. Affirm. Over. Acknowledged. Evac is inbound. ETA 3 minutes. Stay in cover and clear snipers with your drone. Over. Roger out,
said Jeffries, turning to Sprite. Sprite beeped in acknowledgement and activated his cloaking field, flying out into the daylight. We waited in the cave with our guns trained on the entrance, the Prometheus helicopter passing over us again. A shot rang in the distance, followed by a scream that was abruptly silenced by something.
Right ahead,
said Tanner, A group of 3 Prometheus soldiers came up from the snowy path, rifles trained on the cave entrance, but they couldn't see us through our cloaking fields.
Thane, you're up.
Taking aim at the oncoming force, I pulled the trigger, and the electrical cannon kicked back against my shoulder, throwing off a burning shockwave that utterly vaporized the 3 men. Their blood and decimated organs splattering back across the snow. A blur rippled through the space before us, and Sprite decloaked, beeping as he drifted next to Jeffries. The sound of a jet engine began to roar in the distance until a sonic boom cracked overhead, and a deafening explosion shuddered through the air. Flaming debris ricocheted across the snow outside, raining down from the sky, while the sound of another helicopter started to get closer.
Sierra 1, this is Sierra. Evac is at your position, over.
Sierra, this is Sierra 1. Roger, we're moving out.
Waving us onward, Tanner took point, his railgun trained on the path while a modified UH-60 hovered above us. The M240 gunner throwing ropes out from the side before opening fire on something we couldn't see. Spent brass raining down from the sky as gunshots rattled through the air. I slung my weapon onto my back and took hold of a rope, quickly ascending alongside the others before pulling myself up into the helicopter, the deafening shots of the machine gun booming right next to me. 2 bullets clinked against the side of the aircraft, and I peeked over the edge, where I saw a fire team of Prometheus soldiers taking cover behind the 2 man-made pillars, several of their number laying dead in the snow. When the rest of my squad mates piled into the helicopter, the pilot took us up into the sky, flying away while the sound of a jet engine screamed through the air behind us, followed by the crack of a sonic boom. I looked back just as the aircraft's payload detonated along the side of the mountain in a cascade of thundering explosions. Streaks of fire and debris pluming into the clouds while the cliffs dislodged in an avalanche of rock, incinerating any remaining Prometheus soldiers. Turning away, I laid back in the helicopter alongside my friends, Jeffries holding Sprite beneath his arm with a smile. I remembered being thankful that at least none of us got dismembered this time, but the reaction of the necromancer still bothered me. He genuinely thought that we were completely doomed. Maybe he didn't realize that the parasitic universe had been severed from our own, and came to his own conclusion in his mind, but either way, he seemed absolutely terrified. And that made me wonder what exactly we were up against. Why would he destroy his own soul, rather than face whatever was coming? None of us really had an answer for that, but it spoke volumes that the travelers were willing to annihilate our entire universe in order to prevent it from happening. Anyway, that whole area was apparently the site of a long-dead Karasu Tengu cult, where they had killed a very large number of crows for an undisclosed reason, presumably for some sort of sacrifice, though Barry tells me that doesn't make any sense. The necromancer wasn't using the souls of dead humans either. Instead, he was using the souls of the birds to fuel whatever sort of altar or conduit he had made in there. He wasn't consuming them at all, if he even could. Only thing is, that altar didn't work the way it was supposed to. What that would have meant for us, we're still not entirely sure. The cleanup crew recovered some books that the Prometheus raid missed, which gave us an idea of what was really going on. But they got everything else, including the body, and whatever creature in there was pretending to be a crow. They didn't get to keep it for long though, because one of our jets intercepted the transport and shot it down. The only thing that survived were a couple of chunks of the necromancer, but the runes he had used were lost, and the footage from our recordings were too grainy to make them out. All we know is that they were linked to the entity known as Borgeth, the blindfolded horror show that we encountered back in Operation Osiris. The books claimed that it ruled over a race of occult practitioners known as warlocks, in a frozen wasteland called the Stygian Reach, and we assumed that these warlocks were the flying, hooded creatures that nearly killed Jeffries. The Darklings that the necromancer had mentioned, on the other hand, were likely the Legionnaires and their controllers, the latter of which he referred to as Ascendants. But there was no mention of either in any of the books, nor anything about the Astral Lords or the Lunar Fortress. Something of particular interest, though, was the blood of the necromancer. According to Barry's contacts in medical, if you injected it into living tissue, it would heal pretty much anything. It cured cancer, diseases, injuries, you name it. Except a couple of days later, it would turn you into something. I never saw the creatures that came out of those experiments, but they apparently all resembled birds in the loosest possible definition of the word. The most dangerous variation happened when you injected an actual bird with it, which resulted in a fourth-dimensional monster that could fly through walls like they were air. I'm told it disassembled several researchers before they finally figured out how to kill it. We don't know how the necromancer managed to tolerate the blood, but we're guessing that's what granted him the ability to dodge bullets given that he wasn't actually eating the souls he had collected. Another fun, but comparatively useless discovery was the violet fire that burned inside the cave. You could spread it onto anything that would normally catch fire, but it would take thousands of years to actually consume its fuel, and was resistant to things like water and wind. So, in the ideal environment, it would burn forever. It was maintained by a swarm of highly efficient, self-replicating organisms, but they didn't fully inhabit the third dimension, so our ability to study them was limited. We don't know what Prometheus's interest in the operation was. They never attacked one of our squads before in the entire history of Breach, even after we had killed plenty of them. They knew they couldn't stand up to us, so they must have really wanted something at that cave. Just yesterday, Barry had a theory that we were sent there to kill the necromancer so that Prometheus couldn't capture him alive, but we were still not sure why we wouldn't want him alive as well, unless the knowledge that he possessed was somehow too dangerous to remain in the world, no matter who had control of him. Even still, now that we know what powers the bomb, he could have at least helped us disarm it. Then we wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Isn't that what we want? Anyway, we've been on temporary lockdown at HQ for the time being, and all our resources are going into finding the travelers and whatever it is they're doing back here. Prometheus has been moving out in the open as well. A lot of chatter on their dark websites, but we can't decrypt their codes yet, so we don't know what they're planning. They're gearing up for something though, and their numbers are a lot greater than we gave them credit for. We don't have any operations in the pipe, but all the guys say hi, including Sprite. And I'll let you know if anything happens, if it doesn't make it to the news channels first. Until then, stay safe. And if you see something moving under a family member's skin, kill them and burn the body. They aren't the person you remember. Operation Exile. That's what the Travelers called it when they made the decision to kill us all. The bomb would destroy everything that we were and everything we would ever be, burning our souls to dust so that nothing could ever bring them back, so that nothing could ever feed upon them. It turns out that the necromancer had the right idea after all. This is Thane, and we're in a lot of trouble. We were locked in at HQ, and we thought that things were finally quieting down. We had a few ops in the pipe that I was honestly looking forward to, just to see sunlight again, or at least the sky. I don't even know what fresh air tastes like anymore. Didn't quite get the chance. Prometheus had been preparing for something big, but we had no idea what, and anyone we tried to capture killed themselves before we could take them into custody. Then it all stopped, like the calm before the storm. We pulled the base off lockdown. Jeffries and Tana were both on duty, while Barry and I were slamming back drinks in the cantina outside the mess hall. It had been tense, not knowing what could be coming our way, and we figured it was time to celebrate. After neither of us could no longer walk in a straight line, we shambled past the barracks wing, harassed Sprite over at R&D, and found our way to the airfield doors so we could finally take a walk outside. The 2 checkpoint guards posted next to them swiped our IDs and let us through, the heavy, steel barrier sliding open in front of us. Barry shuffled ahead of me, and I could see the beginnings of the night sky over the walls of the complex. Apart from the base itself, there was no light pollution out there, so you could see every star in the sky. Streaks of cosmic radiance burning over the vast rows of helicopters and maintenance hangars, while the dark silhouettes of watchtowers lurked upon the horizon, each outfitted with a laser defense system designed to shoot down incoming missiles and aircraft. I was about to follow Barry outside, ready to take it all in, when a blinding flash of light swallowed my vision, and a thundering boom shocked through the air, deafening my ears and knocking me onto my back with a concussive shockwave. Barry scrambled over to me as I crawled to my feet, looking up to see that one of the towers had been reduced to a smoldering ruin. My ears ringing, I stepped forward and looked up to see a bizarre aircraft descending from the sky above the airfield, like a sweeping hook with wings of vicious, metallic thorns, glowing, crimson sigils burning upon its every surface. The alarm began to sound and the remaining defense towers locked onto the ship, their lasers flashing against it, only to burn upon a sudden force field of hexagonal lines, streaks of sparking fire raining down from every point of impact, but failing to penetrate the flickering barrier. The dark aircraft turned through the sky like liquid upon the air, and the weapon systems beneath its wings flared with minute beams of seething antimatter that collided with the unseen towers, a cascade of explosions cracking through the distance a moment later. Upon the horizon, the lights of several incoming helicopters slowly approached, cutting through the night as the lone alien craft swiftly dispatched any remaining defenses.
Come on, let's get to the armory,
said Barry, running back into the hall as the two checkpoint guards rushed out into the darkness with their rifles at the ready. Gunshots rattled behind us while I followed Barry into the depths of the complex and emerged within the luminous central chamber, contingents of soldiers rushing over the walkways of glass and grated silver that flanked the walls of the second level, while others emerged from the barracks doors, dressed in fatigues with their M16s slung over their shoulders. Panicked chatter crackled from every radio, while orders were barked through the air in the chaos, everyone in a hurry to quickly mobilize. Passing through the blinding fluorescent lights that burned overhead and reflected upon every gleaming surface, we joined the surge of off-duty personnel that were running toward the armory, and stopped when we saw Jeffries and Tanner tailing behind another breach squad in their power armor, railguns in hand.
You two, get suited up. We're setting up cover just ahead. We're using the airfield hall as a choke while the other teams deploy from the underground shafts and box them in. Who's attacking us?
I asked.
Prometheus. They're backed up by Legionnaires. Now go.
We continued down the corridor until we reached the armory, the sprawling chamber separated off from the towering shelves of equipment and weaponry by silver grating, while the armorers struggled to accommodate everyone that was rushing toward the queue windows. Barry and I were hurried in through a separate entrance alongside several other breach squad members, moving past the rows of workbenches and scattered parts before we arrived at the holding area for special operations gear. Two armorers quickly took our powered exoskeletons down from the racks and anchored them to the floor before moving to assist the others. The back of my armor yawning open before me, I stepped up into it and it locked into place around my limbs, humming to life as it sealed me inside, and the heads-up display flickered in around me. When it was fully powered on, I took an electrical cannon from the racks and armed it, Barry quickly joining me after he loaded his railgun.
Let's kick some ass,
he said. I nodded, and we ran back down the rows, other squad members rushing by us to get suited up. We passed through the grated door and hurried through the crowds of the main armory, leaving it for the corridor that led back to the central chamber. Something beeped from overhead, and we looked up to see Sprite decloaking above us, following in our wake as gunshots rattled through the hall ahead. Entering the central chamber, we saw it was now sectioned off with metal blockades, soldiers and breach squads taking cover behind them while they kept their weapons trained on the hull to the airfield. Several Prometheus soldiers had been gunned down in front of it, clad in dark, lightweight armor, black balaclavas, and M4 carbines as their blood dripped from the silver walls. Jeffries motioned us over to where he and Tanner were positioned in front of the open hull, and we took cover next to him. Sprite beeped again, and Jeffries patted him.
Good boy. I was wondering if they would release you.
Our radio systems crackled to life within our suits.
Overwatch to all personnel.
4 hostile aircraft have landed on the strip and 2 have taken the helipads on the roof. We have Prometheus fire teams establishing a perimeter around the base, localized at the airfield entrance, and supported by Legionnaires. Backup is inbound, but be advised that an unknown stealth aircraft has bypassed radar detection and has disabled anti-air capabilities. All personnel maintain defense positions. Out. Switch to thermal. They're around the corner.
I kept my eyes on the corner at the end of the hall and switched my visor to thermal. The red outlines of several Prometheus soldiers crouched just ahead. To say the least, I was too drunk for this.
Can our railguns penetrate the walls? Not here,
I said, keeping my electrical cannon braced against my shoulder. Command crackled in through the radio once more.
Delta, Theta, and Gamma squads are in position beneath the airfield and are ready to engage. All personnel at blockade choke points remain on standby and prepare to support. Out.
One of the Prometheus soldiers tossed a smoke grenade out into the hall. It popped and started to fill the corridor with a dense wall of smoke, but they seemed to be unaware that we could still see them. The soldiers angled out from behind the door with their rifles raised, and the breach operators around me immediately opened fire. Railguns cracking through the air and messily splattering the oncoming forces across the walls. One of the soldiers dove back into cover at the last second and fled out of sight, his comrades reduced to a mess of pulverized meat and organs behind him. A resonating boom shuddered throughout the complex, and the lights burnt out around us, the HUD of my visor crackling and distorting before it corrected itself. I switched to night vision, cutting through the darkness that now enveloped the blockade as the soldiers around me began to mount lights on the rails of their M16s, their beams panning through the shadows in confusion.
We got hit by an EMP,
said Barry, keeping his eyes trained on the hull. Another boom shocked through the structure above, dust falling down through the ceiling like something had just collided with the base. Gunfire echoed through the distance from somewhere in the communications wing.
Overwatch to all personnel. Delta, Theta, and Gamma squads are down. Maintain defensive positions and do not leave the base. If your blockade has been compromised, fall back to the R&D safe room. Protect the bomb at all costs. Out.
A boom echoed in the distance, followed by another just above us, the structure shaking beneath my feet as loose debris clattered down from the ceiling. I briefly switched back to thermal and saw a second fire team of Prometheus soldiers gathering behind the wall at the end of the hall. "Pull back. Hurry," said Jeffries, urgently tapping me on the shoulder. Barry, Tanner, Sprite, and myself followed Jeffries through the blockade while another breach squad took our place, leading us to the connecting hall of the R&D wing just as a thundering explosion echoed through the complex, and the ceiling of the central chamber gave way behind us. I quickly covered my head and got low to the ground as a beam of antimatter shot down from above, and with a blinding flash I saw half the room disintegrate in a split second before the shockwave knocked me to the floor. Disoriented, I scrambled across the metallic tiles, rivers of blood smearing beneath me as gunfire rattled through the crackle of flames. Tanner grabbed me by the hand and helped me up. I looked back to see a glowing pit in the middle of the room, dismembered body parts strewn about the remnants of the barricade, while injured men and women screamed in pain and struggled to fight back against the Prometheus soldiers that poured in through the airfield hall. Jeffries opened fire on them to cover our escape, his powerful shots decapitating them in explosions of blood and bone before they quickly turned their attention to him. Their bullets harmlessly clinked and ricocheted against his armor, and Sprite raked his lasers through the advancing force, messily bisecting several of them, but they kept on coming. Then, 3 dark figures plummeted down from the glowing hole in the ceiling and landed in the center of the room with a heavy thud. Legionnaires. The 8-foot-tall titans of rippling muscle stood to their full height, clad in the blackened armor of demonic knights as cloaks of human flesh hung from their imposing frames. Their skin was scarred with vicious runes, and in the claws of their wicked gauntlets they each wielded greatswords and battle axes that would have taken several men to even lift, expertly crafted to inflict the highest amount of pain that they physically could. I took aim with my electrical cannon, yet before I could fire, a Legionnaire raised his hand to me, and a searing heat began to melt the weapon in my grip. I dropped it, the bubbling metal of its design glowing red-hot upon the ground. The Legionnaire laughed, baring his razor-sharp teeth as the others opened fire with their railguns, but failed to even scratch the terrifying figures, every shot uselessly sparking against their flesh and armor alike. While the other two began to slaughter the remaining soldiers in the room, the Legionnaire before me held his unbroken gaze, raising his sword in the air as he slowly approached.
Your fates have been written. Your resistance is hollow,
he bellowed, the others pulling me back. A soldier tried to run past him into the hall, but he swiftly snatched him up with a single hand and crushed his skull within his fist.
Your reality belongs to us, and your flesh belongs to me.
I turned and quickly retreated with the rest of my squad, running down the corridor as the laughter of the Legionnaire bellowed through the air, and another echoing boom nearly shook me off my feet. Turning into the sprawling lobby of the R&D wing, we saw a fire team of Prometheus soldiers pinning down the meager remnants of a blockade, their shots rattling and sparking across the metallic desks and shattered windows of the adjoining office block, while our allies struggled to return fire. Jeffries, Tanner, and Barry immediately gunned them down in a hail of depleted uranium, their blood splattering upon the silver walls lit only by the lights of rifles and the flashes of gunfire. Another 3 Prometheus soldiers came in through the secondary hall they were attacking from, one of them shooting a fleeing researcher in the back, while the other 2 took aim at us. I felt the shots of 5.56 ricochet harmlessly against my armor, but the second soldier fired an AR-10, the .308 round piercing through Barry's plating and a splatter of blood. Jeffries and Tanner quickly returned fire, joined by several men taking cover beyond the blockade, blasting the Prometheus soldiers to pieces.
Are you okay?
Jeffries asked. Barry nodded, clutching his stomach in pain.
Bullet's still in me,
he said with a pained grin.
Might need a new kidney.
Thundering foot stomps echoed from the hall that the soldiers had come from, and a Legionnaire emerged from the blackness, the men at the blockade opening fire on him to no effect. Jeffries led us past the reception desk and into the office block. Shattered glass crunched beneath my boots while the men around us continued to fire through the darkness. One of them tossed a fragmentation grenade at the lumbering Titan, but it only harmlessly exploded at his feet, the shrapnel doing absolutely nothing. Another breach squad of 5 emerged from the shadows at the end of the block, hurrying past us, all wielding electrical cannons.
Sia is Epsilon. Help us set the perimeter,
radioed the other sergeant. We stopped and turned as they took cover at the blockade, and we found our positions just behind them, all of us quickly taking aim at the Legionnaire. The wicked creature only grinned and slit his palm with a runic dagger, revealing a twisting, ornate sigil that had been carved into his skin.
Asphax, defiler of gods, step forth from my blood.
The other breach squad opened fire, electrical shockwaves slamming into the Legionnaire and utterly disintegrating him, vaporized flesh and bits of armor splattering and ricocheting against the walls. Nothing more seemed to threaten us, but gunshots still echoed in the distance. 4 allied soldiers rushed in from another hall in the lobby ahead, looking terrified and covered in blood. "Over here! Get to the labs! We've got this!" yelled a man from the blockade at our side, motioning them over. The soldiers hurried past us and disappeared into the darkness at our back, another shuddering boom echoing throughout the complex and shaking a cloud of dust from the ceiling.
Guys,
said Barry, a hint of fear in his voice. I turned to see him pointing at the remains of the Legionnaire, whose blood began to boil and crawl upon the ground, winding together into a bubbling pool as more of the crimson liquid was drawn off the walls and pulled into the hole, as though possessed of its own intelligence. "What the fuck?" muttered one of the other soldiers, taking aim at the churning pool. Then, my heart seized in my chest, a sense of overwhelming dread immediately flooding through me in a haze of raw adrenaline. A long, clawed hand emerged from the blood, like I was staring into a portal to another world. Several more slender arms slid forth into our reality, splaying out across the tiles like the limbs of a spider, and in their wake, something pulled itself up from the pool and unfurled at least 16 feet above us. It looked down at us as though we were dust, and I could barely breathe, like all the oxygen had been sucked from the air. I'm not sure how to exactly describe what I saw in that moment. It seemed to shift through 1,000 different identities, its face like a collapsing star of teeth and nothingness that made me want to slit my own throat. Its bizarre, hermaphroditic body was bound by an armor of constricting thorns that cut into its flesh with every unnerving, wrongly angled movement. 6 mutilated breasts hanging down from its slender, otherworldly form that embodied a nightmarish parody of inhuman excess. The other breach squad began to open fire, electrical shockwaves ripping against the horrific aberration, but to absolutely no effect. Its face of withering flesh opened into a maw of spiraling fangs that wept down into infinity, and from that maw it loosed a scream that brought me to my knees, the structure trembling as though caught in an earthquake while the blasphemous sound scraped through the very depths of my soul. The others around me clutched their ears in vain, screaming and writhing upon the ground while several soldiers started to fall into seizure. But nothing could prevent the wailing shriek that stripped and raped my mind with its resonance. Then it ceased, and I could only shudder upon the tiles, confused and disoriented.
Fall to your knees and beg, for the eyes of suffering have graced your flesh.
I scrambled back across the floor alongside the others as the towering creature snatched up one of the breach operators and opened its maw of limitless void, rasping with perverse hunger. The operator immediately fell limp, as though all of the life had been instantaneously drained from his body and a ghostly light wept from his armor, sucked into the pit of spiraling teeth as the looming terror drank his soul. It discarded the empty shell of a body and turned its focus to the rest of the squad members, who fired upon it with their electrical cannons. It only swept its claws through their ranks, cleaving 3 of their squad members in a splatter of blood and organs. The horror picked up the remaining operator and sank its countless claws into his skin while he screamed within its grip.
Open, mortal, and bare your flesh. I can taste the fear upon your soul.
With a sickening slickness, its claws warped around the man's shrieking body and slowly turned him inside out. Blood, intestines, and dislodged bones spilling out from the unrecognizable mass of flesh. 2 legionnaires entered the lobby from one hall, while a large contingent of Prometheus soldiers entered from another, immediately stopping when they saw the aberration turn toward them and ignore us completely. It didn't care if they professed to be its allies. It just wanted to inflict as much pain as it possibly could, and when it smelled their souls upon the blood-drenched air, it couldn't deny its hunger. We fled through the ruined office block as the screams of Prometheus soldiers cut through the distance, uselessly firing upon the looming nightmare as it ate their souls and flayed them alive. We quickly moved past an abandoned checkpoint and emerged within the laboratory section of the R&D wing, countless testing and storage chambers flanking us, and walled off by bulletproof glass that was smeared with blood. Running past the gurneys and stacks of overturned crates, muzzle flashes burned through the darkness beyond. A legionnaire marching unimpeded through the distant chambers as she pursued a guard and several researchers. The guard stood his ground, firing his M16 at the advancing figure, but the bullets only bounced off her tempered flesh, rune-scarred and clad in a lurid, revealing lingerie of blackened plate and tapered razors. The legionnaire plunged her gauntlet into the guard's chest and ripped out his beating heart, taking a bite with a rasp of hunger as she focused her gaze on the fleeing researchers. Knowing that we could do nothing to stop her, we followed Jeffries through the rows of chambers to the high-security zone, where a barricade of debris had been piled around the checkpoint, breach operators and allied soldiers aiming their weapons from behind their cover.
"Or Sierra. Let us through,"
said Jeffries, raising his hands. The blockade lowered their weapons, eyes peeled to the darkness as we quickly passed them and entered the main foyer that connected a network of sealed but transparent project rooms. Like a spiraling panopticon of glass, More barricades and heavy weapon armatures were bolted to the ground alongside a large gathering of personnel at the ready, as though every survivor had fled to that room. Beyond them all, a massive silver airlock stood embedded in the wall, identifying the chamber that must have held the bomb. I never actually saw it in person before, thanks to my lack of clearance, but I could somehow feel it upon the air, even through the walls, like I was suddenly sucking on a live battery. Another cascade of shuddering booms reverberated from somewhere in the distance, dust and debris billowing down from above. Then I heard the shriek of that eldritch nightmare once more, quieter as it echoed from the laboratories we had just come from, but it was still enough to fill me with dread, every inch of my skin prickling with unease. "What the fuck is that?" asked one of the guards alongside us.
I'm still asking that myself, and it's coming this way. And how exactly are we planning on stopping that thing?
I asked.
We can't, and we aren't. Only thing we can do is buy time until the Air Force nukes the base and hope that it doesn't trigger the bomb. That, or the Travelers cut out the middleman. We're fucked either way,
said Jeffries in a grim tone.
Well, where are the Travelers? It's their bomb. You'd think they'd want to defend the thing. Maybe. But in the meantime, I don't think our lives mean shit in their eyes. Fuck it. We've got a job to do. These things want to fight, we're gonna give them one.
A legionary emerged from the laboratory hall, the same one that had been chasing the researchers, and as soon as her eyes locked upon our own, she snarled with hunger and charged toward us. The other breach operators with electrical cannons immediately opened fire on her with a barrage of shockwaves, blasting her to pieces in a rush of vaporizing gore. The aberration screeched once more from somewhere beyond, the sound of shattering glass echoing through the distance until only silence remained. I could hear my heartbeat hammering in my ears, hyperventilating in fear with my eyes peeled on the shadows ahead. The slender horror erupted from the darkness, and I stumbled back, my heart seizing in my chest as everyone around me scrambled to open fire. But it was already upon us, sweeping its long spider-like claws through the front of the barricade and searing several defenders in two, blood and debris scattering across the floor. Drenched in the gore of the men who had just been disemboweled before me, I grabbed one of their discarded electrical cannons and aimed it at the shrieking nightmare, pulling the trigger in a blind attempt to stamp it out of existence. The weapon kicked back against my shoulder and the electrical shockwave slammed into the creature. But, just like the countless railgun shots that rammed against it, it did absolutely nothing to slow its advance. The horror completely ignored the assault, picking up any nearby defenders in its claws and messily biting them in half before ripping the souls from their bodies. The voice of Overwatch crackled in through the radio.
All personnel, fall back to the safe room. Do not let it touch the bomb,
yelled command over the chaos. Jeffries grabbed Barry and I from behind.
Come on, you can't hurt it.
I turned away, following him and the rest of my squad over to the airlock as the others struggled to hold the nightmare back. While the airlock slowly slid open with a shuddering groan, I looked back at the ravening abomination. It ceased its slaughter, countless crimson dilated eyes splitting open across its flesh, before every single one of them immediately focused upon me. Every muscle in my body froze, and as the horror raised a single drooping limb and pointed directly at me, the world around me dissolved away, as though it were a painting splashed with thinner. What took its place is difficult to describe, but I remember the feeling more than anything. The feeling of my soul tearing itself apart, of my mind fracturing into 1,000 pieces. I stood within a forest of bleeding flesh, skies of warring crimson, violet, and rotting bile colliding through the mirage of reality. The air was viscous, pushing through my lungs and cradling my body like a slurry of liquid meat, and all around me, cellular willows burned and wavered through reality, trailing across my vision in a sickening miasma of tangled skin and nameless viscera. Before me, the aberration stood, pointing at me through the shifting world as its mind forced itself upon my own. Yet my eyes were not on that towering horror. They were on the nightmare that lurked beyond it. Looming forever above the monstrous wood, a willow of pure void stretched across my sight and occupied my soul, every branch winding down into the pits of gnashing infinite teeth that threatened to devour what precious little remained of my sanity. Back and forth it recoiled and pulsed like a contracting muscle set into the world, throwing off shockwaves that rippled through the multiverse. Like a psychic wind of unbridled carnage. Backlit by a star of a hue with no name, the caustic glow of the eldritch god fell upon me, and my skin burned. Every nerve in my body bursting into flame as the taste of blood filled my mouth. But try as I might, there was no true description for the thing that I saw. There was only the sensation of being corroded from the inside out, eaten away by its acidic gaze, while every aspect of my identity burned to dust in the primal wind. I felt like a collapsing star, imploding into myself as I struggled to behold the paralyzing sight. And then it was gone. I was standing back at HQ once more, the servant of the godlike willow lowering its outstretched claw. I collapsed to the ground as the fighting continued around me, but I could barely hear it above the ringing in my ears. The image of the willow scorched into my sight like a stinging afterimage. Every muscle in my body twitched and convulsed, and I felt like I was having a walking seizure. My squad mates yelling for me over the radio, but I couldn't make out their words. I felt like my identity had been blasted to nothing, and the only thing that remained in its place was a terrifying hunger that permeated every aspect of my being. I wanted to rip into my own flesh and swallow it whole. I wanted to kill and destroy. I wanted everyone around me to scream and suffer while I broke their bones and ran my hands through their bleeding organs and sank my teeth into their skin and tasted their meat. I wanted to feel it slide down my throat, blood dripping down my chin while I reveled in the perverse glory of my own surrender. Then I felt arms pulling me back. I wanted to tear at them and flense the fat from their bones, but I was still paralyzed by the sight I had witnessed and could do nothing more than twitch as I was dragged back to safety. I saw the heavy doors of the airlock pass over me, and as soon as they did, they began to close, slamming shut in my wake. I was in the safe room. Somebody propped me up against the wall and removed my helmet, but I couldn't even tell who they were. Everyone looked the same to me in the blur. Just meat, ready to be bled and devoured. Soon my senses began to return and I could see the others looking down at me. "Come on, man, come back to us," said Barry, the worry clear in his voice. He took off his helmet, staring into my eyes with desperation. "Please, Thane, just look at me. You can fight this." My gaze met his own, and all I wanted to do was peel the skin from his face and disfigure him until I could no longer recognize his features. I bared my teeth while I twitched upon the ground, but then a sliver of rationality started to break through, a sliver of who I was. The bloodlust slowly faded to nausea, and all I felt next was disgust. I retched, regaining some fraction of control, and began to cry, a flood of raw emotion suddenly rushing through my mind. I'm sorry," I stuttered, barely able to speak through the seizing of my muscles. "Sorry for what? I'm just happy you're back, man. I was worried."
"What did that thing do to you?"
asked Jeffries. I shook my head, swallowing a mouthful of blood. "I don't know," I said, still twitching and shivering in place. Guess I'll have to write about it." I cracked a half-hearted smile. Looking up, I could see the bomb in the middle of the chamber, like a sphere of swimming metal that twisted and refracted with every shift of my sight. How Breach was even interfacing with it, I had no idea. There were about 30 of us, most covered in blood and wounded in some way, and most of their eyes were on the banks of monitors that occupied the walls alongside the massive, sealed door. This doubled as some sort of command and control center that could be fallen back on. But what our actual command was doing, or where they were in the complex, I had no idea, because they certainly weren't in the room with us. On the monitors, we could see almost everywhere inside and outside the base. The exterior was a ruin of flaming rubble, dead bodies strewn across the airfield while the alien craft drifted through the sky. Downed helicopters and jets smoked in the desert beyond. A small contingent of Prometheus soldiers still occupied the blood-soaked expanse, but most were inside, killing any survivors they could find alongside the Legionnaires. The slender, androgynous aberration that had forced the vision of the Willow upon me still stood in the room outside, but it made no attempt to breach the door, remaining eerily motionless like a spider ready to strike, and on its side, 2 Legionnaires feasted upon the remains of our fallen allies. Directly in front of the safe room door, a man in Prometheus armor stood unmasked. Vicious runes slashed into his face as he stared into the camera, motioning that he wanted to speak.
"They can't get in here," said Jeffries. "They would have done it already if they could."
"Well, what the hell does he want?" asked one of the guards. Jeffries radioed in.
Command, this is Sierra. We're in the safe room. We've got a hostile outside the doors requesting a dialogue. How do we proceed? Over.
No response. Jeffries repeated his request, waiting a while longer, but nobody from command picked up. Hesitating, he looked at the controls beneath the monitor bank and hit a button on the keypad. Suddenly, we could hear the room beyond over the speakers. "Are we ready to be civil then?" asked the man from Prometheus, the twisted nightmare in the background eyeing him with hunger as though only barely tolerating his existence. Jeffries held down the speak button. "What do you want?" he asked. "Simple," said the man. "We demand that you relinquish the weapon of the traitor Legion, in the name of Prince Dominaris, Speaker of the Red Willow. Do this and you will be spared, until the day of ascension is at hand." Jeffries looked back at us. "We have no fucking idea what you're talking about," he said, his voice weary. "Yes, you do. You found it beneath the sands of Africa." "And you're going to do what? Detonate it?" asked Jeffries. "If you do that, we all die." "Detonate it? On the contrary, we want to disarm it," said the man. "Your commanders, on the other hand, I wonder where their loyalties truly lie. I understand that you've been searching for the traitor Legion, but, ironically, you've been working for them this entire time. The men that stand at your side and call you soldier are the ones who have been keeping that weapon safe. Safe enough to detonate, should the traitors deem your universe unnecessary." Jeffries looked back at us, sighing. "If I get executed for what that cunt just told me..." "I think we're a little past that point," said Tanner. "We all suspected it." Jeffries turned back to the monitor and held down the speak button. "Well, tough shit," he said, "because you're not getting in." He muted the feed and stepped back from the controls. "Only one thing left to do," he muttered. "We wait," said Barry. A warning flashed on one of the other screens, displaying a feed of information. Everyone walked over to it and Jeffries read it out loud. "Impact event," he said in confusion. "Upper atmosphere inbound, 800,000 meters per second." He looked back at us, but we had no idea what it meant. Then, something else caught my attention on the monitors surveying the airfield. I pointed and Jeffries turned back to them. A dark figure slammed down upon the concrete, cracking it beneath him in a cloud of debris before standing to his full height. He was clad in a powered exoskeleton of black, angular metal that flowed and conformed to his towering frame, standing at least 10 feet above the ground as he surveyed the surrounding area. He was a traveler. The craft of the Legionnaires drifted down from the sky and he turned to face it, undaunted. The vessel opened fire with 2 beams of searing antimatter cracking against the Traveler in a burst of sparking flame. It burnt the area around him to dust, but when the assault ceased, he was completely unharmed. Smoke wisped away from his armor and he raised his hand to the aircraft, the air around him warping with a gravitational lensing before ripping toward the vessel faster than I could perceive, blasting straight through its shields and utterly disintegrating its frame in a wisp of powdered metal, blowing away upon the wind. Every Prometheus soldier on the airfield opened fire, their rifles rattling over the speakers, but their bullets only sparked uselessly against the Traveler's armor. Within the blink of an eye, the Traveler teleported to each soldier, ramming his fists through their bodies so quick that it looked like the entire group simultaneously exploded, until there was nobody left but him. Soaked in blood, he slowly advanced toward the complex, entering the main hall and making his way to the central chamber, where 2 Legionnaires and several Prometheus soldiers attempted to engage him. He merely raised his hand to them, never breaking his stride, and everybody in the room just vaporized, splattering against the walls in a burst of gore and liquid meat. The Traveler made his way to the R&D wing, knowing exactly where he was going. Moving past the office block that was littered with sundered bodies, he entered the laboratory section, where several Legionnaires and a handful of Prometheus soldiers waited for him. They opened fire, the Legionnaires conjuring spears of frost and bolts of lightning in their wicked gauntlets, but their attacks were barely even acknowledged by the approaching figure. He only raised his hand and projected a beam of flickering void across the entire room, effortlessly slicing through every wall and messily bisecting every living thing that it hit. Drenched in gore, the Traveler passed the high-security checkpoint and entered the section just outside the door. The 2 Legionnaires charged at him, and he punched clear through the first one's skull in an explosion of blood and brains. He then picked the second one up and effortlessly ripped him in half, scattering his remains across the ground. The twisted aberration loomed above him and shrieked with a voice that unnerved my senses, even through the thick walls of the safe room. But the Traveler did not react. The nightmare brought its claws down on him and he snatched them out of the air, ripping its limbs clean off before advancing forward. His fist glowed with a burning energy and he plunged it straight into the creature's chest. Its body imploded with a sickening crunch, cracking inward under a massive influx of gravitational energy before exploding outward, its bloody remains splattered across the walls. The Traveler approached the safe room, and before the Prometheus man could say another word, the Traveler smacked him across the face, his skull exploding in a spatter of blood and bone. The monitors flickered as the Traveler instantly overrode every security system we had, and the heavy doors began to slowly open. Nobody even raised their weapons, too unsure of what would happen, or what his intentions actually were. And even if we had fought, we were nothing compared to him. We were entirely at his mercy. Barry helped me up, and I leaned on him for support as the Traveler finally entered the chamber. Towering over us, his armor swam like the night, a perfect embodiment of technological might. He said nothing, for a time, and we couldn't see anything beyond the helmet of his armor. Then somebody else stepped in from behind him. I'd never actually met them before. I just knew what they looked like, and who they were. At least, I thought I knew who they were. I'm forbidden from describing them or giving their identity, but they and their compatriots were the commanders and founders of Breach. "You can relax," said Command, standing next to the looming Traveler. "You won't be harmed, and he isn't here to detonate the bomb." Their eyes met my own. "Tobias Thane," they said. "You've been telling quite the story." I didn't respond, unsure of what to say. "Command?" asked Jeffries. "What's going on here?" "You are free to speculate, but I'm not here to be your exposition," they said. "I'm here to brief you. Rest assured that on my level, our organization has been aligned with the travelers from the very beginning. I'm not allowed to repeat the conversation that followed until after our next operation, assuming that I even survive it. The travelers found out where the Darklings and their ascendants have been hiding, and soon we're launching a full-scale assault against them. I only hope that I'll be ready in time. I still don't have full control over my muscles from when that thing paralyzed me. The Traveler called it a blood temptress, and it was apparently summoned directly from the parasitic universe. Our worlds are being drawn back together, and in a way you can feel it, like a lingering dread that you can taste upon the air. Honestly, I'm scared, and I can't shake the feeling that something horrible is about to happen. Every time I fight these things, I feel like I'm dying a little bit more inside. I just want it to stop. Whatever. I don't mean to bug you with that shit. It's my job and I'll get it done. I'll write an update if I survive the operation. And no matter what happens, thank you for following me this far. Wish me luck. Thane. Something about the ocean always terrified me. It's the sheer depth of it. All that darkness waiting below the surface, and you have no idea how far it really goes. You're just treading water, and in that moment you are prey. People don't seem to extend the same courtesy to the cosmos, but they should. It's just so inconceivably vast that there's no real frame of reference for it. The Challenger Deep is 11,000 meters below sea level. But when we look up at the sun, sitting on that pale blue curtain that hides us from the beyond, that's millions of kilometers, thousands of trips around the Earth. And that's less than a pinprick on the universe's skin. It doesn't even register. So many people are eager to see what lurks behind the threshold, but they never ask themselves if they should, because sometimes our insignificance is our shield. I remember when the sky started to change, sitting back in the Osprey with Jeffries, Barry, Tanner, and Sprite, another breach fire team seated across from us. We had no idea what was about to happen, but we could taste it when the clouds began to twist into the violet, roiling chaos of the unknown, and the air was like raw meat upon the tongue, the stench of blood and fuel riding on the wind. We had been dosed with psilocybin as a precaution against psychological trauma, but out there it was useless. We could all feel it, this horrible existential dread as the ocean passed beneath us, and adrenaline flooded through our veins, even when we were still so far away from danger. I remember thinking about that moment when we were cowering in the safe room at HQ, the bomb at our backs while the Traveler in command stood before us. And what help are we going to be compared to this guy? Asked Jeffries, eyes on the towering armored figure, dark plating of his design swimming across him like liquid metal.
It is your duty to serve,
bellowed the deep, half-mechanical voice of the Traveler.
The spawn of the elemental are a stain upon existence. They must be cleansed.
They will help us, Command clarified. But even then, victory is not at all guaranteed. We are combating a sentient universe that they call an elemental, an aspect of a primal concept or emotion, and the Ascendants have nearly rejoined it to this plane. It's in its naturally dormant state, right now, hence the event that severed it before Blood Siren. But any connection with our world is a danger, and when it wakes up, the first thing it will do is assimilate our universe. And the bomb? Asked one of the other breach operators. The Traveler looked at him.
A contingency to ensure the purity of our blessed reality. The smallest iota of corruption is as much a threat as the largest, but the destruction of this divine cosmos is not a matter that we take in stride. The elemental endures a cycle of death and creation that is bound to follow, marked by two cataclysmic events. Just as you require oxygen to survive, it must require the essence of its making. And the cycle ensures that it always has room to feed. For death begets life, when life requires a garden to flourish. You were blessed to have been invaded during the first of these events, which severed its grip upon this universe. You were not so fortunate, however, to have harbored the presence of Ascendants on this planet, for they indeed have the power to draw this universe back into the mindless jaws of the enemy.
And what are the Ascendants? What are we fighting?
They are living embodiments of whatever profaned aspect this elemental represents. In this case, it is surrender.
Thanks to the Prometheus Mandate, the elemental never strictly invaded us, per se, said Command. It was only a matter of time before it traditionally did so, but it was only here because of their meddling. The town you secured on Blood Siren was a site of their experimentation. They exposed the entire population to the psychic proximity of the elemental, destroying their minds and compelling them to create the portal within the sewers. The smaller breaches were merely incidental. The portal was weak, however, and only 3 Ascendants managed to cross.
Any number must be purged. A lone Ascendant could conquer this universe without effort.
Quite right, said Command. And thankfully, we now know exactly where they are. This attack was a bit of desperation on the part of Prometheus. I imagine they were only granted Darkling assets for the sheer amusement of the Ascendants. They wanted to capture the fallen Paladin in your previous operation, and use his knowledge of souls to disarm the bomb. But thankfully, you were able to get to him first. Prometheus was very much under the Darkling's thrall, but they were more of a plaything than a resource. The Darklings do not need help assimilating a universe. So, you know where they are? Then what's next? Asked Jeffries. Simple, said Command. When we have recovered and prepared, we will launch a full-scale assault on the Darkling stronghold in this world, with the aim of assassinating the 3 Ascendants, and permanently sealing the portal that they are attempting to open. The Travelers are willing to combat the 3 Ascendants on our behalf, but they will need our full support if they are to stand a chance. Do they really? Asked Barry in disbelief.
Do not forsake your value. None of our kind have ever slain an Ascendant in single combat, and even when our numbers are great, a moment's lapse in concentration can spell our doom. You must cleanse the lesser Darklings that defend them if we are to be effective.
And that we will, said Command. We will be enlisting the aid of several countries in our attack to cover for our weakened numbers, and we will strike by land and sea. But as I said, success is not guaranteed. If that portal opens, there's no telling what might be waiting on the other side. If our benefactors so much as get a hint of a full-scale invasion, they motion to the bomb. Our universe is forfeit. Sometime after that, before we deployed, we were each given a device of sorts that we were told would seal the portal forever. All we had to do was cast it inside as soon as it became active, and assuming that the Travelers could kill the Ascendants, all of this would be over. The thing about plans, however, is that it's not always about the destination. Sometimes it's about the journey, and that journey can be more cruel than you can imagine. I fiddled with the small sphere in my artificial hands, watching the violet light of the sky reflect upon its metallic surface. We passed over a fleet of destroyers headed in the same direction, while several other transports flew alongside us, the blades of Ospreys and UH-60Ms chopping upon the air. Sometimes we would hear the roar of a jet engine, and a sonic boom would crack through the atmosphere, in the wake of a B-1 Lancer. The travelers were flying at a safe distance from the rest of us because the proximity of their ship would give us brain damage, but they would support us as soon as we made landfall. We were all equipped with as many electrical cannons as possible, but only a handful had been scavenged from the off-world bunker, so most of our forces were still using railguns. In our fire team, only Jeffries and myself had the ability to seriously harm the Darkling Legionnaires. The rest could only do what they could, because R&D had no way of replicating the Crest technology, and the weapons of the Travelers weren't meant to be wielded by the human body. Sprite was being unusually close with Jeffries that day. He actually let Jeffries hold him, sitting next to me in the Osprey while my eyes were locked on the darkening sky behind us. A red glow began to shine through the interior, and I turned to see a full moon break through the clouds from the cockpit window. It shimmered with a crimson light beyond the purple, noxious miasma. It was like we were staring at the moon of another world, and yet somehow it was here. The radio crackled to life.
Command to all fire teams. Drop ETA in 2 minutes. Take the beachhead and mark strike locations. Over.
We all looked to see the island in the distance, set beneath the glow of the red moon. Tangles of meat wound up from the water to form living beaches, coalescing around a towering ascent of shifting flesh. Bizarre structures jutted from the mountainous viscera, forming walls and fortifications of ebon stone, their architecture caught between an otherworldly eroticism and a nauseating horror. The curvature of every surface and every spire of blackened razors seemed to hint at some perverse, carnal equivalent. Vicious thorns lining the ruinous battlements as though set to hang the flayed corpses of any would-be intruders. That was when everything went wrong. I watched as 3 figures rose into the air above the island, their dark cloaks riding the wind like oil upon water, until at last they fell still. Even from so far away, I recognized one of them as the ascendant beneath the town in Blood Siren, instilling that very same sense of otherworldly fear. They each gestured with their hands as though performing a dread ritual, and the air around them began to ripple and bend. I heard the radio crackle to life, but before another word could be said, an immense shockwave ripped outward from the 3 ascendants, throwing back the clouds and sweeping across the ocean. The concussive blast slammed into us, and I was knocked back against my seat as the metal interior caved in around me. The Osprey swung into an uncontrollable spin. Through the back of the aircraft, I could briefly see the remainder of the shockwave overtake the fleet of destroyers, overturning them all in a massive tidal wave, as the other Ospreys and transport ships plummeted from the sky. I almost thought I would pass out, the G-force bearing down on my body as the world spun violently around me, my friends holding on for their lives at my side. With a deafening crash, I was suddenly thrown out of my seat and up against the tattered ceiling of the Osprey as we smacked straight into the ocean, a flood of water rushing into the interior. I tried to gain my bearings, but the oncoming waves slammed me back against the cockpit, the blood of the severed pilots dancing across my vision while we rapidly sank into the murky depths. The water failed to penetrate my armor, but I couldn't breathe, and I was so flooded with adrenaline that I couldn't tell which way was up. Then, Jeffries grabbed me by my arm and pulled me back into the interior, getting my mind on track. I saw the others swimming alongside me, and apart from the pilots, we had no casualties among our number. Emerging from the sinking wreck, I saw the violet light of the clouds shining through the surface in great, scintillating rays, and I followed my compatriots up into the glow. I surfaced above the crashing waves, taking in a deep breath of air as the sound of battle immediately met my ears. a B-1 Lancer tore overhead and loosed its payload upon the island beyond, consuming the unseen distance in streaks of billowing white phosphorus.
"Swim to the shore. Hurry!"
yelled Jeffries. I began to swim through the crashing waves that threatened to pull me under at every advance, while Sprite surfaced ahead of us and tore forward above the sea, unleashing a volley of laser fire across the flesh-hewn beach in a streak of pluming flames, where several Legionnaires fought with the landed forces. Each clad in a full plate of blackened razors, they cleaved their vicious medieval weapons through all who assailed them, while the breach fire teams unleashed electrical shockwaves from their cannons that disintegrated them in bursts of flaming gore. I soon felt my boots hit the earth beneath the waves, and I crawled forward onto the shore, rising to my feet on the blood-soaked surface of knotted viscera. A Legionnaire immediately charged toward me, greatsword raised in the air only for Sprite to lash his lasers across his face, knocking him back and giving me enough time to raise my cannon and pull the trigger. The weapon kicked back against my shoulder and loosed a thundering shockwave that instantly vaporized the Legionnaire's upper body, the remainder of his corpse collapsing to the ground.
"Command to all units. Naval bombardment has been compromised. Move forward and support the travelers wherever you can. The closure of the gate is our #1 priority. Do not fail us. Our universe depends on it."
Ahead of us, twin spires of blackened razors stood atop a range of mountainous flesh, creating a wide choke point that marked the ascent of the center of the island. A contingent of Legionnaires rushed down from the steps of winding meat and dark hexagonal tiles, railgun blasts uselessly sparking against their armor from the advancing soldiers at our side. The Legionnaires began to conjure eldritch spells within their grip and quickly lashed them at us, volleys of fireballs exploding against the wicked terrain and blasting men to pieces. A bolt of lightning struck me dead on, knocking me to the ground and seizing every muscle in my body in a surge of overwhelming pain. My armor was burnt but not broken, and I watched as Jeffries, Barry, Tanner, and Sprite opened fire with the other breach operators, bombarding the Darkling forces with a cascade of electrical shockwaves. Then, a Legionnaire conjured a freezing wave of ice that rushed against us and locked the others where they stood, chilling tendrils of crystallizing water vapor ensnaring their armor. The strength of their exoskeletons began to free them, and I rose to my feet to lend my aid, breaking chunks of ice off Barry's joints, while Sprite started to carefully burn the frost away from Jeffries and Tanner. The Legionnaires were advancing, however, and quickly closed the distance, charging into the soldiers and breach fire teams with their weapons swinging. Then, a piercing whine cut through the air and a seething light shone from above. I looked up and saw the flowing arrow-like ship of the travelers descending from the clouds. Waves of crackling electricity flowed down the arcs of the vessel before lashing forth at the choke point ahead of us, shrieking through the Legionnaires in a flash of blinding radiance. I felt the heat of the blast rush against me, but when I opened my eyes, the Legionnaires were gone, wisps of ash drifting upon the howling wind in their wake, while the flesh of the terrain had been scorched into charred blackness. I looked back at the ship, struggling to maintain eye contact with a shuddering and painful sight. 12 travelers dislodged from beneath the craft, floating down through the air as though gravity had no meaning, before landing in the unseen distance ahead of us. The ship began to turn, but before it could, a dread shape shot forth into the sky. It was an ascendant, and yet it wasn't, as though it had abandoned any pretense of humanity, shedding its skin for a form of fluidic, smoke-wreathed teeth and coalescing insectile limbs that refracted through 1,000 angles at once, appearing and disappearing in several different places around the ship before ensnaring it in its winding grip. With a resonating groan and a thunderous explosion, it ripped the craft in two, hurling its remains into the ocean. The Ascendant whirled back into its earthly visage, its cloak dancing in its wake while a staccato of sonic booms cracked through the air and 3 F-16s rapidly flew toward it, loosing a volley of missiles. The masked ascendant raised its hand, and the flight of aircraft instantly disintegrated into clouds of billowing dust, the missiles harmlessly detonating against it in a series of fiery explosions. We moved up through the passage, several fire teams of soldiers advancing ahead of us, while just above, insectile horrors swept across the sky, like shrieking airborne spiders kept aloft by their tattered bat-like wings. I almost thought I could hear drumming in the distance, beneath the echoing booms of combat, beating through a fevered, ritualistic chanting. The moon burning overhead, we emerged upon a rising field of ruined, otherworldly structures, while beyond, a massive ring of woven corpses stood at the highest peak, a gem of void hovering within it, while 2 ascendants poured their energy into its design. The weapons of the travelers flared and thundered in the distance, but their battle was obscured by the walls of flowing ebony metal, entangled by roots of sinew and thorns. Gunfire rattled upon the air as the soldiers met with another contingent of legionnaires on the right side of the ruins, and 2 breach fire teams moved to support them, while we and another group moved to the left, taking what little cover we could behind the blasted walls. That, for all I knew, looked like they had been indiscriminately teleported from an alien world. Braziers burned with violet fire, while smoking tents of flesh were stricken across the expanse, like the demolished campsite of an occult gathering, brought together to witness the apocalypse. Cages of bone and runic metal held the burned cadavers of the Darkling captives, felled in the bombings that preceded our arrival, while crosses jutted up from the wicked landscape displaying the crucified and disemboweled remains of innumerable men. They had been bringing people there to feast upon their suffering and feed their souls to the portal, yet still those adherents writhed beneath the seething moonlight. Scorched, bleeding, and on the verge of oblivion, countless celebrants beat their drums and danced across the battlefield, naked and scarred with vicious runes, while others were joined in blasphemous orgies, moaning in delirium as their flesh melted and boiled upon their bones. The soldiers gunned them down without pity, yet the adherents didn't seem to mind, welcoming the pain of death as though it were only a step on a long and terrible journey to come. One of the massive flying arachnids descended from the sky and slammed down upon the team ahead of us, impaling 2 of their number on its sharp and skittering limbs. The others opened fire on it, knocking it back with electrical shockwaves that tore against it in bursts of vaporizing gore. But then, it recoiled and loosed a spatter of vicious spit that ignited and exploded upon everything it struck, blasting us all back against the ground and outright killing several men. Shaking the flaming saliva from my armor, I snatched my weapon off the corrupted earth and fired at the advancing aberration, the others joining in until the beast finally collapsed to the bleeding earth. I moved forward and started to help Tanner up while Sprite attacked a legionnaire, blinding it for a fire team of soldiers that slowly brought it down with their concentrated railgun blasts. Tanner buckled under his own weight, falling against me. That's when I noticed that he was missing his legs.
Stop. I can't,
said Tanner. I carefully set him back down, Barry and Jeffries quickly joining us, but they were only stricken with superficial burns. Jeffries swore, examining Tanner's injuries.
You're not bleeding. Burnt the wounds right shut. Don't worry, man. You're gonna survive this. I can't feel my lower body. Everything's numb. It's just shock. We'll get you back down to the beach. Don't worry. Just stay awake, okay? No. You move up, and you don't look back. You need to do this, all of you. If I'm gonna live, then I'll be right here. Give them hell.
Jeffries nodded, gripping his weapon tight.
You can count on that. These things fucked with the wrong planet,
he said, rising to his feet. Leaving Tanner behind, Jeffries led us forward through the twisting ruins, gunning down several legionnaires as we quickly approached the center of the island, and the rent corpses of 3 travelers slipped into view. It was beyond disturbing to see them dead, when I had witnessed one of them single-handedly save us from Prometheus at HQ. In the distance ahead, an Ascendant fought with 4 travelers, flashing toward each other in a melee that moved so fast that it almost appeared like a skipping film, the combatants teleporting through the air as their armored fists cracked against the Ascendant so hard that concussive shockwaves were loosed from every blow. The Ascendant wove through their attacks like liquid, dodging the majority of their attempts, before retaliating with a blast of burning antimatter, knocking one of the travelers back. It snatched another up in its grip and effortlessly ripped him in 2, casting his remains across the earth in a splatter of blood and cybernetic organs. Another traveler engaged with the Ascendant in melee, while a second raised his hand to it, projecting a beam of void that sliced through the air and cut through the distracted Ascendant in a spatter of indigo blood. The Ascendant stumbled, and the traveler next to it rammed his fists into its skull, striking it again and again in a cascade of thundering booms. The Ascendant split open where it had been cut, revealing a vertical maw of razor-sharp teeth that clamped down on the traveler and swallowed him whole. While it messily chomped upon the armored corpse, it raised its flayed hand to another traveler and telekinetically suspended him in the air. It clenched its fist, and the traveler imploded with a sickening crunch, blood squirting out of his shattered exoskeleton.
"The flesh is weak,"
whispered the Ascendant in a voice that paralyzed every nerve in my body.
"But the soul is eternal. You shall be remade in our image."
Another breach team reached the battle before us and opened fire on the Ascendant with their electrical cannons, momentarily distracting it while the surviving traveler flashed toward it and grabbed hold, his armor glowing with crackling power while he screamed with rage. Raising his fist, he plunged it into the Ascendant's flailing maw, and the Ascendant exploded with a shockwave that knocked everyone to the ground, my ears ringing as the toxic clouds were thrown back above me. Shaking off the disorientation, I scrambled to my feet and saw the strewn remains of the Ascendant and the traveler who had sacrificed himself to kill it. Its splattered flesh bled into the earth like starry wounds in reality, but ultimately, it had been destroyed. These creatures were not immortal. Our rallied forces advanced toward the summit, where the second Ascendant fought 5 of the travelers back, and the third guarded the portal while the hovering gemstone gathered its power. The air was lensing around it like a well of tremendous gravity.
"Silence!"
rasped the second Ascendant in 1,000 scraping voices. It loosed a telekinetic shockwave that slammed into the travelers with a vicious crack and knocked them back across the bleeding earth.
"You are not our prey, mortals. You are the recipients of our gift. Open your eyes and let them burn upon the gates of paradise."
The third Ascendant raised its hand to the air, and the gem burst into an infinite blackness, spreading out across the frame of the portal until it was little more than a slate of utter darkness. But that darkness called to my mind, drawing it in with an unshakable gravity as the world around us began to shimmer and blur. Time seemed to slow, and a horrifying sense of dread overwhelmed me until everything came crashing together at once. As though the island itself had been catapulted across the ocean at the speed of sound, the sky ripped back into a stellar void, and with a deafening boom, a dread fortress shunted into existence from across the distant waters. It was like an occult citadel of bleached white stone, set upon a backdrop of absolute darkness as the stars shuddered deliriously above, and at its farthest peak, a crescent of marble framed the full pale moon, burning in the sky as though superimposed upon the world.
"I beckon thee, Lord in White. Wake our sisters, for the traitorous flesh yearns to be tempered,"
rasped the Ascendant, the wave of existential dread overtaking me. The moon split open into a massive, dilated eye that locked upon us with a ravenous hunger, its iris stained with all the colors that broke my mind and burned my skin for even existing in their presence. Then, it was like time stood still around me. Pebbles and dust began to rise above the ground, as though suspended within an unnatural gravity. And as the terrain beneath me started to blur and sink into an inky viscosity, a scourge of tiny ebony roots pierced the veil of reality, slowly poking up through the hellscape that surrounded me. I began to cry uncontrollably, like my mind was suddenly flooded with emotion, and I wanted nothing more than to escape from whatever was coming. But my brain was so overwhelmed with stimuli that I couldn't even crawl away if I wanted to. The other soldiers and breach fire teams started to charge the portal, clutching the objects that would seal it forever. But it was useless. The air itself seemed to rush into the third ascendant. With a deafening boom, it loosed a psychic shockwave of staggering power, surging toward us in the blink of an eye. Yet in that moment, Sprite swept down before us and summoned a shield of flickering energy. The shockwave hit, and the other fire teams were instantly disintegrated, their gore splattering across the earth. We, however, were unharmed, save for Sprite, who laid motionless upon the ground. He was gone. I stumbled back, rivers of blood flowing beneath my boots while Jeffries looked down at Sprite in shock. The second ascendant exploded nearby with a deafening boom as the travelers overcame it, nearly knocking me off my feet. But the final ascendant was still alive.
Irrelevant,
it said, unbothered by the death of its kin. One of the remaining 3 travelers tried to slip past it and seal the portal, but the ascendant snatched him out of the air with its mind and ripped the soul from his bones, devouring it with a rasping hiss and tossing the empty shell of his body to the ground. It turned to us then, raising its hand, and paused in a brief moment of recognition. I knew in that moment that it was the one we had spoken with.
Fear not. Death is not the end,
it whispered through my thoughts. It loosed a psychic shockwave, and Barry vaporized right in front of me, his blood splattering against my armor as I was knocked to the ground, and every bone in my body shattered instantaneously. I screamed in absolute suffering, the taste of blood flooding my mouth. It hurt so much that it was almost numbing, and nearby I saw Jeffries in the smoking ashes. His armor had been blasted away and his wounds were gushing blood, but he had been knocked aside by the blast and was still well enough to move. He crawled to his hands and knees, looking over at me with tears in his eyes, and with a single uniform purpose, he snatched Barry's discharged comms equipment off the ground and sprinted toward the open portal. The Ascendant never noticed. It was too occupied with fighting the remaining 2 travelers, sucking the soul out of one and blasting the other back in a burst of antimatter. My vision began to darken, blood leaking from my wounds, but the last thing I saw was Jeffries, leaping headlong into the blackness of the portal and disappearing within. The void imploded in his wake as though everything were collapsing upon a single point in space. And then, the loudest sound I ever heard shocked through the air, and the world went dark. I didn't expect to survive. I shouldn't have survived, but I did. I woke up at what's currently passing for HQ, but now it's mostly just a holding cell for the bomb. Breach is dead. Everybody's dead, except for Command, and nobody's told me anything. I can't describe the level of pain that I was in when I came to. Physical pain is one thing, but I felt like I had been hollowed out inside. My best friend was killed right in front of me, and I can't get it out of my head. Like it's been burned into my mind forever. It was just so sudden. Jeffries is gone. Sprite is dead, and only Tanner and I are left. Tanner's paralyzed and will never walk again, and neither will I. I'm being kept alive by things they did to me, but I don't feel like describing it. I don't feel like doing anything. I don't know. Other than that, I'm stuck here. Tanner and I are confined to a comms room, and I'm writing this out while we wait on any sort of signal from Barry's nav gear, which Jeffries took with him into the portal. I doubt that Jeffries survived, but it's the only thing keeping the two of us going, keeping us distracted. Otherwise, our thoughts can get a little too dark. In any case, our mysterious benefactors are all dead, and as for the Darklings, I'm not entirely sure what happened. There was one surviving traveler when I was knocked out, but I find it unlikely that he was able to kill the last Ascendant, and nobody's telling me anything. Even if he did, they seem to be quite unconcerned with dying, so a part of me is afraid that they still exist in some incorporeal form that only needs another body to possess. We don't know what's going to happen with the bomb either, but it's not like the travelers will be reporting back, unless it turns out that Command was one of them. A handful of survivors were evacuated, along with any traveler tech that could be salvaged, and then we nuked the island with one of the Crest Cobalt bombs. You won't hear a whisper about it on the news, so don't bother. But I'm guessing some sea life is about to die. Hold on, something's beeping. It's him. I don't know how, but we just got a message from Jeffries. The brass is coming in here right now, so I have to go, but I'll keep you all posted. I promise. Here we are. I promised you that I would be back, and I am. But this is the last you'll probably hear from me. I have a feeling I'll be going somewhere different soon. Somewhere far away from here. Tanner and I received a series of messages from Jeffries, who, as far as I can tell, was contacting us from inside the Elemental. I don't know if I'm allowed to post them, but I don't really care. Not that I could make any sense of them anyway. Command's gone silent, and nobody else will tell me anything, so here they are. Entry 1. I don't know if you guys can see this, or if I'm just typing in the dark, but it says I've still got network access, so I'll just assume that these are my last words. I'll keep writing for as long as I can, but I don't expect it to go on for very long. I guess this means that we won, or at least I hope we did. Thane, Tanner, I hope you got the chance to read this. I'll miss you guys. I'll miss Barry and Sprite, and I'd like to think that they're in a better place right now. But I guess anything is better than here. Don't feel bad about what I did. It had to be done. We saved the universe, and you guys were a part of it, so don't ever feel guilty about what had to happen. Anyway, enough of this happy shit. I guess I'm on your side of the fence now, Sprite, and I can see why you left. I don't remember as much about the first part. I woke up face down on the ground, covered in something that looked like blood, but I knew that it wasn't. It smelled like gasoline. I could barely see, and every nerve in my body felt like it was on fire. My ears ringing until everything started to come back to me. When it did, all I could hear was the silence. It was so quiet that I could hear my own heartbeat, every little movement that I made. I was in the place that we saw before the end, the lunar fortress, right? I remember the brightness of every surface, like I was stumbling around an occult citadel of the whitest stone I ever saw. These spined arches and pyramidal spires towering into the dark. But every sense I had was so scrambled that all I could do was wander aimlessly and follow my intuition. I couldn't even think. It was like I was running on autopilot through a horrible fever dream. Looking back on it, I don't think that portal was meant for human beings, and whatever the transference did to me, I can still feel it. In the flashes, the sky was a void. No stars or anything. I remember finding my way to a beach where the waves were just as dark, and I just kept my eyes locked on the moon, moving forward and never looking back. I was walking on the water, out onto an ocean of nothing. I don't know how long I was out there for, but eventually my mind started to come back to me. As soon as I was lucid, I saw a shore of pitch black sand in the distance, and what looked like a forest beyond it. My boots hit the ground and the ocean disappeared behind me. I was standing in the middle of the wood. The bark of every tree was like petrified ebony meat, spongy and caked with dried blood, but still somehow alive. Their roots were everywhere, crowding the earth like fleshy tentacles that twitched whenever I touched them. The sky is just a battlefield of violet clouds, all clashing into each other, like at that town in North Dakota, but so much more vibrant in every way that it shouldn't be. I don't know where the light is coming from, but everything is covered in this purple glow that sticks to your skin even in the shade, like it's some sort of living liquid that doesn't want to let go. The farther I walk, the less the terrain seems to conform to any sense of logic. I watched what I thought was a tree disassemble itself into thousands of black centipedes and crawl away into the dark. There are plants that try to stab at you if you get too close. They can't pierce my armor, but they're dripping with venom and breathe fumes that make me hallucinate. There are 3 moons that drift through the sky, but in the corners of my vision I can see them watching me. I think they're following me. No matter where I hide, they're always waiting on the other side. I'm trying to ignore them while I rest and type this out, but it's difficult, and I'm not falling asleep for even a second in this place. I'm starting to get hungry though, and I don't know what passes for food around here. I'll write again when I've made more progress, but I'll keep a close watch on the signal. I'm not optimistic that I'll ever see you guys again, but I have to try. Here's entry number 2. I met a cat, or at least I think she's a cat. When I see her in the corner of my eye, her face starts to change into people I've known. I even saw you, Thane. She told me to call her Cleo, and though I'm not entirely convinced that I can trust her, she's the best I've got. We're staying in a place called Bastion, a section of the woods that's been warded with runes that won't let you pass unless you're on the list, as she says. She gave me a canteen of blood to drink because pure water no longer exists, and a bunch of cured meat that came from something called a soil boar, which apparently live in all dirt at all times and will drill through your feet and up into your brain if you don't wear boots or socks. I'm staying with Cleo in her cave, but we're not alone here. There's a guy that lives in a hut and carves little statues out of wood all day. He won't tell me his name or speak to me at all beyond claiming that he's been here before. There's some kind of merchant that comes through and sells everything from swords to automatic rifles and plasma guns. But you have to trade him fresh organs if you want anything. And I'm not sure that one of my kidneys is worth a decaying matchlock. Last but not least, we have Northern Munin, who lives in a tree fort. He looks like what would happen if a human was half transformed into a raven, crawling around on 4 unnaturally long feathered limbs, with a dark beak sticking out of where his lips stretched and his cheeks split open to accommodate it. He uses his tongue like a hand and wraps it around the branches to hang from the trees for fun, which is how I first met him, and how I first pissed myself. Despite being terrifying to look at, he's a rather nice guy. He says he's a Raven Knight and follows the teachings of something named Kaylee, but I didn't ask him to elaborate. Everyone always tells me about some sort of cataclysm that happened over a century ago that made the world what it is today. And even if the time frame is way off, the details seem to correspond with the severing of universes that originally ripped the elemental away from us. The only conclusion I can draw is that time flows much differently here. Nobody seems to know what the cataclysm was, only that it's happened before and will happen again, which matches the life cycle that the travelers were talking about at HQ. I told Cleo about my whole situation and asked her how I could get back to our universe, but she didn't seem to know. She told me that the only thing that might have the power is a tree called the Red Willow. Every time I think of the name, I feel like I'm being watched, and all I can remember are those sigils we kept finding on our ops, the ones that depicted a weeping willow. I tried to ask Cleo what it was, but she couldn't give me a straight answer. I'm going to try and find it, wherever it might be. I'll find my way back to you guys, if there's even the slightest chance. And this was the final entry from Jeffries. The signal's getting weaker, so I have a feeling that this will be my final entry. Cleo gave me some provisions for the road, and I left Bastion with Munin, who seemed to want to help me. Or, more accurately, he's searching for his fellow Raven Knights and has no idea where to start, so he figures my direction is better than any. His memory isn't the greatest, but he tells me he was on an expedition to a city called Son, and that his party was ambushed by the Fallen Ones. They meet the description of the Darkling Legionnaires. The others were killed and he survived, but apparently they were only a small group of a greater whole that he hopes to rejoin. Either way, he wears a suit of armor, carries a rapier, and moves faster than anything I've ever seen, so the protection is appreciated, given that I don't have a weapon. When I told Munin that I was looking for the Red Willow, something about it seemed to bother him. I asked him if he knew what it was, but he couldn't tell me much more than Cleo. He said that it grew within a place called the Glade, but he wasn't sure how to actually get there, only that I should seriously reconsider finding it. I'm not giving up that easy, though. He says this world has a pull to it, where so long as you're thinking of your destination, you'll eventually find your way there. And now that I know where I'm going, I guess it's only a matter of time. It's strange, though. Everyone I meet seems so afraid of the Darklings, but it's been several days and I haven't seen a single Legionnaire since I got here. I always had the impression that this was their world, but it's almost like there's some sort of half-remembered legend here, a story only told to scare people. We're resting now at the top of a tree. The ground isn't safe at night, and there are parasites everywhere that try to crawl into your mouth and take you over. We already had to kill a guy being controlled by them. Munin told me to stop staring at the moons, which he called apocalypse stars, but I'm not going to seriously use that name. He said it was bad luck to look at them, and that people who do it too much tend to go missing. I asked him what happens to them, and all he told me was that nobody knows. We haven't seen anything but the forest and a couple old ruins, but Munin tells me that the air is changing and that he smells flesh upon the wind. He doesn't know what that means, but I have a feeling that we're about to find out. Anyway, if the signal keeps up, I'll send another entry, but I'm not counting on it. I'm hoping I can find a way back to you guys, and I'm hoping that you're all okay and that I'm not just sending these into space. All I can say is that it's been a ride, and no matter what happens, I love you guys. The sacrifices you made saved more lives than you'll ever know, so never think that it hasn't been worth it. See you in another life. Jeffries. That was the last message we got from him. I hope that means that the elemental is gone for good, but I find it hard to be hopeful these days. I was keeping in regular contact with Tanner, who had been living alone in his apartment after the comms line with Jeffries went dead. He was depressed about his legs, but he was coping. Or at least I thought he was. He started telling me that he was seeing things. Something about roots growing beneath the wallpapers and beneath his floorboards, but whenever he touched them, they felt more real than anything. The air reeked of gasoline, and when he looked out the window, all he saw were violet clouds that warred and clashed across the sky. I don't know what the Ascendants did to him, but he was convinced that none of us were actually on Earth, that none of this was real. Personally, I'm not sure what to believe. He was losing himself, and his emails were starting to become incoherent, but he was the last anchor I had left in my life, the last person still keeping me grounded. Then he stopped writing. A few days later, and I hear that he jumped out of a 6-story window, snapped his neck on impact. Everyone ruled it a suicide. When I was told, it was like the last part of me finally died, the last thing that was keeping me here. I'm not sure why I'm even writing this. I suppose I feel like I have to, but it doesn't really matter anymore. I woke up in the hospital yesterday. They said it was alcohol poisoning, and I don't even remember how it happened. I just ripped out my IV and walked away when they weren't looking. No sense in wasting other people's time when I'm just going to wind up there again. My days just sort of blur into the next, and if I'm not sleeping, I'm drinking, and if I'm not drinking, I'm crying. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, with nothing but the ringing in my ears, all I can think of is what it would be like to shoot myself in the head, to end this forever. I can see the roots beneath the walls. This awful light keeps spilling through the cracks, and all I can smell is fuel. I don't know what's happening to me. I'm at HQ, but the air keeps getting thicker, like I'm breathing molasses. Nobody else seems to notice. The only thing I'm certain of is that I don't want to go back to working for Breach, and I'd rather die than be forced to do so. The one thing that was keeping me sane was taken away from me, and sometimes I can't help but think that I should have gone with them. Why do I deserve to live? They suffered and died, but I was spared, and I'm not convinced that there's even a point to it. I got lucky, but I don't feel like it. I don't know. I just miss my friends.